001 Guild newcomer magic is called the Internet. Excuse me, your name is? Nate. Mr. Knight, did you just say that you want to join our guild? In the reception room, Myra Jane smiled gently. She was very happy that a new wizard was willing to join Fairy Tale. Yes. Are you a wizard? I think I am. Nate shrugged, and a hint of helplessness appeared on his handsome face. What kind of answer is this? Myra Jane blinked blankly. Excuse me, what kind of magic are you good at? I'm sorry, I don't mean to pry into your privacy, but just register the necessary information to join the guild. You may not have heard of my magic. Is it the lost ancient magic? Myra Jane was a little curious. Ancient magic always symbolizes power and mystery, possessing special powers that ordinary magic does not have. In her guild, there is a wizard who masters the Fire Dragon Slayer magic, which is a kind of lost ancient magic. My magic is called the Internet. Internet. Myra Jane tilted her head inadvertently, with a beautiful question mark on her face. This is not a question of whether she has heard of it or not. She can understand these words individually, but what do they mean together? Ah! Fearing that the other party will be psychologically shocked, Myra Jane raised an index finger, and her smart little head immediately associated it with. Is it a magic similar to the spider spinning silk, using silk threads to weave a web? It sounds like a very powerful magic. You are too gentle. So cute, I want to marry her home. Knight shook his head, no. Hey! Myra Jane, who guessed wrong, looked apologetic and whispered, sorry, I really haven't heard of it. It doesn't matter. It's incredible that you have heard of it. Knight took out a small cloth bag from his pocket, opened the bag, and took out a silver white ring from it. This is my magic. Knight handed the ring to Myra Jane, just put it on and you will understand. Myra Jane looked at it carefully with a gentle gaze. It was a very beautiful ring, made of some magical metal that she didn't know much about, and it was very light in the palm of her hand. Any finger will do. There will be no danger. Don't worry. Knight added. I understand. Marajana's smile was like a candle, warm and kind. She put the ring on the middle finger of her left hand, and her finger was white and slender. Is this a magic item? Myra Jane tried to input a weak trace of magic power into the ring. It is a magic item that needs to be input with magic power, and it is very well made. In this world, magic has long been integrated into people's lives. There are countless kinds of magic items, some of which can be used by ordinary people. Magic items that require magic power input can only be used by wizards. Miss Myra Jane, you should be able to see it now. Nate acted as an interpreter. But he hadn't finished a sentence yet. Myra Jane suddenly covered her mouth in surprise. Lines of floating words appeared in front of her. Magic words? It seems not. I can't sense the magic of the words. She whispered in surprise. Welcome to the world of the Internet. Please enter your Internet nickname. Nickname cannot be changed for the time being, please choose carefully. Nickname ____________. Myra Jane looked up at Knight, who smiled back. On the Internet, a nickname is another name. I suggest not to use your real name. Use a pseudonym. Myra Jane followed the advice and decided to use the Departing Traveler as her nickname after a little thought. Nickname has been confirmed. The words floating in the air burned up in the flames. The flames that appeared out of thin air also had no smell of magic. Myra Jane felt it was amazing and didn't understand how it was done. Even if it was a fake magic flame like an illusion, there should be a slight flow of magic. After the words disappeared, a translucent interface appeared in front of her. It was covered with words and pictures. Myra Jane was attracted by one of the lines of words. I am going to list all the magic in the entire magic world, and now invite like-minded friends to participate. You can use your finger to click on the content you want to see. Nate's voice came, and Myra Jane followed his instructions and tapped with her index finger. Then, the screen jumped. Thanks for the invitation, I'm in the Celestial Realm, and I just finished beating the Celestial King. I don't know much about magic, so I'll add more below. Is the OP crazy? Magic is all-encompassing, and you can't sort it out even if you spend your whole life. It's a pure waste of time. I'm borrowing this post. I'm the legendary black magician Zirath, and I'm now trapped in a secret realm. Give me 100,000 J, and I'll teach you the invincible ancient magic when I break the seal. The above is a liar, don't believe it. Marajana's eyes trembled slightly, and she read the content of the post carefully. When she saw the name Zerf, she was shocked. But then she said it was a liar. These are all. They should be scammers. Knight touched his chin. Zerf is the legendary ancestor of the Black Wizard. I don't know how many years ago he died. In fact, they were all messages he left with his Smurf account. Myra Jane was the first one. But Myra Jane didn't know that. She thought that the people in the post were real people who got the ring and entered the internet like her. What a magical magic, a bit like telepathy magic, the difference is that your internet is text communication. After browsing a few more posts, Myra Jane gradually understood everything. After a pause, she frowned slightly. No, it's different. It doesn't seem to be real-time communication. There are also messages about the free food distribution of the Carthian Cathedral that was last week. The Carthian Cathedral is located in the city center and occasionally distributes free food, but the time is not fixed. Knight acted as a guide for novices. There are other sections. Look at the upper right corner. There is a daily sign-in function next to your name. Sign in? Myra Jane clicked on the daily sign-in with doubt. Sign-in successful. You are ranked 101st today and get 10 points as a reward. A line of text popped up and disappeared quickly. What are points? I set up the internet currency. You can get it by signing in every day. The higher the ranking, the better the reward. Just like the J coins we usually use. Myra Jane suddenly realized and was a little happy, you can get 10 points just by clicking your finger. Mr. Knight, you will go bankrupt like this. She felt that she had earned money, as if she had picked up money by luck. Knight thought to himself that children who have not experienced the baptism of the internet are so easy to fool. Yes, I'm almost bankrupt. Myra Jane asked with a smile. Since it's currency, can points be used to buy things? Now I can only use it to play games. Play games. Look here, there's a game section. In order to teach her how to use the internet, Knight had to get up and sit next to Myra Jane, and guide her step by step. Enter the game section. Myra Jane saw 3 different names. Happy Landlord. Mahjong. Fruit Ninja. Landlord? Mahjong? Ninja? It looked very interesting, and Myra Jane clicked on Mahjong with great curiosity. Matching. Matching successful. The screen changed and entered the Mahjong playing interface. As a newcomer entering for the first time, the system first introduced the rules. Myra Jane was very smart and understood it after just one look. The game started. Then, she was addicted. 1 round, 2 rounds. Myra Jane bit her red lips, her delicate face faintly revealed a trace of unyielding. It was obviously a very simple rule, why couldn't she win? She was not convinced. 3 rounds, 5 rounds. After a long time, Myra Jane held her face and blushed. Yes, I'm sorry, I've lost. The system prompts your points are insufficient and you can't continue the game. Nate watched her play Mahjong all the time, and her blood pressure was a little high. 100% point gun, if you don't lose all, who will? Sure enough, the human-machine setting is too strong. Myra Jane was a little embarrassed by his gaze. Mr. Knight, can you give me another 10 points, I can buy it from you with J coins. Myra Jane was not convinced and vowed to win a round. Nate was speechless at the time. Is this going to evolve into a Krypton gold sow? Humans are indeed creatures who like to play games. He spent a lot of time developing 3 games. This step was right. 002 Tremor Fruit X, Super Magic Tremor. Finally won once. Congratulations. The sky gradually darkened. After Knight generously transferred 1000 points to Miragina's account with developer privileges. She finally won her first time in the blood shopping mahjong game. Knight did not take the money. At this stage, the internet has just started, and it is a bit too hasty to cut leaks at this time. Myra Jane decided to treat Knight to a meal to express her gratitude. It's so late already. After the excitement of winning, Myra Jane noticed the sky outside the window and said with some self-blame. Mr. Knight, I'm sorry to have delayed you for so long. It's okay. I'm also very happy that you like my magic. Knight shook his head and said, and you don't have to be so polite. Just call me by my name. Myra Jane smiled and nodded, I understand, Knight. Anyway, welcome to Join Fairy Tale. Magic in this world is generally divided into 2 types. Possession system and ability system. Knight's magic obviously belongs to the former, which needs to be used with magic props, so it is called possession system. In contrast, the ability system, the magic that the wizard uses to practice and strengthen his own magic power to materialize and use, is called the ability system. The internet is a new type of possession magic. Myra Jane had a hunch that this might bring great changes to the magic world. She took out a magic seal. Nate, where do you want to engrave the guild emblem? On the back of my hand. What about the color? Can I choose the color? Blue. Nate took off his gloves and showed her the back of his left hand. He took the magic seal and pressed it lightly, and a guild emblem was immediately engraved. It's a little late today, I'll take my leave first. Okay, please be safe. After saying goodbye to the poster girl, Knight left the guild. He rented an apartment near the guild for 70,000 J per month, with hot water and furniture, a very cost-effective price. Back home, Knight put hot water in the bathtub and couldn't wait to open the system. Task: get an internet user. Reward: para-human type tremor fruit. Task completed. Do you want to receive the reward? Yes. Detected that it is not the world of One Piece, the reward is being converted. Paradox type tremor fruit, ability type tremor magic. A huge amount of magic knowledge washed over Knight's brain. He mastered a new kind of magic in an instant. Standing by the bathtub, Knight closed his eyes tightly and opened them after a long time. Raised his right hand, a faint white halo wrapped around his fist. In order to adapt to the rules of the world, the devil fruit has become a kind of magic. The only difference: the fruit ability consumes physical strength, while magic consumes magic power. Knight's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a satisfied smile. Magic power, he lacks the least. His current magic power is not outstanding. But all internet users consume a small amount of magic power when using the internet. 99% of it is used to maintain the internet itself. And the remaining 1% will enter Knight's body along the network cable and then be stored. 1%, it seems not much. But as long as there are enough people using the internet, his magic power will reach an incredible level. Host: Knight, Chinese name: Zhou Qingfeng. Age: 20 years old. Race: human. Magic power: magic, internet, tremor. 2 magics, 1 possession type, 1 ability type. The internet has not yet developed combat applications, but the power of the tremor fruit is comparable to super magic. Knight took off his clothes and stepped into the bathtub to take a bath. Above ordinary magic, there is super magic. The full name is super superior magic, which is much more powerful than ordinary magic. With the power of the Tremor fruit, it is easy to set off a tsunami, cause an earthquake, and destroy a town. It is enough to be called super magic. While thinking, a new task popped up. Task: keep the number of active people above 80 for 3 consecutive days, and the average daily online time reaches 2 hours. Task reward: 1000 rings. 80 daily active users? 2 hours online per day. It doesn't seem difficult. Lying in the bathtub, Knight pinched his chin and thought. There are many members in the Fairy Tale Guild, at least hundreds of people. If each of them is given a ring, it is easy to achieve the daily active user target. However, he only has 100 rings. From the novice gift package, including internet magic, which is also a reward of the novice gift package. One of them he wears himself, with the highest developer privileges. Of the other 99, one was given to Myra Jane, and 98 can be distributed. This means that if he distributes all the rings, he must ensure that 80% of the users spend 2 hours on the internet every day for 3 consecutive days. It should be no problem. Considering Marajana's performance today, Knight felt that this task was not a big problem. Speaking of Myra Jane, Knight immediately opened the internet and searched for the ID departing traveler. Online, playing mahjong. Knight smiled. Isn't this task 100% complete? He doesn't need to do anything at all. With a click of his hand, he chose to add a friend. At the same time, Fairy Tale, the guild's female dormitory. Unlike the 70,000 J apartment Knight rented per month, the female dormitory costs 100,000 J per month. As a former S-class wizard, Myra Jane is not short of money, so she naturally chose the female dormitory with better accommodation conditions. At this time, Myra Jane was also taking a bath, playing mahjong while taking a bath. She fell in love with this game a little. Suddenly, a small red dot appeared on the private message in the upper right corner of the interface. Hey! Myra Jane clicked on the red dot and a website prompt popped up. User Sigma Man added you as a friend, do you want to add the other party as a friend? Message: I am Knight. Sigma Man, is Knight's internet nickname? What does Sigma mean? Myra Jane blinked her beautiful eyes. It turns out there is a function to add friends. She didn't know it at all. After choosing to agree, a chat interface popped up. Sigma Man, are you still playing mahjong? Traveler on the way out, how do you know? Traveler on the way out, does your magic have a monitoring function? After sending this sentence, Marajana's face turned red. I am taking a bath, so I was seen naked, right? She quickly shrunk her body into the bubble bath, with only half of her face above the water. Sigma Man, friends can see whether they are online. If they are online, the brackets behind will prompt what the other party is doing. Is that so? Myra Jane murmured softly, fumbling to open the friend list, and sure enough, she saw the only friend. Sigma Man, online, idle. Hey! Myra Jane breathed a sigh of relief, and her 10 slender fingers typed quickly. Traveler on the way out, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, I'm sorry. Sigma Man, I'm very sad, you actually doubted my character. Traveler on the way out, I'm really sorry, Knight, what should I do to make you forgive me? Sigma Man, treat me to 2 meals? Actually, I'm not angry, I just rented a house and I don't have money to eat. Myra Jane was stunned for a moment and typed funny. Traveler on the way out, I know, I will treat you to a meal. The guild has a lot of commissions, I will help you keep an eye out. Sigma Man, thank you, the poster girl. Seeing the name of the poster girl, Myra Jane couldn't help but smile brightly. Some people used to call her like this, but chatting on the internet without meeting each other gave her a completely different feeling. Sigma Man, the other 2 games are also quite interesting, you can try them. Sigma Man, I'm going to rest first, good night. Myra Jane was startled and replied quickly. The departing traveler, good night, see you tomorrow. Then he stared at the chat interface stupidly, and waited for 2 minutes without a reply. Myra Jane puffed her cheeks a little angrily, but then she thought that Knight should be asleep. Other games. Just as a round of mahjong ended, Myra Jane followed the advice and opened the Evil Happy Landlord. Then it continued until late at night. Knight was not going to sleep, but to work. Get up from the bathtub, wipe his hair and body, put on a bathrobe, and then sit at the desk. Start the magic programming interface. I was writing code before crossing, and I am still writing code after crossing. Innate code holy body. Knight complained about himself, his programming level is not bad, and he won a prize in a college student competition. Compared to using computer code, the programming development function of Internet Magic is much simpler. Develop a library function. Allow users to scan and upload the contents of magic books. It will be easier to learn other magic in the future. After a night of fighting, he went to bed at 3 in the morning. When he woke up the next day, it was already noon. Without even eating, Knight went to the guild after a simple wash. He really had no money to eat, so he quickly went to find the poster girl for a meal. 003 newcomers are all monsters. Nate traveled through time a month ago. He landed in Magnolia City. That is the city where Fairy Tale is located. After getting internet magic from the novice gift package, Knight worked odd jobs while studying magic. At the same time, thanks to the free food distributed from the Cardia Cathedral from time to time, he was able to save money to rent a house. Now that the house is rented, he has less than 10,000 J left in his pocket. He is the poorest traveler. However, things are getting better now. Joining Fairy Tale and becoming a wizard, he can take commissions and make money. At noon, Nate walked into the guild, and the noisy atmosphere hit him. Rather than a wizard guild, it was more like a noisy tavern. The guild hall was very wide, enough to accommodate 4 or 5 basketball courts. A large group of people surrounded the bar, yelling at Myra Jane. Hey, Myra Jane, play with it for a while. Let me use that ring too. Please, Myra Jane, it's too much for one person to enjoy it. This magic called the internet looks very interesting. Faced with the crowd's siege, Myra Jane could only smile awkwardly. This is Knight's ring. I can't give it to you without his permission. When Knight comes, I have to return the ring to him. If you want to try, go ask Knight. The crowd did not give up. Someone asked curiously. Has the new guy not come yet? I really want to meet him. Knight walked towards the bar and said as he walked. After the first input of magic power, the ring will be bound to the holder. Others cannot use it. In other words, it recognizes magic power, and everyone's magic power is different. You are finally here, Knight. Myra Jane stood up and greeted him cordially. You don't have to return the ring to me. I'll give it to you as a return gift for inviting me to dinner. Really? Mirajhen's eyes sparkled. Seeing the arrival of the real owner, a group of people immediately surrounded Knight. Hello, newcomer, my name is Makeo. I'm Levi Makugadan, welcome to Fairy Tale, Knight. I'm Kana, hello, newcomer, do you still have that kind of ring? Can you give me one too? Don't be partial, I can buy you a drink. The closest one was a carefree woman, holding a bottle of wine in broad daylight, and seemed very curious about the ring. Knight heard many familiar names, but most of them were unknown minor characters. However, since they are seniors in the guild, it means that everyone is a wizard. As long as you wear a ring and use the internet, it will provide him with magic enhancement. They are all top-notch leaks. Good afternoon, seniors, I'm the newcomer Knight. Since we meet for the first time, I will give everyone a magic ring as a gift. Faced with the enthusiasm of the crowd, Knight took out a cloth bag and gave rings to everyone one by one. The people who got the rings thanked happily, and then went to the side to surf the internet. 98 rings, most of them were gone in a blink of an eye. Myra Jane came over with a plate of delicious food after seeing everyone leave. "Nate, you must not have eaten yet? This is for you." Nate thanked him without hesitation and sat at the bar to enjoy. "Giving away all these magic rings, you don't have money to eat." Myra Jane looked helpless. "Why do you feel sorry for me?" Knight chuckled, "Don't you want to treat me to a meal?" "Don't worry, as long as you come to the guild, I will treat you to a meal," Myra Jane said with a smile, and when Knight pushed the remaining rings in front of her, she asked in confusion. "What are you doing? If anyone wants it later, please give it to them. There are hundreds of members in the guild, but not so many people came today, and there are still 20 to 30 rings left out of the 98 rings." Nate simply gave the remaining rings to Myra Jane, and the poster girl distributed them. "Make sure the ring can be delivered to every leak as soon as possible. You want to send them all?" Myra Jane was stunned, not quite understanding Knight's behavior. "I think the biggest feature of the internet is sharing." "Sharing?" Knight answered while eating delicious food, "Yes, sharing. For example, I want to check a magic book about photographing and scanning. I need to borrow it from the library and search by category, which is very troublesome. So, I plan to add a library to the internet, allowing everyone to upload books freely, whether it is a magic book or an adventure novel. At that time, as long as you have a ring, you can quickly find what you want by searching anytime and anywhere. Knowledge will not disappear because of sharing. On the contrary, it will spark more wisdom in communication." Myra Jane was radiant and admired. Share knowledge and benefit the public. So, more people need to enter the internet? It's a great dream. I was developing the library module last night, but I ran into some trouble. Nate sighed. The picture I imagined is that people who hold the ring can use the scanning function of the internet to scan books page by page, and then upload them to the magic network. You don't know scanning magic? Myra Jane smiled lightly. There is a library on the second floor of the guild, and there should be the magic book you need. Can I go up? No, only S-level wizards can go up to the second floor. Knight, you are still a newcomer now. Myra Jane covered her mouth and chuckled, but I will help you find it. Wait a moment. As she said that, she turned and went up to the second floor. Nate watched her disappear on the stairs, and inadvertently glanced at the notice board beside him. The notice board posted various commissions. Wizards who want to accept the task only need to tear off the task commission letter. There is also a notice board on the second floor, where there are much fewer commissions, at least all S-level tasks. I have to make money next. Is there any mission that can make a lot of money? Nate stood up and walked to the notice board. The commissions were quite diverse. Clearing the snow mountain Bigfoot, repelling a group of thieves, finding the lost heavy, requesting documents, escorting caravans to their destinations. All kinds of commissions. The Wizard Guild does the work of a jack of all trades. The rewards for these commissions range from 50,000 to 600,000 J to 200,000 to 300,000 J. The rewards are a bit low. Nate wants to open a business and enjoy the generous rewards for 3 years. I remember there was an S-level commission that was very simple. Go to a cursed island, lift the curse, and restore the local residents to normal. If I remember correctly, the reward is 7 million J, and a key to the zodiac is also included. Nate pinched his chin and thought. He remembered the plot of Fairy Tale. Although he forgot some details, he didn't forget the general main process. This S-level mission is very simple, just destroy the moon. With his shock magic, it's just a matter of one punch. One punch can earn 7 million J. It's a pity that it's an S-level mission, I can't take it. Knight frowned, thinking in his heart whether to ask Myra Jane to open a back door for him. But with the personality of the poster girl, it is obvious that she will not agree. A newcomer going to perform an S-level mission is risking his life. Myra Jane will definitely think so and stop him. Ahem, are you the newcomer knight? Suddenly, there was a faint cough behind him. Knight turned around and lowered his head. Seeing a short old man, he stretched out his hand to greet him. Hey, newcomer, I'm Makarov, the guild leader. Makarov Dolia, one of the 10 holy wizards. Good afternoon, guild leader. Knight naturally recognized the other party. I heard about you from Myra Jane this morning. Makarov looked kind and benevolent. Your internet magic is very interesting. This is a brand new magic. Did you develop it yourself? It's a genius. He was generous with his praise. When he saw Marajana's demonstration this morning, even he was amazed. He instantly realized the pioneering and revolutionary nature of this magic. Genius. A true wizard genius. It brings people closer together. Even if they are in different countries or cities, they can communicate with each other on the magic network. Internet, this name is great. Makarov was full of admiration. Thank you, President. I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants. Knight shook his head. His internet magic was given by the system. He just created a forum and 3 small games based on its basic framework. No need to be modest, Makarov said with a smile. I heard from Myra Jane that you are a little short of money. Your magic has no combat ability, so it may be difficult to complete the commission. Hearing this, Knight's heart moved, and he immediately said, President, I actually know a kind of magic. Hey? You know a second kind of magic? Makarov was stunned. At such a young age, not only did you create a new and incredible magic internet, but you also mastered a second kind? Knight nodded. I think I can handle S-level tasks. Can you promote me to an S-level wizard as soon as possible? Makarov suspected that he had heard it wrong. A newcomer who just joined the guild is already thinking about becoming an S-level? It's a good thing to have this ambition, but S-level tasks are not a joke. A moment of misjudgment will make you lose your life. Makarov warned in a deep voice. He didn't want a genius wizard to die young. In fact, he was even willing to privately support Knight and give him enough money to live on, so that he could continue to study internet magic with peace of mind. What is your second magic? Earthquake. Knight demonstrated it to Makarov on the spot. He lightly hit the atmosphere with his right fist. Boom! The atmosphere cracked like a mirror, and in an instant, the ground shook. Markov lost his balance and fell to the ground, stunned. The newcomer is not only a genius, but also a monster? 004 President Makarov, you don't want to. The sudden earthquake caused the guild building to shake violently. The wizards in the hall were immersed in surfing the internet, and the violent shaking of the tables and chairs was shocking. What happened? Earthquake. Ouch. My head hit the corner of the table. It hurts. What happened? President? When did you come? The wizards who were addicted to the internet shouted and finally found Makarov. The earthquake came quickly and went away quickly. Nate deliberately controlled the power to minimize the damage. This is my second magic, the shock magic. Quiet. Makarov stood up and patted his waist, coughing awkwardly. Everyone shut up immediately. But the next second, Makar reacted and said in astonishment, Nate, did you do the earthquake just now? I'm showing another magic of mine to the president. Knight nodded, sorry, I scared you. Everyone was speechless on the spot. Earthquake magic. Hey, the newbies are all monsters. I suddenly thought of Guildarts, is there another one? Guildarts? His super advanced destruction magic, Crush, is really as strong as a monster. Nate, is your earthquake magic also super magic? Dozens of incredulous eyes looked at Knight. Good guy, another monster level came to the guild. Quiet, you quickly pick up the overturned tables and chairs." Makarov snorted and scolded. When he looked at Knight, he couldn't suppress the corner of his mouth. "Nate, the earthquake just now, you are deliberately suppressing the power, right? Good boy, you are much more sensible than that idiot Guildarts. That guy will cause huge damage every time he comes back, causing me to be scolded by the council from time to time." Speaking of Guildarts, Makarov was very angry. Several thorns in the guild, demolishing a few houses every now and then, who knows if he will destroy a town one day. Knight was happy in his heart. President Makarov was also miserable. Every time Natsu and others caused great destruction, he was the one who was scolded afterwards. "I can feel that your shock magic is very powerful. If you use it with all your strength, how far can it reach?" Makarov asked seriously. Nate thought about it and answered truthfully. He hoped to get the qualification of S-class wizard as soon as possible, and then go to kill Moon with one punch and make 7 million J. If it's a full-strength attack. If it causes a tsunami, it can flood Magnolia City. If it causes an earthquake, the whole city can be torn into pieces and become a ruin. As soon as these words came out, Makarov was speechless on the spot, standing there in a daze for a long time. Other wizards in the guild moved tables and chairs while eavesdropping on the conversation. When they heard the answer, they couldn't help swallowing. "Confirmed. Another Guildarts. No, it's more terrible than Guildarts. President." Knight saw Makarov was silent, about the qualification of S-class wizard. "Come to the second floor with me." Makarov was helpless and had a headache about this. He did not doubt the truth of what Knight said, but there was a special assessment process for the award of S-class wizards. As the president, he could not just give people a backdoor, otherwise what would happen if others followed suit? Knight followed Makarov to the second floor of the guild. Compared with the first floor, the second floor was very quiet, with no one. Makarov took people to the notice board and pointed to the 3 commissions on it. These are the tasks that the guild's S-class wizards can accept, and there are still 3 commissions left. The first commission is to destroy the Dark Guild Plow Oxhorn and capture the president alive. Commission reward, 9 million J. The second commission is to find the ruins of Gonasan and retrieve a magic book that records lost magic. Commission reward, 8 million J. The third commission is to go to Garna Island to lift the local curse. Commission reward, 7 million J, with the Zodiac Key. That's it. Nate fell in love with the third commission at first sight. He glanced at the other 2. Plow Oxhorn? A dark guild he had never heard of. Looking for a magic book? Without any information, he was not interested at all. "President, I think this task is just right for me." Nate smiled lightly and tore off the third commission on the spot. Makarov opened his mouth and was stunned at the time. He brought Knight up just to let him see the difficulty of the S-level mission so that he would give up. As a result, he became more interested. "Wait, Knight." Makarov hurriedly stopped him. "President, you don't want me to take ordinary commissions and accidentally destroy 1 or 2 towns, right?" Nate blinked and said with a natural black belly, "I am not proficient in my own shock magic, and sometimes I can't control the power well." "You are very proficient. You can cause earthquakes without destroying the guild, and you still say you are not proficient?" Makarov blew his beard and glared, thinking that he was an obedient and good boy, but he didn't expect him to be another thorn. "Even if you say so, rules are rules after all. If you want to become an S-level wizard, you can only wait until the day of the assessment. Since the president said so, I can only go downstairs to take ordinary tasks. Alas, maybe I won't make any money, and I will have to pay for it later." Knight sighed and turned to leave. "Wait." Makarov said helplessly, "I am afraid of you. I don't want to listen to the guild chattering. When I thought of letting Knight do ordinary tasks. Looking for a kitten lost in the city, and then tearing down a city. Shudder. This kind of thing has happened before. On the contrary, those thorny seniors have done similar things. Criticize Natsu by name. Fortunately, Natsu was not in the guild these 2 days, otherwise, if these two people get along, I can't imagine what will happen. President, do you agree? Knight stopped happily. No, to become an S-class wizard, you must abide by the rules of the guild, Makarov said seriously, but if you perform S-class tasks, you can be given a break and allowed to try once. After a pause, he said, if you fail in the commission you have, don't ask for such unreasonable requests next time. Understood, President, I promise to complete the task. Nate was very satisfied with this. It didn't matter to him whether he was an S-class wizard or not. The real goal was to earn 7 million with one punch. With 7 million, he didn't want to do any tasks. He was busy every day. The guild can just sit there and do nothing. You can reap the benefits while sitting at home, and your magic power will increase. At this time, Myra Jane walked out of the library on the 2nd floor, holding a magic book in her hand. Hey, Knight? President. Myra Jane blinked in confusion, not understanding why Knight was on the 2nd floor. Knight saw the magic book in her hand and took the initiative to walk over. Thanks. Ah. You're welcome. Myra Jane reminded, this magic book should be able to help you, but remember to keep it well and return it when the time comes. Understood. Knight put away the magic book, turned to Makarov and said, well, President, I'm going to carry out the mission. After that, he hurried downstairs. Myra Jane looked blank, and suddenly realized something, and hurriedly said, President, Knight's magic has no combat power, and is not suitable for. His magic is very strong, and it is undoubtedly super magic. Makarov said calmly, Myra Jane, I'm leaving for a while, and the guild is temporarily in your hands. Are you going to attend the President's regular meeting? Myra Jane was full of doubts. No. Makarov sighed helplessly, this child is carrying out an S-level mission alone, I am worried, I will follow him quietly. If Knight died in the mission, he would feel bad in his heart, after all, he agreed. When his life is in danger, he will come out to save people. Well, perfect. By then, Knight will definitely be grateful, understand his good intentions, and successfully change from a thorn to a good child. The old ones are still spicy, Makarov thought proudly. 005 Fairy Tale Love Each Other Chat Group, please give flowers. That afternoon, Knight used the little money he had left to buy a map and confirm the location of Karna Island. This island is located overseas, and you need to take the magic train to the port city of Harjan first. Then take a boat to Karna Island. It's not too far, but Knight's wallet is so dry that it's not far from 3 digits. It was exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Knight passed the ticket gate and boarded the train for his journey. The magic technology in the fairy tale world relies on magic and magic crystals. The magic train under his feet can't be compared with the high-speed rail, but it is much faster than the green train. It is expected to arrive at 7 or 8 o'clock that night. Knight found his seat, he likes the window seat. The journey is long, and he didn't bring any gifts, just a magic book. There are not many passengers in the train he is in, only a dozen people. Knight even doubts whether he can recover the operating costs. Or maybe the magic crystal as an energy source is cheaper than he thought. Retracting his gaze, Knight opened the magic book and read quietly in his free time. This is a magic book about photography magic. It explains in detail the principles of this kind of magic and how to learn it. It is not complicated, at least not as complicated as advanced mathematics. Mathematics, if you don't know it, you don't know it. It's like listening to a book from heaven. This magic book is obviously simpler, at least Knight can understand it without anyone explaining it. Just when he was fascinated by it, the train started slowly. Suddenly, the ring on his finger flashed for a moment. Someone sent him a private message. Input magic power into the ring, and a translucent interface immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Traveler on the way, Knight. Traveler on the way, are you going to execute the S-level commission on the second floor? Traveler on the way, I heard from the president that you are going to die. It is indeed Myra Jane. Yes, she is his only friend. Knight smiled slightly, what a gentle and kind girl. Sigma man, thank you for your concern, I am very strong. Myra Jane replied in seconds. The departing traveler, I already know that you have mastered the second kind of magic. I heard from the people in the guild that it is super magic. The departing traveler, you didn't tell me yesterday. The departing traveler, this has nothing to do with strength. S-level missions are very dangerous. You must be careful. The departing traveler, by the way, the president is following you secretly. If you encounter danger, you can shout for help from the president. Makarov didn't know that Myra Jane turned around and sold him out. Nate was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Makarov to follow him. He was a little touched. He looked up and scanned the train compartment, but didn't find him. That's right. The old man is one of the 10 great magic guides of the Holy Land. He won't be easily discovered by him. Sigma man, don't worry. If I encounter difficulties, I will ask the president for help. The departing traveler, you are such a fool, don't mess around like this next time, understand? Then, Knight saw a prompt. The departing traveler invites you to join the chat group Fairy Tale Love Each Other, do you agree? Hey? Even the chat group has been established? Immediately agreed. As soon as I entered the chat group, the information flashed in front of my eyes as smooth as a waterfall. Macau, did Knight really go on an S-level mission? Please buy me a drink, our poster girl said so. No one can run faster than me, yes, is it a test given to him by the head? Even if he has mastered super magic, it is a bit too radical to challenge S-level right away. What to draw today? I think there is something between Knight and Myra Jane, have you noticed? I don't need to explain the meaning of giving rings, right? Dance with me, but everyone gave it. What do you want to say, Radash? What to draw today? Please call me by my nickname online, idiot. Then the chat went off track. Knight was speechless. Sure enough, humans like gossip, and so do wizards. Traveler who set out, don't talk nonsense, it will cause trouble for Knight. The ring is just a magic prop that enters the internet. Traveler who set out, I have more than 20 rings here. If you don't have them yet, you can come to me to get them. They are given by Knight to everyone. Everyone should thank Knight. Wakaba, our guild's poster girl, is anxious, smirk.jpg. Traveler who is leaving, Mr. Wakaba, I want to tell your wife that you've been smoking again recently, smile.jpg. Wakaba, sorry, Lady Myra Jane. Macau, speaking of which, the mission on Garna Island will pass by Harjan, right? Yesterday morning, Natsu asked me about the fire dragon. I heard that the fire dragon appeared in Harjan, so he went there. Macau, maybe they can still meet. Nate, who was diving, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Natsu was in Harjan? Fire dragon? Is this the scene at the beginning of the plot? At this time, the poster girl sent another private message. Traveler who is leaving, sorry, Nate, don't mind, people in the group are talking nonsense. Sigma man, I mind it very much. I can't get better without 5 meals.jpg. Myra Jane was startled when she saw the first sentence, and rolled her eyes when she saw the second half. She sat behind the guild bar, pursed her lips and typed quickly. Traveler who set out, come back safely, I will treat you to the best food. .jpg. These people learn really fast, and they have already mastered the use of expressions. Nate sent back a pin expression and threw her aside. He no longer paid attention to the gossip in the group and continued to read. Magic still interested him more. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the train finally arrived at Harujian. Nate walked out of the station slowly with the magic book in his hand. The port city was brightly lit at night. It's so late, there should be no ship going to Karna Island. It seems that we have to wait until tomorrow. Nate touched his pocket, bought a map and a ticket, and had more than 3,000 J left. So, where to stay tonight? No, compared to where to stay, what about dinner? At noon, he should have asked the poster girl to prepare a lunch box for him. Mistake. Walking in the city at night, Knight thought about how to eat a free meal elegantly. Can magic performances be used to deduct meal expenses? It is impossible to spend money, and only free meals can barely maintain life. Then he walked into a nice-looking restaurant on the street. Finding a seat near the table, as soon as he sat down, Knight suddenly found a bunch of cherry-colored short hair and a blue-skinned cat next to him. One person and one cat feasted on the sumptuous dinner on the table. Knight whispered, "Igneel." Suddenly, the movement next door stopped. Natsu was still biting a piece of meat in his mouth. "Happy, did you hear Igneel?" "Love, I heard it." The blue cat answered vaguely, holding a fish and chewing it. "Forget it, it's an illusion." Natsu continued to eat. A figure sat across from the dining table. "Good evening, both of you." Nate smiled and said, "Want to know where Igneel is? Please treat me to a meal." "Brothers, we got another meal." Natsu and Happy looked up at the same time. "Who are you?" "You mean Igneel?" Nate took off his left glove with a light movement and turned the back of his hand towards the two of them. On it was a blue guild emblem. "I am the Wizard of Fairy Tale, Knight." "Nice to meet you, Natsu, Happy." 0061 punched Tsunami, 6/10 flowers requested. "It's a real guild emblem." Happy stretched out his little paw and touched the back of Knight's hand, and said in surprise, "But we haven't seen you before." "I just joined the guild last night, I'm a newcomer, of course you haven't seen me before." "So you're a newcomer?" Natsu believed it on the spot, and then asked excitedly, "Do you know where Igneel is?" "I know." "Please tell me, please." Plop. Natsu knelt on the spot and did a standard earth seat. "Let's eat first." Nate's eyes twitched, this guy really doesn't mind being embarrassed. The meal was very pleasant. It wasn't his own money, so Knight didn't bother to be polite with Natsu, and ordered a few popular dishes. During the chat, the two of them and the cat became much more familiar with each other. Half an hour later, Knight left the restaurant full and satisfied. "Thank you for the treat, Natsu." "You're welcome, Knight, I'm full too." Natsu touched his stomach, then asked as he walked, "Can you tell me where Igneel is now?" Knight thought about it and didn't tell the truth directly. The main reason was that he couldn't explain the source of the news. But he could fight in a roundabout way. After Ali actually ate a big meal from someone else, it would be a bit unreasonable not to tell him. "The Ignneel you are talking about is a real dragon, a fire dragon, right?" "Yes. I know where to find it." "Where?" Natsu asked hurriedly. Knight's ring flickered slightly, and a translucent forum interface suddenly appeared in front of the two. "The internet." "Ah." Natsu looked at the forum page curiously, "What kind of magic is this?" "I created magic, you can ask questions in the forum, and netizens from all over the world will answer your questions kindly." Knight is going to open a small account, and when Natsu asks questions, he will tell him the truth. Pretending to be a secret boss in the magic world. Really? Natsu was a little skeptical, how to ask? "Wait until you return to the guild and find Myra Jane to get a ring." He explained how to enter the internet and demonstrated some basic functions of the internet to him in person. When Natsu saw the Fairy Tale Love Chat group, he was stunned. What a powerful magic! Can we chat from such a distance? Unconsciously, the two walked to a high wall, and the cool breeze at night blew from the sea, bringing a refreshing feeling. Right. At this time, Happy saw a cruise ship gradually leaving the port. During the day, the fire dragon said that he would hold a party on the ship. It must be that ship. When he heard the ship, Natsu didn't care about watching the group chat, and covered his mouth and was about to vomit. Nate quickly took a step back to avoid vomiting on him. Fire dragon. He followed Happy's gaze and saw a luxury cruise ship. Love, we came here to find Igneel, but the fire dragon is a fake and uses charm magic to deceive people. Fire dragon is Natsu's nickname. Pretending to be a member of the guild, Natsu, he is pretending to be you. Knight shook his head. If he remembered correctly, Lucy was also tricked into boarding the ship. Hey? Really? Ah. That's right, that guy pretended to be me. Natsu finally calmed down the feeling of vomiting and reacted belatedly. He was suddenly a little angry. I thought he was pretending to be Igneel. Damn, he actually cheated under the name of fairy tale. How can a human pretend to be a dragon? Knight was helpless. As expected of the protagonist of a hot-blooded comic, he was a little bit lacking in brains. I'll get him back. As a member of the guild, Knight did not stand idly by. He clenched his right fist, and his fist was wrapped in a layer of milky white halo. The next moment, it suddenly bombarded the atmosphere. Seaquake. Boom. The cracks in the atmosphere spread like a spider web, and like a mirror that could not bear the weight, it shattered. Natsu and Happy were both shocked. Then, they saw a wave thousands of meters wide rising from the far end of the sea level at the end of their vision. The waves rolled towards the port, getting higher and higher as the distance approached. Wow! Happy screamed, the tsunami is coming. Before the tsunami came, the wind and waves arrived first. Happy was blown away by the strong wind and quickly grabbed the plaid scarf around Natsu's neck. Natsu, Knight, help! The kitten shouted for help. Natsu stretched out his hand to block the strong wind and said in shock, Knight, your magic is so strong. The luxury cruise ship that was sailing was swept back to the coast by the huge waves. With a bang, the cruise ship rushed to the land, hit the wave-breaking wall, and broke into two sections. At the same time, Makarov, who was hiding in the dark, immediately held his forehead. It's too much. I knew it would be like this. The city was almost flooded. Aside from the headache, he had to admit it from the perspective of the 10th Saint Magician. Nate's shock magic is indeed a bit too strong. That is, the child's magic power is not strong enough. If he has the magic power of the 10th Saint like him, I dare not imagine what will happen with this punch. On the coast. Damn, what happened? How could a tsunami suddenly appear out of nowhere? A group of men came out of the damaged cruise ship with injuries all over their bodies. Pora held the wave-breaking wall and looked forward with annoyance. A blonde woman in a burgundy evening dress also climbed up from the ruins. Star Spirit Magician, did you do it? What did you do? Just now on the boat, he was about to use hypnotic magic to hypnotize the other party, but was seen through by the other party at a glance. He even wanted to summon the star spirit to resist. Then, the tsunami suddenly appeared. No matter how I think about it, it was all this woman who did it. It hurts so much. Lucy rubbed the bruise on her forehead, not knowing what happened or why a tsunami suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Lucy, why are you on this ship too? Harpy. Lucy looked up and saw a blue cat with wings flying in the sky, and was immediately surprised. Then, she saw Natsu standing on the breakwater, and another handsome guy she had never seen before. Knight held the magic book in one hand and pointed at Pola below with the other. Is this the fire dragon you mentioned? Bora looked up and noticed the two of them, snorting, Yes, I am the fire dragon of fairy tale. I think you should mind your own business. You are a fire dragon, then who am I? Natsu's face darkened, revealing the guild emblem on his right shoulder. I am Natsu, the wizard of fairy tale. Let me take a good look at your face. What? Bora's eyes widened. The younger brothers behind him saw the guild emblem and turned pale. No, boss, it's the real thing. I seem to have heard of it, cherry-colored short hair, dragon scale-like plaid scarf. It's the real fire dragon. The younger brothers were terrified and wanted to run away. After hearing about Natsu's identity, Lucy also covered her mouth in surprise. Natsu, is he a wizard of fairy tale? Love. Happy flew down and landed on her shoulder, asking for credit. By the way, Knight is also the one who caused the tsunami that saved you, Lucy. Nate? Who? Lucy was startled, and then noticed the handsome black-haired guy next to Natsu. Was it him? Nate noticed her surprised gaze and smiled back. Suddenly he remembered the additional reward for the commission, a key to the zodiac. It seemed useless to him. How much would be appropriate to sell it to Lucy? This is the eldest daughter of a wealthy family, so don't be polite. If you ask for less, do you look down on the Heartfilia group? 007, don't move here, I'll go buy an orange, 7/10 for flowers. The enraged Natsu had already started fighting with Pola. Nate didn't intervene, he jumped lightly from the breakwater and landed next to Lucy. Hello, I'm Knight. My name is Lucy, thank you for saving me. Seeing the handsome guy approaching her, Lucy hurriedly thanked him and looked at him curiously. Aren't you going to help? There are a lot of them. Knight glanced and saw Natsu beating up Pola and his gang. Happy flew to Knight's shoulder and said confidently. Natsu is very strong and won't lose to those fakes. Knight, just watch carefully. Knight reached out and touched the blue cat's head. He is the fire dragon slayer, who transforms himself into a dragon's physique to counter the dragon's dragon slayer magic. A lost magic. Dragon slayer magic. Lucy was extremely surprised. As expected of the fairy tale wizards, each one of them was so powerful. It was the magic to counter the dragon and the tsunami, which was really different from that fake. Lucy, are you a celestial mage? Knight seemed to have just noticed the bunch of keys in Lucy's hand, 3 gold and 3 silver. Celestial magic is an ancient magic that signs a contract with celestial spirits and uses keys as a medium to summon celestial spirits from the celestial world in the other dimension to fight. Celestial mage is very rare and belongs to the possession system. The disadvantage is that without the key, you can't use magic. Hey? Yes. Actually, I'm carrying out a commission, and one of the rewards for the commission is a key to the zodiac. Knight showed a business-like smile like a businessman, and spoke in a friendly tone. It seems useless to me. If you want, I can sell it to you. The key to the zodiac. Lucy opened her eyes wide and nodded in surprise. Really? Are you willing to give it to me? Knight. Ms. of a rich family, how did you hear sell as give? Sell. He had to remind with emphasis. Knight said to Lucy, do you want to join fairy tale? Follow me. He turned around and ran without paying any attention to her. Lucy was slightly startled, then smiled happily. Yes. Wait for me. Several people ran away one after another, and disappeared into the night in a blink of an eye. After a while, Makarov appeared on the breakwater with his fist hardened. Natsu, I'm the one who got scolded. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and the magic train stopped running, so it was temporarily impossible to go to Magnolia. Knight and others who fled the scene found a hotel to stay. Lucy lay in the bathtub, recalling the scenes of today, and couldn't help but smile. Tomorrow I can join fairy tale, and I can also buy a key of the zodiac from Knight. Today is really my lucky day. Although I was deceived by the fake, the final result was good. I met 3 fairy tale wizards. I was so happy that I hummed a song. After taking a shower and changing into pajamas, it was still early to go to bed. Lucy took out a diary and recorded the happy day. On the other side, in the next room, Natsu and Happy were already fast asleep. Knight sat in front of the window and continued to read the magic book in the moonlight outside the window. The next day, early in the morning. Harjan train station. Knight, aren't you going back to the guild with us? Natsu asked curiously. I still have a commission, and I will go back after completing the commission. Knight waved goodbye to the two people and the cat. Really? Then, see you at the guild. Natsu grinned, turned around and got on the train, then fell on the ground and began to vomit. Lucy waved at Knight. Goodbye, Knight, don't forget the key. Knight just smiled. Watching the train go away, Knight turned around and left the station. Next, it's time to complete the commission. He came to the port and looked for a boatman willing to take him to Karna Island. There were many boats at the port, but they all shook their heads when they heard that they were going to Karna Island. Until Knight revealed his identity as a wizard, a boatman was finally willing to take him there. On the boat to Karna Island, Knight began to recall the story that happened on the island. About 3 years ago, a group of wizards moved a frozen demon to the island. It was a forbidden magic called Absolute Ice Purity. A great wizard named Wolo sealed the demon at the cost of his own body disappearing. For 3 years, the group of wizards on the island continued to use the moondrop magic to melt the ice. Affected by the moondrop's ritual, an evil barrier formed over the island. The existence of the barrier caused confusion in the memory of the residents on the island. They were originally demons, but they mistakenly thought they were humans and were cursed. So, they sent a commission to Fairy Tale. It was also very simple to solve the commission, just destroy the barrier. Nate was not interested in what the wizards were going to do, and he didn't want to meddle in other people's business. He just had to go to the island and punch them, and then take the reward. Simple. What an easy S-level mission. It's a pity that he only knew this one S-level commission. Are you a wizard who wants to solve the curse on the island? Suddenly, the boatman standing at the bow of the boat said, My name is Bobo, and I am a resident who escaped from the cursed island. My name is Knight, don't worry, it will be solved soon. Nate vaguely remembered that this person seemed to be the only villager on the island who had no memory confusion. Can you really solve the curse? Seeing his confidence, Bobo couldn't help but say, when you step on that island, disaster will also befall you. It's not too late to turn back now. So, you should learn more magic. If you don't learn magic, life will be full of curses. Nate chuckled and explained to him the existence of the evil barrier. After hearing this, Bobo was stunned. It turned out that the source of the curse was so simple. You didn't even go to the island, how do you know? Bobo was half believing and half doubting. Compared to these, you should row the boat seriously, get to the place earlier, and I can finish the work earlier. Knight said no more nonsense, took out the magic book and continued to read. He had already read half of it. When he finished reading this magic book, the library would be built soon. Seeing that he had a mature look in his heart, Bobo was silent for a moment and chose to believe it once. Immediately, he stopped talking and increased the speed of rowing. A few hours later, the boat arrived at Karna Island. Knight got off the boat and turned back to say to him, Don't move here, I'll go buy an orange. 008 Get rich overnight, Feng Yang's glasses, 8/10. Orange. Bobo stayed on the boat and was stunned for a moment. Oh, I said it wrong, I mean. Stay here and don't move. I will solve the curse soon. I need you to send me back when I go back. Knight glanced at the situation on the shore and asked again, which direction is the village? Over there. Popo pointed in the direction, his face full of solemnity. Mr. Knight, I can't stay here for too long, I feel very uncomfortable, please try to leave before dark. Knight waved his hand, found the right direction and walked away. After passing through a dense forest, we finally saw traces of human activities. A village came into view, surrounded by tall wooden fences and a very tall wooden door in front. "Is anyone there?" Knight shouted loudly towards the village. Soon, the wooden door was lifted up, and the village chief walked out from behind the door with a group of villagers. "I am the Wizard of Fairy Tale, Knight, and I came here to accept the commission." "Who is the client?" "I am the client, the village chief Mocha. I just received the news that the commission was accepted yesterday, and you are here today?" "Very efficient." The village chief was wrapped in a grey robe and a veil to cover his appearance, with only his eyes exposed. "Are you alone? Can you solve the curse by yourself?" The village chief Mocha saw Knight alone. Some distrust. Knight took off his left glove, showed the emblem to confirm his identity, and said straight to the point. "No need to chat, I have fully understood the curse you mentioned on the way here. Before I help you remove the curse, have you prepared the commission?" The village chief was still a little uncomfortable with Knight's swiftness. He wanted to explain the curse, but the words were stuck in his throat. "Of course, as long as you can solve the curse, the reward will be offered with both hands." "Then I'll start." Knight nodded and looked up at the sky. It was noon now, the sun was scorching, and looking directly at the sun made him squint unconsciously. The evil barrier could not be seen. However, considering the distance and the fact that the evil barrier was enough to cover the entire island. Just use the magic power of one heart. Knight thought secretly. His current magic power is 1.5 stars, and one heart is equivalent to 2/3 of his magic power. Slowly adjusting his breathing rhythm, Knight concentrated the magic power in his body on a fist. Along with the flow of magic power, his right fist was covered with a faint milky white halo. The strong vibration was compressed in a fist. The villagers looked at each other, not knowing what Knight wanted to do. "Excuse me." The village chief was just about to speak. Suddenly, Knight punched the sky. Air shock. Boom. A dull sound rang out of thin air, and then the atmosphere hit by the fist began to crack like a mirror. The villagers were shocked and looked up at the sky. "What's wrong? What will happen?" "It seems nothing happened." Whispering. Knight squinted his eyes and looked directly at the direction of the sun, counting down. 3, 2, 1. Crack, crack. Traces of cracks appeared above everyone's heads, and the cracks spread rapidly, covering the sky in an instant. The villagers blurted out in shock, "The sky is broken." The cracks became more and more, until the moment when the critical value was reached. With a loud bang, the evil membrane covering the island shattered into countless crystal dust and drifted away with the wind. "Ah, I remember it." "Really? So that's what happened. We were originally demons." As the dust fell, the villagers' memories were also revived. A group of people were stunned for a long time, and then they shouted excitedly. "Recovered. I remember." When the first villager took off his grey robe and revealed his demonic posture, the others followed suit. In a blink of an eye, a group of demons with strange looks came into Knight's sight. The village chief also took off his coat, stepped forward emotionally, took Knight's hand and said, "Thank you very much for your help. I didn't expect that the curse that troubled us could be solved so easily. You are worthy of being a wizard of fairy tale. No need to compliment me. According to the agreement, what about the reward?" Knight was not used to the appearance of these demons, and silently withdrew his palm. Although the village chief was a demon, he did not break the agreement like a demon. He immediately ordered the villagers to get the reward. "This curse has tortured us for 3 years. At first, we thought it was an infectious disease and we would turn into monsters at night. We found dozens of doctors but to no avail. Now I think it's because we are a little inferior to our demon appearance, so we mistakenly think that the human appearance after transformation is ourselves." Some villagers were still a little confused, and said to Knight while sorting out their memories. "In short, Thank you very much for your help. Knight just smiled. Although he looked extremely ferocious on the outside, he was very simple in his heart. He was just an ordinary villager, no different from a human being. Soon, Knight got the commission. A magic bank card with 7 million J and a golden zodiac key. Well, my work is done, goodbye. Mr. Knight, you came from afar, why don't you stay and attend the banquet together? The villagers who delivered the reward asked him to stay. Knight waved his hand without looking back, smiled and said, I appreciate your kindness. If the curse appears again, you can report it to the guild and I will handle the after-sales. The ritual of the moon drop is still going on, and Knight is not sure whether the evil film will appear again. Back to the coast. Bobo stayed in place as agreed. Seeing Knight return, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. What are you doing? It's been solved. Please take me back. Ah. Bobo had a dull expression on his face. It was less than an hour before and after, and it was solved? However, I did see the picture of the sky breaking just now. He touched his head and murmured, the uncomfortable feeling seems to be gone. Have you really solved the curse of the devil? Son of the village chief, after sending me back, you can go back to the village and see it with your own eyes. Nate chuckled and stepped onto the boat. Just after Knight left. On a tall tree near the village, a masked man sat cross-legged. Beside the man, a magic crystal floated in the air. He looked at the villagers celebrating the lifting of the curse, and couldn't help but smile. It's a gorgeous magic to break the sky. He reached out and took off the mask, and with this action, the man turned into a woman. Even the voice was the same. However, the wizard of fairy tale didn't come to the temple to investigate and just left? Ha, interesting people. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when I returned to Harjan. Nate, who became rich overnight, decisively bought a ticket, and before the train arrived, he walked into a magic supplies store. Customer, this is what you want? Feng Yang's glasses. The boss took out a pair of magic glasses from the counter. Yes, this is it. Nate took the glasses and put them on. Feng Yang's glasses, a magic item that allows people to read books very quickly. Before, I was short of money and couldn't afford it. Now that I have money, I must buy one for myself. With it, it is convenient to read magic books. After testing the function, Knight immediately asked, how much does it cost? 150,000 J. It's expensive. Knight complained in his heart that he had worked illegally for a month before and only earned more than 100,000 J. Now he has money, buy it. After paying, Knight happily left the magic shop and boarded the train back. With Feng Yang's glasses, he finished reading the remaining half of the magic book in an hour. After swallowing a magic book, he had a general idea of photography magic. Immediately activated the internet programming function and began to improve the library. That night at 9 o'clock, the train arrived at Magnolia. Knight did not go to the guild and went directly back to his apartment. When he arrived at the door of his house, he was surprised to find that the house next door had a new tenant. Knight. Lucy, who was moving, opened her eyes wide. Knight raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence, you live here too. 009 Magic Internet Alpha 0.2 version update, 9/10 flowers requested. Knight didn't expect Lucy to live next door to him. But thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. The apartment he found is already the cheapest residence near the guild. There are cheaper houses, but they are a bit far away. Knight, when did you come back? Lucy was also surprised. Didn't you say you were going to complete the commission this morning? It's already been done. Knight saw her carrying the gift. Do you want help? Lucy was startled and nodded happily, thank you. Hearing this, Knight was a little helpless at the time. He was polite and said it casually, but the eldest lady was not polite. He had no choice but to help Lucy move the gift and clean the new house. Fortunately, there were not many gifts and the house was small, so it was done in a short while. I've cleaned it up. Thank you, Knight. Lucy wiped the sweat from her forehead and poured Knight a glass of water enthusiastically. You're welcome. We'll be neighbors in the future, so it's only right for us to help each other. Kate noticed the silver ring on Lucy's left hand. Did you get the ring successfully? Ah? Yes. Lucy stretched out her hand to show the ring and smiled. I think I'm very lucky. These are the last few rings. Have all 98 rings been distributed? Kate's heart moved and he looked at the task progress. Task: keep the number of active users above 80 for 3 consecutive days, and the average daily online time reaches 2 hours. Task reward: 1000 rings. Today's active users, 99 people. Today's average daily online time, 7.05 hours. Total number of registered users, 100 people. Kate was often shocked by the online time of these animals. More than 7 hours a day on average. Don't these people have to work? What's even more exaggerated is the number of active users. Except for himself, the other 99 people who got the ring have logged in at least once. Including Lucy in front of him. Yesterday, today, both days have met the task requirements. If tomorrow goes well, he will be able to complete the task the day after tomorrow. By the way. Suddenly, Knight took out a golden key from his pocket. This is the reward for the commission. Lucy's eyes lit up and she drooled. Ah, the key of Sagittarius. Zodiac, the 9th house, Sagittarius. Hey, wait, it's not yours now. Knight quickly took back the key and didn't let Lucy snatch it away. I haven't paid yet, miss. How much? Lucy knelt beside the tea table, her hands on the table, her upper body very close, her beautiful face almost touching Knight. 2 words filled her big eyes, want. Let me think 10 million. Ah. Lucy was stunned. Nate didn't know how much the Zodiac key was worth, but there were only 12 in the world, so it should be very valuable. Wait, 10 million. Lucy repeated stupidly. She bought a silver key at Harugan's magic shop. The Star Spirit of Canis Minor costs 30,000 J. She didn't know the price of the gold key, which was a priceless treasure. Nate, I don't have that much money, can you make it cheaper? No. Lucy didn't give up, she ran to Knight, hugged his arm, tears streaming down her face. Please, make it cheaper, Lord Knight. Nate felt a soft touch on his arm, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. She actually wanted to corrupt him with her sex appeal. 8 million. Cheaper. Lucy pursed her lips, stared at Knight, and stretched out 2 white and tender fingers. 200,000. Nate quickly pulled his arm out of her warm embrace and rolled his eyes. Why don't you rob? I only have 200,000 J on my body, all for you, sell it to me, okay? Lucy wanted it very much, and she pestered him. Nate knew that she had run away from home, and he didn't expect Lucy to come up with a large sum of money at once. Immediately suggested. You can write an IOU. We live so close, and in the future, a dinner will cost 3,000 J, and the money for the ingredients will be on me. How about this? Lucy's clever little head calculated frantically. 8 million J, 1 meal a day is 3,000 J, so the answer is 2,667 days. 7.3 years. Okay, I agree. She nodded like pounding garlic. Anyway, she has to cook, 1 person or 2 people can do it. Besides, Knight pays for the ingredients, so she can just eat Knight's dinner, which can save a lot of money. Profit. Lucy thought happily, Knight, the idiot, must not have thought of it. It's an appointment, here you go. Kate then handed the golden key to Lucy, write the IOU now, and I haven't eaten dinner yet, so you go buy vegetables and cook. As a creditor, I will start to exercise the creditor's power from now on. You really know how to order people around. Lucy complained in her heart, it was so late, where could she go to buy vegetables? However, she couldn't hide the smile on her face after getting a golden key. I know. I'll write it now, thank you Knight. She ran to write the IOU happily. After writing it, she didn't go out to buy vegetables, but simply heated up the bread. Nate didn't despise it, took the IOU, and got up and left after eating. Remember to buy vegetables tomorrow, don't forget, and ask me to reimburse you for the ingredients later. Yes. Lucy sent Knight to the door, slammed it, and couldn't wait to close the door, then happily took out the Sagittarius key to admire it. Sure enough, I'm lucky. I didn't spend a penny, and I can still eat Knight's dinner in the future, hee hee. Lucy's sly laugh came from behind the door. Knight shook his head, glanced at the IOU, and thought, go ask your dad for money when you have time. The next day, Knight came to the guild early. There were not many people in the hall, and the poster girl Myra Jane was earlier than him. Knight, you're back. She greeted in surprise. I came back last night. Good morning, Myra Jane. Knight sat down at the bar. Now that he has money, he can start a wonderful life of slacking off in the guild. Commission? Whoever wants to do it can do it. You haven't eaten yet? I'll prepare breakfast for you. Myra Jane smiled and left a sentence, turned and went to the kitchen. After a while, she returned with a hearty breakfast. As agreed, I'll treat you to the best food in the guild. It's really good, very delicious. Nate tasted it without hesitation, with a look of admiration on his face. Who is the chef? He is such a great cook. I made it. Myra Jane smiled, thank you for the compliment. You made it. Nate looked at her in surprise. She was beautiful, but was she such a great cook? I really want to marry her home. By the way, Knight. Myra Jane thought of the commission and asked, how is the commission going? Of course it's done. It's a very simple S-level mission. Nate briefly mentioned the matter of Karna Island. It's great that we didn't encounter any trouble. Myra Jane breathed a sigh of relief, but how could there be such a huge evil spirit that condensed into a film over the island? Of course it's because of the moondrop ceremony. Knight didn't mention it. If he did, given the poster girl's personality, she might ask him to deal with the moondrop. He didn't want to go. He just wanted to play badly now. Anyway, the demon was dead, so it didn't matter if the ice melted. By the way, hasn't the president come back yet? No. Myra Jane shook her head. At this moment, a scream came from behind. Ah, I lost everything again. Why is it that every time I call the landlord, other people's cards are better than mine? It was Wakaba's voice. As if he had just noticed Knight's existence, Wakaba suddenly ran over. Knight, you're back. Good morning, Mr. Wakaba. Knight smiled and greeted him. Wakaba grabbed Knight's hand with a serious face. Knight, I have a once-in-a-lifetime request, please be sure to agree to it. What's the matter? Can you give me more sign-in points? Wakaba burst into tears. 10 points, I lost them all in a flash. I can't play landlord today. What's the point of my life? Nate. The poster girl covered her mouth and chuckled. She had a lot of points, more than 700. However, she could understand Wakaba's feelings. It was really painful to lose all the points. Increase the sign-in reward. Knight thought about it and nodded, I understand. The points system should indeed be modified. Playing games without points will dampen users' enthusiasm for surfing the internet. Why not separate the game currency and the points system? For example, 1 point can be exchanged for 1000 happy beans. At the same time, the sign-in reward is increased. 100 points per day means 100,000 happy beans, which is enough for playing freely. I think so. 100,000 won't be lost in the morning, right? Wait a moment, I'll make some changes now. Immediately, Knight didn't even bother to eat breakfast, and started the programming tool to make changes. Myra Jane and Wakaba watched from the side. After watching for a long time, the two looked at each other and saw 3 words in each other's eyes. I don't understand. It's very simple to modify the points system. Knight modified it in a few seconds. Not only that, he also built the framework of the library last night, and the last step is left. Integrate the library function into the forum. In order to encourage users to upload books, he set up a reward of varying points for uploading books that have not yet been collected by the library. The rarer the book, the more points will be rewarded. So, it's done. It's done. I'll release the update of the new version now. Nate chuckled and pressed the synchronization button. Wakaba immediately opened the internet. Sure enough, he saw the difference. Magic Internet Alpha 0.2 version update announcement. The first thing that appeared was not a forum, but a notice. 010 Your secret boss in the magic world Voldemort is online, 10/10 flowers. The internet suddenly lost connection. You too. Did something happen tonight? So the magic failed. Early in the morning, there was a noise in the guild hall. As Knight pressed the synchronization button, all users who were surfing the internet were disconnected. There were not many people, so the volume was not loud. Knight stood up and said to several people, I just updated the version, everyone just need to reconnect. Everyone was surprised to find Knight. Wow! Knight, when did you come back? I didn't notice it at all. Good morning, Knight. After greeting enthusiastically, everyone quickly activated their rings. Knight shook his head and sat down to eat breakfast again. Wakaba stood aside and read the update content carefully. Myra Jane also curiously opened the internet. Magic Internet Alpha 0.2 version update announcement. 1. Added the library module to the forum. After this update, all users can use the internet's built-in scanning function for free to scan and upload books. Uploaded books will be stored in the Magic Network for users to check, and each check will consume points. Users who upload books will receive points rewards. For specific rules, please click the Details page, Details. 2. The daily sign-in reward has been increased, and the basic reward has been increased from 10 points per day to 100 points. 3. The game-specific currency, Happy Beans, has been added to the game section. 1 point can be exchanged for 1000 Happy Beans. Happy Beans cannot be exchanged for points in reverse. 4. The page has been optimized and is now more beautiful. 5. A small number of program errors have been fixed. 6. New chat emoticons have been added. There are quite a few updates. However, except for the first 3, the rest are just for the sake of numbers. Nate, my points are still 0. Wakaba read the announcement and found something wrong after opening his personal account. You have already signed in today. Knight replied helplessly, don't worry, it will be 100 points starting tomorrow. What should I do today? I can't play landlord. My life is over. Is your life only about playing cards? Knight complained in his heart and suggested. Now points can be obtained by uploading books in addition to signing in. As soon as this was said, Wakaba had no time to act. Several people in the guild suddenly stood up and ran to the guild library. There are many books in the library, first come first served. Wait, count me in. I want points too. A group of people ran faster than anyone else, and the hall became empty in a blink of an eye. It was obviously me who came first, but these guys. Wakaba immediately followed. So energetic. Myra Jane said with a smile, 4 points, they are really more active than working. After a while, someone else came to the guild and found that there were only Myra Jane and Knight in the hall, and immediately suspected that they had walked into the wrong door. Hey? Is it a festival today? Did everyone go to watch the fireworks? They all went to the library to upload books. Myra Jane replied. The few people who just came in showed a blank expression. When they understood the reason, they also followed to grab points. After that, several waves of guild members came, and none of them could escape. Myra Jane held her forehead. It would be great if the work was so positive. You can change the reward for the task entrustment to points and give me the money. Nate couldn't help laughing, and Myra Jane couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. After breakfast, Knight also turned on the internet and entered the library section. Just in a short while, there were already dozens of books. It seems that the function is working properly. Knight nodded secretly. It's fine as long as it works. Don't make any changes. He turned around and browsed the forum. With the participation of 99 real people, the activity of the forum did not increase. Knight was not surprised by this. Today's users are all members of a guild, and everyone is chatting in the Fairy Tale Love Each Other chat group. The group is now in full swing, and everyone is discussing the matter of grabbing points. Suddenly, Knight found a new post in the forum. The posting time was yesterday, and the poster was, Natsu. Who can tell me where Igneel is? Please. Only 3 replies? Or a reply robot? Knight smiled and took advantage of Marajana's addiction to mahjong to immediately use the background to create a vest. Your secret boss in the magic world is online. Magic Council Era. This is an organization responsible for maintaining order in the magic world, consisting of 1 speaker and 9 counselors. The main tasks include monitoring the actions of various wizard guilds, punishing illegal guilds and hunting down dark guilds. At this time, the Magic Council, Fiori Kingdom Branch. Makarov sat on the judgment seat and faced the thoughts of 10 counselors. The roar of the counselors came to his ears. It's the idiots of Fairy Tale again. This time it's Harujian. Most of the port has been destroyed. Makarov, are you listening? Makarov shuddered and quickly turned off Happy Landlord. Listening. What did you say just now? Counselor. One of them was a woman named Ultear. She chuckled and said, Mr. Makarov, don't be in a hurry to turn it off. What kind of magic is this? It seems to be watching you playing cards. Ahem. Makarov coughed dryly and his old face turned red. He was really used to being scolded, so he played cards to kill time when he was bored. Seeing that everyone's eyes were fixed on him, Makarov had to explain. A new magic called the Internet. A great magic that will sooner or later lead to a new era of revolution in the magic world. Makarov praised generously. Just now, he saw the appearance of the library function. What does this mean? It means that he is indeed a discerning person, and Knight is a true genius wizard. Hearing this, the reviewers looked at each other and left their seats to Makarov's back. It's really curious that a Saint 10 magician can give such a high evaluation. The person who spoke, blue hair, one of the reviewers, Zakrane. There is a brown emblem on the right cheek. Let me introduce it to you. Makarov said proudly. He usually came here to be scolded. It was the first time for him to show this group of reviewers the new magic developed by the children of the guild. There was a sense of pride. This is the library. This is a friend. This is a chat group. This is a forum. Makarov randomly clicked on a post, which happened to be a post by Natsu. Can anyone tell me where Igneel is? Please. Forums are like this, if someone wants to ask for information, someone on the internet will answer. Makarov pointed to one of the replies proudly, look at this answer, it's very high. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in disbelief, with a look of shock. Voldemort. Hello, OP, I just know your question. The Igneel you are talking about refers to the fire dragon Igneel, a real dragon, the fire dragon king, right? In fact, there are not only fire dragons, but also Iron Dragon Metalicana, Sky Dragon Grandine. They all disappeared suddenly on July 7, X777, 7 years ago. You must be the first generation of dragon slayers to ask this question. I'll tell you the answer. The Fire Dragon King Igneel did not disappear, they just hid in the bodies of dragon slayers. That's all. Makarov's expression was dull. The counselors behind him looked at each other in bewilderment. Voldemort, who is this person? 011, who is Voldemort? Voldemort, who is this person? I haven't heard of it. Dragons hide in the bodies of dragon slayers is what this person said. True. Mr. Makarov, do you know who he is? Ultear asked the last question. Makarov shook his head and said, the nicknames on the internet are all fake names. The counselors looked at each other, and Speaker Crawford Shim said bluntly, why not ask? Makarov seemed not to hear it, and fell into deep thought as he looked at Voldemort's reply. Iron Dragon Metalicana. He knew that the legitimate guild, the ruler of Phantom, had an Iron Dragon Slayer mage. Could it be that Voldemort was the leader of the Phantom, Joseph Pola? As one of the 10 holy mages, Joseph's magic power was very strong. The ruler of Phantom, which he led, was also one of the most famous wizard guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori. You can ask. This internet looks like a dating tavern. The 6th seat of the council, Yajima nodded and said, Pony, finally got Alzheimer's disease. Makarov had a disgusted expression on his face. He didn't have a good relationship with Joseph, and really didn't want to communicate with him. However, after all, it was just a guess, so it was okay to ask. Fairy Patriarch, who are you? Knight had just finished writing his answer when he saw someone replying to him. Fairy Patriarch? After a little thought, he quickly guessed the other party's identity. It's the president, right? The rings issued so far are all from the guild, so it's a good nickname to give ahead. Nate thought about it and was too lazy to answer. Voldemort's character should remain mysterious. So, ignore it. Guess it yourself. On the other side, Makarov could only stare blankly. After waiting for 5 minutes, there was no reply. The judges behind him felt helpless. They were all curious about this mysterious Voldemort. There is a demon in the main nickname, which doesn't look like a good person. Maybe he is from the Dark Guild. Oloshia smiled. Ahem. At this time, Speaker Crawford Shim coughed. Everyone return to your seat, now is the time for the court to make a judgment. The members returned to their seats one after another. Bang bang. Crawford Shim picked up the hammer and knocked it, announcing loudly. Makarov, in view of the fact that the idiots in your guild have caused us trouble again, the judgment is now as follows. Go back and write a letter of apology, and hand it in within a week. Also, that internet magic is used through the magic ring in your hand, right? You played cards during the trial time, and now your ring is confiscated. Makarov is used to self-criticisms, and he went back to ask Myra Jane to write one. Compared to this, what are you thinking? How can I not know? The ring will bind the holder, and it's useless if you take it. Chairman Crawford Shim's old face was slightly red, and he had to change his words on the spot when he saw the other 9 people looking at him with teasing eyes. This time, your guild will be exempted from the fine. Instead, you will be asked to hand in 10 unused rings, and the meeting is adjourned. Bang! After hitting the hammer, Crawford Shim quickly disbanded the thought body, not giving Makarov a chance to speak. He also asked for one for the other reviewers, and I believe the other 9 people will support him. To be honest, this internet magic is really interesting. Ultear held her chin with one hand and chuckled, that's it, Mr. Makarov, you don't mind giving us a ring, right? Magnolia. At noon, the guild was bustling again. In the morning, all the books in the guild library were uploaded to the internet by the hungry wizards. The efficiency is amazing. That is, the library on the second floor cannot be accessed by non-S-class wizards, otherwise the magic books there will not escape the same fate. Myra Jane is qualified to go up, but without the consent of the president, she can't upload those precious magic books casually. At this time, Natsu rushed into the guild like a gust of wind and saw Knight in front of the bar. Knight, I know where Igneel is. Knight looked up at him and heard him continue. A man named Voldemort told me that Igneel is in my body. Really? Congratulations. But how can I get Igneel out? I really want to see him. Naz was like an eggplant hit by frost, wilted, his chin resting on the bar without moving. You don't doubt what Voldemort said, Knight thought, is it so easy to believe? Fortunately he was not lying, he only told part of the truth. Did I accidentally eat Igneel when I was sleeping when I was a child? Naz shuddered and suddenly sat up straight with a horrified look on his face. Knight didn't know how to complain for a while. Lucy's voice came from behind. I also saw the post, that Voldemort said it was hidden in your body. Knight looked back and saw the eldest lady's expression full of black lines. As a creditor, he felt that he had an obligation to urge the debtor to work hard and pay off the debt as soon as possible. Lucy, when did you come? I've been here for a long time. Lucy complained, is my presence so weak? Sorry, I didn't notice. Busy chatting with the poster girl. Knight smiled and said, why don't you go to work? As a senior, I have to talk to you. Have you paid off the debt? Lucy immediately covered her face and was speechless. Creditors are great. I know from the group, you just joined 2 days earlier than me. Behind the bar, Myra Jane said with a smile. Don't worry, Lucy, you can get more familiar with the environment of the guild. As she said that, she remembered something and suggested with bright eyes. Yes, Knight, you two are newcomers, you can team up and work together in the future. Can we team up for commissions? Lucy asked in surprise. Of course, there are actually many teams in the guild. Myra Jane nodded. Hearing this, Lucy's heart moved. Knight was very strong. One punch could cause a tsunami. He was also a creditor. If she could work with Knight. Knight didn't want to work, he just wanted to slack off. Just as she was about to refuse, the system prompt suddenly sounded in her mind. Rang. Task: keep the number of active players above 80 for 3 consecutive days, and the average daily online time reaches 2 hours. Task reward: 1000 rings. Task completed. Hey? Today is not over yet. Nate was stunned for a moment, suspecting that the system had a bug. Today is the 3rd day of the task. He silently opened the task interface and took a closer look. Today's active number, 93 people. Today's average daily online time, 2 hours. The average daily online time just reached 2 hours. So, as long as the task requirements are met for a moment, the task is considered completed? Nate thought, and it happened that his rings were also used up. I have 1000 rings again, how should I distribute them? The people in the guild can't take them all, it seems that we have to think of a better way. 012 I am so popular. Fairy Tale has only a few hundred registered wizards in total, and it would be more than enough to give each person 2 rings. Besides, most of them are still on missions outside. Nate hasn't seen Grey, Urza, Elfman and other acquaintances in the past 2 days. Therefore, he has to think of other ways to distribute the new batch of rings. The target group is naturally the magicians with magic power. And the place where magicians gather is the guild. Nate doesn't mind whether it is a regular guild or a dark guild. The guild with the most magicians in the kingdom of Fiori should be the ruler of the ghost, right? Knight thought. For this guild, he only remembers a few key figures. The president is a holy 10 magician. He has 5 S-class magicians under his command. 4 elements, and the Iron Dragon Slayer magician Igneel. To be honest, it's a bit bad. I don't know why this group of people dared to attack Fairy Tale in the plot. Who gave them the confidence? Fish Liang? However, this guild has many branches, and the number of magicians is particularly large. When he thought of this, Knight stood up immediately. I suddenly remembered that the quilt at home has not been dried. See you tomorrow. After that, he ran away. My Lajan and Lucy were left speechless. Don't you want to team up with me? Lucy rolled her eyes in anger, thinking that she would add more salt to him when she cooked in the evening, so that he would be salty to death. Myra Jane couldn't help but smile and comfort. Knight must be in a hurry. Lucy, don't be anxious, get familiar with the guild first, and I will help you keep an eye out for suitable commissions. Thank you, Myra Jane. After a while, suddenly, there was a bang. The door of the guild was pushed open roughly, and a shirtless boy broke into the guild. Lucy thought Knight had returned, but she turned around and found that it was not him. The boy had short black hair, a pair of drooping eyes, and a shallow scar above his left eye. The most conspicuous part above his right chest was the guild's emblem. Gray, are you back from work? Myra Jane greeted, where are your clothes? Ah! When did they disappear? Gray realized that his clothes were gone and turned to rush out. Lucy couldn't help but complain, what is this guy doing here? The guild is full of weirdos. On the street, Knight looked down at his feet. Whose clothes? Wait! A shout came from behind, those are my clothes. Knight looked back and saw a young man with his upper body naked. Gray Fulpasta. Hey? Do you know me? Gray was stunned for a moment. Although he was a wizard of fairy tale, he was not so stupid that anyone could call out his full name when walking on the street. Knight chuckled and bent down to pick up the clothes under his feet. Knight, a new member of the guild. It's our first meeting, senior, I'm sorry to step on your clothes. Knight handed the clothes to the other party, and then took out a ring and gave it to him. As an apology, I'll give you this magic ring. Thank you. Gray took it blankly. The newcomer in the guild was quite nice. You're welcome. Then, senior, you can get busy. Nate smiled and waved his hand, turned and left. Looking at his back, Gray was confused. The quality of newcomers nowadays is really high. It seems that there is a chance to guide him to do tasks. Newcomers will definitely have a headache at the beginning about what kind of commissions to accept. At this time, he needs the guidance of a senior. Well, it's decided. Gray put on his clothes and returned to the guild while looking at the magic ring in his hand. Back to the guild, Gray sat at the bar and ordered a glass of juice from Myra Jane. Myra Jane, let me tell you something. I just met a new guy outside. He's very good and very nice. He's totally different from a certain stinky fire dragon. He also gave me a ring. Is it Knight? Myra Jane smiled. It must be Knight. Lucy interrupted quietly. Knight's ring. Happy was eating dried fish and saw the ring in Gray's hand. Gray met Knight. Knight gave me a ring again? Didn't you say it was gone? Lord Knight, I want a ring too. As if everyone in the guild hall responded to the call, they all looked over. Gray's hand holding the juice froze in mid-air, not knowing whether to drink it or not. No, isn't he a newcomer? After meeting Gray, Knight went straight back to the apartment. He took out the map from the drawer and spread it on the table. At the same time, he opened the library on the internet and searched for the keyword Phantom Assassin. Others need to consume points to search, but as a developer, it is free. Thanks to everyone uploading the guild library early this morning, it is now very convenient to search for information. Soon, some basic information about Phantom Assassin appeared in front of Knight. As an old guild, there is a lot of content about Phantom Assassin. Knight found their headquarters. Comparing the map, he confirmed the location. It's quite close. Yes, the Kingdom of Fiori is just a small country with a population of 17 million, and the land area is not large. On Earth, this population is about the same as a first-tier city. Let's go now and arrive in the evening. Knight nodded and looked at the new task of the system. Task: have 300 internet users. Rewards: Sharingan, 6 eyes, Eye of the Emperor, choose one of the 3. The mission is not difficult, almost like a free gift. The rewards are interesting, you can choose one of them. But the Eye of the Emperor? Knight thought, isn't that the eye of the basketball guy? I haven't decided which reward to choose yet, let's go and distribute the rings first to expand the number of users. Let's go. Knight put away the map and was about to go out, but suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait a minute, why didn't I scan and upload the map? I don't need to carry a map in the future. Sure enough, a wise man will make mistakes. If you don't encounter such a small detail, you will never think of it. Immediately, Knight activated the scanning function, scanned the map in all directions, and uploaded it to the library. Ignoring the points reward, Knight went out to the train station. A few hours later, in the evening, Knight got off the train and came to an ancient city with a long history, Ogu City. 013 Rain Girl Juvia. Ogu City, a city built on a mountain. The main road starts from the foot of the mountain and extends diagonally upward to the top of the mountain. One of the branches of the Wizard Guild, the Ruler of Ghosts, is located in the city center on the top of the mountain. The guild building is much more magnificent and much larger than Fairy Tale. As soon as he walked out of the train station, Knight saw many roadside shops selling umbrellas. Hey, brother who came from afar, do you want to buy an umbrella? It's cheap, only 10,000 J. The owner of a small shop waved to Knight. Knight paused, glanced at the colorful clouds at dusk, and looked puzzled. Umbrella? Yes, you will definitely need it. The boss was a middle-aged man, grinning and said, is this your first time here? What do you say? Knight raised his eyebrows. A merchant from the train station? Or a client? The boss was very talkative and tried his best to sell an umbrella. You are walking in a hurry, so you must be a client, right? The Phantom branch is on the mountain. He also pointed in the direction of the Phantom Guild. Knight also bought one because of his enthusiasm. Give me one. Okay. The boss took out an umbrella with a smile and explained, the weather here is very changeable. Sometimes it is sunny one moment and rainy the next, and it may rain for several days in a row. As he was talking, a drizzle of rain fell from the sky. Knight, your mouth is blessed, right? Look, it's here. The boss laughed and said, I didn't lie to you. Thanks, boss. Knight shook his head with a smile, opened the black umbrella, held the umbrella handle, and walked towards the Phantom Guild. He probably understood what was going on. Juvia, the rain girl among the 4 elements. An S-class wizard who is good at water magic. Because of the special nature of this magic, when she is in a gloomy mood, it will rain. It should be said that the wisdom of the people is really endless. You deserve to make money by opening an umbrella shop outside the train station. But, an umbrella of 10,000 J is so expensive. Nate complained in his heart, and was too lazy to bargain with the other party. Stepping on the gradually wet ground, Knight walked slowly into the main road. Since it is raining, it means that Rain Girl Juvia is in this city. Even nearby. Nate noticed the dark clouds in the sky, and the area of rain was not large. There were many pedestrians on the street, and facing the sudden rain, many people cursed. Here it comes again. I didn't bring an umbrella today. Let's find a place to hide. What an annoying rain. SHH. Don't say this. If you say it, you'll be in big trouble. A group of street urchins came over, talking in a low voice. Then they ran to the eaves of the street to hide from the rain. Knight slowed down his pace. Behind several men, he saw a girl holding an umbrella. Drip drip drip. The girl was still whispering to herself, her voice was as soft as a mosquito. She had blue curly hair, blue eyes, and wore a blue coat. On her feet stepping on the rain, she wore women's high-heeled rain boots. She had a graceful figure and a pretty face, but she could not hide her gloomy temperament. She walked lightly in front of several scoundrels. Water flow restraint. Suddenly, several men were wrapped in water balls, covering their mouths and struggling in the water balls, but they could not struggle. Juvia did not stop after a magic punishment, and continued to walk slowly on the side of the road. Until she bumped into Knight head-on, she moved her eyes away from the rain on the ground and raised her face to stare. "Can you make way?" It turned out to be a handsome guy. The moment she finished speaking, Juvia saw Knight clearly and was slightly surprised. Seeing a handsome guy, it seemed that her mood became a little better. "Want a wonderful encounter?" Knight smiled faintly and took out a silver ring. "Put it on, you will have what you want." "Is this a proposal?" Juvia was stunned and suddenly opened her eyes wide. Now, what should I do? Should I say something?" Juvia's brain was overloaded, her heartbeat accelerated, and she was panicked and at a loss. It was the first time that someone gave her a silver ring on the street. This was undoubtedly a proposal. She stretched out her trembling hand and took the ring from Knight's palm. Wait, it's too fast. We are not familiar with each other yet. We should start with each other's names." After receiving the ring in a daze, Juvia no longer dared to look at Knight's face. She turned away slightly, her tone shy and trembling. She hadn't decided whether to accept it. She was going out to perform a mission today, and her mood was a little gloomy, but she met a handsome guy who proposed to her. All of a sudden, even the sky was about to clear up. "Okay, give me the money." "Ah!" Juvia's trembling voice stopped abruptly. After a moment of silence, she couldn't help but tilt her head, revealing a dull expression of a beautiful question mark. "This is a magic ring with magical functions. When you wear it, you can get what you want. It's only 10,000 J, which is already very cheap." Nate moved his fingers and indicated to pay. Just now, he was cheated of 10,000 J by a boss selling umbrellas. This is undoubtedly the fault of the rain girl in front of him. If she hadn't suddenly rained, would he need to buy an umbrella? This money must be earned back. No one can cheat me of my money. He is now so poor that he only has 6.85 million J in savings. If he doesn't spend it sparingly, he will have to go to work again soon. Nate doesn't want to work, he just wants to slack off. Juvia. Juvia straightened her pretty face and stared at Knight with her watery eyes again. She looked at him for a while without saying a word, and her face gradually turned red. What a handsome guy. Although I don't quite understand what happened, anyway, the other party proposed to her and asked her for 10,000 J. Do you like rainy days? Juvia suddenly spoke softly. I hate rain so much. Knight thought, but nodded, and said, I like rainy days very much. So, can I give you the money? Here you go. Juvia silently took out a magic bank card from the pocket of her skirt. Only 2 million, this is all I have, I'll give it all to you. When getting married, the wife should give the money to the husband, which is the norm. A trace of doubt flashed in Knight's eyes. What's wrong with this woman? He only wants 10,000 J, and he was given 2 million for no reason. But it's still impossible to pay it back. The money in hand is his. I won't cheat you, I'll give you all of these. Knight immediately took out a cloth bag, put 199 silver rings in it, and handed it to Juvia. I suggest you sell them to other wizards, you can make a lot of money. Knight believed that as long as Juvia put on the rings and entered the internet, she would immediately understand that being a middleman could definitely make back 2 million. Hearing this, Juvia opened the bag and saw a pile of silver white rings. She was so moved that she felt dizzy. This man had prepared so many engagement rings to propose to her. Now, she had no choice but to agree. I won't sell them. I'll keep them well. Juvia's voice was trembling with joy. Her inner drama had already entered the stage of having children. You must sell them. Nate frowned slightly. Is it okay not to sell them? Each ring represents a leak. The Ghost Guild has thousands of wizards who can easily eat these rings. Sell them to the people in the guild. Juvia's eyes were a little confused. Why should she sell the engagement rings given to her to the people in the guild? Is it to share the joy of marriage? Although she didn't quite understand, she nodded. I know. I'll go now. As for the wedding ring, just keep one for yourself. Juvia followed Knight's instructions and turned to walk towards the guild. Suddenly, she remembered something and turned around and shouted. I don't know your name yet. My name is Juvia. Juvia rocks. Nate. At this time, Knight was also a little unsure of the situation. Why was this woman so obedient? Juvia remembers it. Juvia silently recited Knight's name and walked briskly towards the guild. After her mood improved, the rain stopped. Nate put down his umbrella, looked up at the sky, and looked a little confused. There was a little accident in the plan. I originally wanted to force sell the product door to door, but I met the Rain Girl and recruited a middleman. And I made 2 million. 014 Intrinsic Magic 6 Eyes, Dinner with Juvia, 4/4 Flowers Request. Did this woman misunderstand something? Nate watched Juvia go away, and reviewed the conversation just now. I vaguely felt that the other party's reaction was not right. I looked down at the magic bank card in my hand, entered the magic power, and there were indeed 2 million J in it. I looked at the silver-white ring on my finger again. It is indeed easy to cause misunderstanding. She thought I liked her and gave her a ring to woo her, so she reacted like that just now. After thinking carefully for a moment, Knight was not very sure. In short, it was weird. However, for him, it didn't matter, as long as Juvia could distribute the ring to the Phantom Guild. Next, Knight found a restaurant, opened the system while eating dinner, and silently paid attention to the changes in the number of registered users. If it didn't move, he would go to Juvia and get the ring back. On the top of the mountain, in the city center, Juvia pushed open the door of the guild. With her appearance, the originally lively atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Juvia, aren't you out on a mission? A female magician asked in surprise. Juvia walked straight to the other party, took out a ring, and said neatly. 20,000 J, sell it to you. Hey! The female magician was stunned. A magic ring? It's a very common magic item, but this ring looks particularly good. 20,000 J, give me the money. Juvia repeated. She remembered Knight's instructions, and she could make a lot of money by selling it to the people in the guild. She didn't care about money, but she cared about Knight's instructions. So, the price doubled. Faced with the request of the S-class wizard, the female wizard had no choice but to agree. A magic ring worth 20,000 J is not expensive, and it looks good. Although she doesn't know what magic is in it, it's worth buying it. Here you go. After paying the money, the female wizard got the ring and happily put it on her finger. She input magic power into it, and then froze. Lines of text appeared in front of her, and she was asked to enter a nickname. Internet. With some curiosity, the female wizard silently entered her name. Real name. Juvia continued to walk to the next wizard and took out another ring from the bag. Before she spoke, the wizard took the initiative to pay. He smiled and said, Juvia, I'll buy it. Isn't it okay for me to buy it? Then, the next one. Juvia did the same thing and sold more than a dozen rings in a row, and then felt that this efficiency was too slow. So she said loudly to everyone. Everyone line up to buy, hurry up. She was in a hurry to sell out and go back to Knight to take credit. As a girl who lacked love since childhood, Knight's words "I especially like rainy days" hit her heart. Of course, his handsome appearance was part of the insignificant reason. Many wizards looked at each other, wondering what was wrong with Lord Juvia. But it was only 20,000 J, which was not a lot. It was better than seeing an angry S-class wizard. I'll buy it, can I buy 10? No, each person can only buy 1. Next, a group of wizards lined up to buy rings obediently. In just 5 minutes, 199 rings were sold out. Juvia also earned 3.98 million J. She transferred all the money into a new magic bank card and then left the guild in a hurry. It was not until she left that the wizards in this branch finally dared to talk loudly. What happened? Lady Juvia drank too much today. Hey, everyone, put on your rings and input magic power. Internet. I have never seen this kind of magic, it looks fun. Sign in at the upper right corner to get points, but I don't know what they are for. You can play games. A group of wizards shouted after entering the internet. As they played, they forgot about Juvia and immersed themselves in a virtual world. Restaurant, window seat. Knight was still waiting for the restaurant to serve the food, and watched the number of registered people soar from 101 to 300 in just a few minutes. Why is it 101, not 100? The extra one is gray. Task: have 300 internet users. Completed. He was shocked. Juvia's efficiency is comparable to riding a rocket. Not bad, really capable. Knight nodded with satisfaction, obedient and capable. To be honest, he kind of likes this rain girl. After receiving the system reward, Knight thought for a while and decided to choose the second item, 6 eyes. The first item is the Sharingan, which is not a direct Mangekyo, and needs to be cultivated and evolved by oneself. The third item is the Eye of the Emperor, which can predict the opponent's movements, and all attacks and defenses will be seen through, but this is the Eye of the Basketball Man. After comprehensive consideration, Knight still chose the 6 eyes for assistance. 6 eyes refer to the 6 directions, which are the 4 directions of heaven and earth, and the universe. Also called the eyes of the sky. After confirming the reward, the system prompt came. It is not the Jujutsu Kaisen world detected, and the reward is being converted. Bloodline gift 6 eyes, inherent magic 6 eyes. Instantly, Knight's eyes were hot. Complex magic knowledge flashed in his mind, gradually forming an inherent magic. After a while, Knight opened his eyes, revealing a pair of pale blue pupils with white mist. It seemed that the sky was reflected in his eyes, mysterious and deep. Is this the perspective of 6 eyes? I'm still a little uncomfortable. 360-degree long-distance vision without blind spots, even the flow of magic and everything can be clearly seen. Hey! Suddenly, Knight saw Juvia. This capable rain girl returned to the street where they met just now, and was looking around anxiously. Are you looking for me? Thinking of this, Knight stood up and left the restaurant. Where is he? Juvia stood there, looking for Knight in a hurry. Behind you. Hearing the voice, Juvia turned around with joy. Lord Knight! You are very capable. I like you a little bit. Knight said admiringly, let's go, I'll treat you to dinner. Juvia's heartbeat accelerated and her face flushed. Lord Knight, your eyes. Suddenly finding that Knight's eyes were different from before, Juvia was shocked. It's a magic I just learned. Don't worry about it. Knight touched his eyelids. The inherent magic means that these eyes are activated 24 hours a day. Any danger cannot escape these eyes. It can see through everything and see through the magic secrets of the enemy. It can also help Knight manipulate his magic power in a refined way, so that every bit of magic power can play the greatest effect. And the price? It will continue to consume his magic power. Fortunately, with the help of all the netizens, he has no shortage of magic power. Oh! Juvia felt very happy and followed Knight silently to the restaurant before. Sitting in a window seat, a sumptuous meal was served soon. Is this a date? Juvia covered her face and thought, and began to be shy and happy. By the way, Lord Knight, the rings you asked me to sell have been sold out, a total of 3.98 million J. Juvia quickly took out the bank card. This is yours, no need to give it to me. Knight started eating first and smiled. I said, you can make a lot of money, right? He doesn't cheat capable partners. Tell me how you sold it first. Juvia immediately told the story of selling the ring in detail. After listening to this, Knight was speechless on the spot. It was a forced sale. He was indeed a Phantom S-class wizard. Let's get to know each other again. Knight took off his left glove, revealing the emblem of Fairy Tale, and reached out to shake hands with Juvia. I am the Wizard of Fairy Tale, Knight. 015 Wake up with 2 magic power. Dinner with Juvia. This girl has a small appetite, and she spends most of her time secretly gazing at Knight's appearance. I don't know what wonderful little dramas she has built in her mind, and she blushes from time to time. When chatting, she is always attracted by Knight's 6 eyes and becomes dazed. Juvia thinks Knight's eyes are beautiful. Her little movements naturally could not be hidden from Knight's 6 eyes, so he said helplessly. If you want to see, you can look openly. Ah! Juvia blushed and lowered her head quickly. A little cute. Knight thought that compared with the first time they met, her temperament was completely different. It was raining at that time, and Juvia exuded a gloomy atmosphere that kept strangers away. Then he thought of Myra Jane, and the poster girl was still cuter. Juvia. Yes, Lord Knight. No need to use honorifics, just call me Knight. Knight took out the cloth bag and pushed them to the Rain Girl's table. These are 400 rings, and I'll give them to you as before. Are you selling them to the guild too? Juvia carefully put them away. As long as it's a wizard, it's fine. It doesn't have to be limited to ghosts. Knight doesn't care who the rings are sold to. After deducting the 200 pieces he sold before, he still had 400 pieces left. He would leave the rest to the guild members. Juvia understands. Juvia will definitely complete the task. She nodded seriously. Her attitude won Knight's trust. Knight smiled and said, why don't you just join our guild? Ah? No, I'm sorry, Lord Knight. Juvia was instantly moved. The Phantom was kind to Juvia, and only the Phantom accepted me. Knight noticed that she didn't wear a ring on her finger, and said, aren't you going to wear it? Ring? This is the first gift Juvia received, and I want to keep it well. Nate suspected that she wanted to worship the ring and burn incense for it every day. It would be meaningless if she didn't wear it. Put it on quickly, I'll teach you how to use the internet. Yes. Next, Knight taught her step by step and explained it in detail. Juvia was surprised. She had never seen such magic. Suddenly, 199 ghost wizards poured in. The forum was very lively at this time, and various posts popped up like mushrooms after rain. Juvia saw someone discussing herself and was asking about the source of the ring through the forum. There were many people in the guild who didn't buy the ring and wanted it now. What a powerful magic! Juvia noticed the friend function and asked tentatively, Lord Knight, can Juvia add you as a friend? Of course. So, Knight had one more friend. When adding Juvia, he found that there were 3 other people's friend requests. Lucy added you as a friend. Natsu added you as a friend. Gray added you as a friend. By the way, all were approved. After doing all this, Knight looked at the time and stood up and said, I should go, otherwise I will miss the last train. After these rings are sold, you can give me the money. Got it. Juvia will take the money to Fairy Tale. Then, see you next time. After saying goodbye, Knight hurriedly left the restaurant. Juvia stood up and wanted to take him to the station, but the waiter came over and stopped her. Miss, you haven't paid yet. The next day, Knight woke up in the apartment. I felt different as soon as I opened my eyes. The magic power in my body increased a lot. Host, Knight. Age, 20 years old. Race, human. Magic. Magic, internet, vibration, photography, 6 eyes. 2 stars now, it feels good to upgrade while sleeping. After getting up and washing up happily, Knight took a look at the current number of registered people. 483 people. It seems that Juvia has sold another batch overnight. She is really capable. Knight silently gave her a thumbs up, and it is estimated that it will be sold out soon. The new tasks have not been refreshed yet. It seems that the system is not used to the speed at which he completes the tasks. After washing up, Knight went to the guild to eat Marajana's breakfast. When he walked into the hall, he unexpectedly found that many people got up early today. Everyone was flying. Knight walked to the bar and sat down. Good morning, Myra, Lucy. Are they angry? After gradually getting familiar with each other, the name changed from Myra Jane to Myra naturally. The poster girl was busy wiping the table, and she stopped her work when she heard the words. Good morning, Knight. Marajana's smile was as sunny as ever. Lucy, who was standing by, held her chin with one hand, and flipped through the form in front of her with her right index finger. They are arguing with the people of Phantom. Lucy turned her head and blinked. Do you know anything about the sudden influx of a group of people in the forum? Knight denied. Maybe he picked up a bunch of rings. What a lucky guy, a magician of Phantom. The wizards of the 2 guilds quarreled on the internet. It's the right taste, the right taste. This is the internet he is familiar with. An internet without verbal battles is not qualified. He curiously approached Lucy and admired the forum verbal battles. There were many posts, but the content of the verbal battles was too childish, and the wording was too civilized for Knight to adapt. The 2 sides were fighting for who is the strongest wizard guild in the kingdom of Fiori. Currently, Phantom has the upper hand. Who has more people? In the case that you can't run along the network cable to beat people, the side with more people has the greater advantage. Maybe the magic internet can really beat people along the network cable. So, the early morning time was spent watching the verbal battles and chatting with Myra and Lucy. The life of slacking off is really beautiful. Near noon, Makarov came to the guild. Knight, I just happened to find you for something. President, what do you want to talk to me about? The previous S-level mission was successfully completed, and it was done very well. Makarov first praised him, and then asked for it. The counselors of the council want 10 rings, do you have any more? Counselors? Nate was surprised. Has the news of the magic internet reached the council? He didn't know much about this organization that manages the magic world. The 2 people who impressed him the most were Ignneel and Ultear. There are still many rings. Nate took out 10 rings and gave them to Makarov, and then took out 290 rings and handed them to Myra Jane. He kept 100 rings for himself in case of emergency. After getting the rings, Makarov coughed lightly and said, I can't let you suffer a loss. These rings will be sold to the counselors, and I will give you the money then. Nate thought for a moment. President, remember to ask for a higher price. The reviewers must be rich. You want to make money from the reviewers. Makarov shook his head helplessly, then thought, this is good, let those people scold him every day, and make a lot of money from them. The old man seemed to have thought of something interesting and left with a smile. Myra Jane held a bunch of rings in his hand, with a surprised look. Nate, you still have so many? Are you going to give them all away for free? Free? Nate nodded. He didn't want to care about this for his own guild. Compared to the fact that the whole continent will be his leaks in the future, 100 or 200 rings are just a drizzle. I know, I thank you on behalf of everyone, Knight. Myra Jane smiled, her beautiful big eyes narrowed into crescents. The poster girl is really pretty. The online quarrel is still going on, and it is getting more and more intense as the number of participants increases. Neil is eating melons online. Suddenly, a private message flashed. It was a friend request. However, the person he wanted to add was not Sigma Man, but the secret boss of the magic world Voldemort in the vest. Applicant, Ziclane. Message: I am a commentator, one of the 10 great wizards of the Holy Land, Ziclane. 016 You have been muted by the administrator Traveler Departure. Ziclane added Voldemort as a friend. The ring was delivered to the council so quickly? Teleportation magic? Nate fell into deep thought. His small account only appeared once. I don't know how he attracted this person. I ignored him for the time being and closed the friend request. This is the Guild Hall, or it can also be called the Guild Tavern. There are many people and eyes, and he doesn't want to be exposed. Mylogen carried a tray and drinks and walked back and forth in the tavern. She was busy for a long time before returning to the bar. She put one hand on her chest and the other hand on her cheek, and sighed softly. Nate, the forum is so noisy now, do you have any solution? Nate was flipping through the books in the library. The ghost wizard was quite motivated and uploaded many interesting magic books. He was checking them one by one to see if there was any interesting magic for him to learn. Hearing this, he looked up. So we need a forum administrator. Forum administrator. It means literally, and it's easy to understand. If you see a bad post, you can lock it and delete it. If you see an excellent post, you can add it to the featured posts. You can even ban others from speaking. Nate opened the backend system and started to operate it, and said with a smile, I set you as an administrator. Can our fairy tale still be bullied by Phantom? Go, let the enemy taste the iron fist of justice. Is it great to have more people? To get along on the internet, it's about background and authority. Of course, the highest administrator can do is to ban others. Only with Knight's developer authority can he block other people's accounts, which makes people happy to get the Your Account is Gone package. Myra Jane opened her account and saw a prompt after going online. Sigma Man appointed you as forum administrator. Maintaining the forum is everyone's responsibility, purifying the environment starts with me. Nate, what should I do? Myra Jane asked hurriedly. You can do whatever you want, Knight thought for a while and suggested, just block a few posts and then publish a forum announcement. Well, I'll try. Myra Jane suddenly felt a great sense of responsibility. Holding the power of life and death of the forum, she first selected a few posts with the most intense arguments, which had already been argued for thousands of floors. Locked, no user was allowed to reply. Then, she moved her fingers and quickly posted an announcement on the forum, and pinned it to the top. The title directly quoted the prompt I saw before. Maintaining the forum is everyone's responsibility, purifying the environment starts with me. Post content. Hello, Phantom Wizards. I am Myra Jane of Fairy Tale and also the administrator of the forum. Meaningless quarrels will not bring anything, I hope everyone can stay calm. The forum is a place to exchange information, exchange magic, make friends and chat, and should not pollute the environment with a large number of quarrel posts. Ugu City. The ruler of Phantom, Branch. Tavern Lobby. Quick! Everyone, come to my post and continue to attack them. Ha ha ha, these fairies must be scared to death by us now, right? There are only a few of them, and we are phantoms. In this bloodless war, victory must belong to us phantoms. From now on, this is our territory. A wizard in a robe was in high spirits, loudly exaggerating the fighting spirit to increase the fighting will of the guild members. He couldn't help feeling a little proud. In fact, at the beginning, the fairies on the other side were still restrained and curious about their influx into the forum. The communication between the two sides was normal and harmonious. It was he who seized the opportunity and launched the holy war. At first it was just a small spark, but it soon turned into a forum war. As the number of participants increased, the fairies on the other side naturally retreated step by step. As long as he won this holy war, he could ask the president for credit. Maybe he could even become a 4 element. 4 elements? No, the 5th element. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of the beauty, he couldn't help laughing. Suddenly, a female wizard said loudly, "Boz, the post can't be replied." What? The man named Boz was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly tried it. Sure enough, it prompted the post has been locked by the administrator. Where did it come from? What administrator is here? Oh no, the other posts are locked too. Boz, look at the top post marked pinned, it's from Fairy Tale. Boz immediately opened the forum announcement, and after reading it, his face turned black. Damn fairies, they can't win the holy war, but they actually use their authority. What a dog! Authority dog! Asshole, I'm so angry! He posted another new post, and it was locked within a few seconds. What should I do now? Boz. The other side is not a martial arts ethics. Why is there a forum administrator, and it's from Fairy Tale? Is it Myra Jane, the demon? Ms. Myra Jane? Oh, I'm her fan. Me too, I used to see her in the magazine Weekly Sorcerer. She was a famous model at the time. Shut up, traitors. Now we are in the holy war. It's a mess, it's all messed up. Boz was so angry that he was shaking all over. What could he do when facing the authority dog? Reopen the announcement. The comments below have become the fairies' celebration declaration. Well done, Sister Myra. It's just in time, these stinking ghost bastards. We won. We are Fairy Tale. Seeing these messages, Boz was not feeling well. Seeing victory in sight, he was punished by the iron fist of justice. After reading the comments under the announcement bit by bit, he was so angry that he was shaking all over. In the hot weather, his whole body was sweating and his hands and feet were cold. Can it be better? I can't stand it. Boz cursed the authority dog while typing quickly. After Marajana's series of actions, the first large-scale holy war on the internet came to an abrupt end. The forums were suddenly much quieter. Is this good? Myra Jane smiled and felt a little embarrassed when she saw the celebratory messages under the post. I always felt that I had done something unethical. However, it was great to be able to maintain the forum. This is the second home of Fairy Tale, and it is also the new magic that Night developed with great difficulty. In the future, we must work hard to maintain the harmony of the forum. Hey! Suddenly, Myra Jane saw a scolding message under the announcement. It scolded her as an administrator for being unfair, immoral, and partial to fairies. The wording was very fierce. Even with Marajana's gentle temperament, she was also angry. How can I be partial? I just want the forum to return to the right track. With her cheeks puffed up in anger, Myra Jane clicked on the account of the user Boz. Checked his posting records. Then she followed the clues and soon found that it was this guy who started the war. It turned out to be you, good, and you scold me. Myra Jane moved her little finger and clicked the mute button for the first time. After finishing, she suddenly felt an indescribable sense of relief. You have been mute for 30 days by the administrator Traveler Departure. What? Boz stared blankly at the prompt in front of him. Does the administrator have such power? It's over. What fun is there for him if he can't post on the forum in the future? Although it looks like 30 days, he believes that Myra Jane must hate him. Maybe after 30 days, she will do it again. Not being able to speak on the internet is equivalent to being dead, isn't it? I'm dead. Boz's brain buzzed, and he quickly clicked on Marajana's avatar and typed urgently. Because they are not friends, they can only send messages by adding friends again and again and attaching messages. I'm sorry, I shouldn't scold you. I was wrong, Lady Myra Jane. I am also responsible for maintaining the forum, purifying the environment starts with me. Please, let me out. Kowtow.jpg 017 Conversation with Fire Dragon King Igneel, 3/4 flowers requested. Myra Jane showed no mercy to Boz's plea for mercy. She refused to add a friend. At this time, the tavern was full of cheers of celebration. We won. Thanks to Sister Myra. Myra, get the wine. Let's start the party. A group of wizards seemed to have won a hard-fought battle, and everyone's face was filled with a smile from the heart. Nate was a little emotional. The atmosphere of the guild was really good, with a strong cohesion, and everyone regarded the guild as their home. I know, but please drink less. Mirajan closed the forum and took the wine from the wine cabinet behind her. The guild tavern provides dining services and also sells wine. As the saying goes, the guild makes money and the guild spends it, don't take a single J home. Soon, the tavern turned into a lively banquet scene. Nate, you come too. Do you want me to treat you? Kana sat at a table in the corner of the guild, holding a large barrel of wine and drinking it, and did not forget to invite Knight. With her speech, other people also wanted to invite Knight to join. Yet, Knight, don't you drink? Makao grinned. I'm afraid I'll accidentally tear down the guild after I get drunk. Nate waved his hand and stood up and said, I suddenly remembered that there is still a kitten at home that I haven't fed. Get out. He was afraid that he would be forced to drink if he stayed. Mirajan put her hands on her hips and said, You guys, don't teach Knight bad things too. Oh, the poster girl is angry defending Knight so much. A group of men are making a fuss. Something is going on. The girls in the guild are also making a fuss, their big eyes full of gossip. Myra Jane blushed a little, and she could do nothing about it. Really, a bunch of drunks. There is a river running through the city of Magnolia. After leaving the guild, Knight didn't know where to go, so he just walked along the river. The ring flashed from time to time, it was a friend request from Zakrane. This guy is really persistent. Knight thought about it, and still accepted his friend, and then threw him aside, not caring about any private messages he sent for the time being. As they walked, they came to Magnolia Park. There was a tree in the center of the park, and two people were standing under the tree, fighting fiercely. Ice bastard! Flame idiot! Natsu and Grey punched and kicked each other, and the fight became more and more intense. And it was a round-based system. After punching, you had to stop and punch the other party. Then they bumped their foreheads together to see whose head was harder. Nate. Harpy was sitting on a park chair watching the show. When he saw Knight, he took the initiative to greet him. I was wondering why I didn't see you in the guild. So you are here. Knight smiled and said, What a good relationship, these two people. Love it's common. Harpy nodded in approval. The two people who were so close suddenly stopped and looked at Knight. Nate, thank you for the ring yesterday. Grey was still shirtless, and his shirt was thrown aside. It just so happens that I found a commission that is particularly suitable for you yesterday. Let's go to work together. No, I welcome dinner, but forget about work. Nate opened his mouth, thinking about how to reject this enthusiasm. Natsu stood up, No, I have decided to team up with Knight. Droopy eyes. Hanging eyes, you have no say. Who are you talking about with hanging eyes? Ah? Still want to fight? Then they really started fighting again. Nate never thought that one day he would encounter two men fighting for him. After thinking about it, he immediately changed the subject. By the way, Natsu, have you seen Igneel? Natsu, who was distracted by the words, was punched by Grey and hit directly against the tree in the park. I asked the old man, but the old man didn't think of a good way. While answering, he waved his fist to fight back. Maybe I have a way. Knight saw that the topic was successfully changed, and immediately went on to say. What? Natsu's fist stopped in front of Grey, and he turned around and ran towards Knight in astonishment. Are you serious? What's wrong with your eyes? Are you sick? Grey panted, and also found that Knight's eyes were different from when they met yesterday. Beautiful eyes, as if there was a clear sky in the eyes. It's called Six Eyes, a kind of magic. Knight put his hand on Natsu's chest. These eyes can let you see Igneel, maybe. While speaking, the Six Eyes saw through the flow of magic in Natsu's body. Not only that. In Natsu's body, there is also a particularly large group of magic. Just sleeping quietly. Knight's eyes condensed slightly, and suddenly, he disturbed Natsu's magic. The eyes went dark and bright. When the vision was restored, Knight seemed to be in a sea of magma. He stood on the magma as if walking on flat ground, stomping on the magma, and walked towards the center. It was a small isolated island, on which lay a fiery red dragon. Suddenly, the dragon opened its eyes. Nice to meet you, Igneel. Knight said regretfully, it seems that I failed. It turns out that I am not very skilled. I didn't bring Natsu in. Who are you? Igneel spoke in human language, and was extremely shocked. There was actually a wizard who could use the flow of magic to allow part of his spirit to enter Natsu's body and find it. This is incredible. Such a young wizard, his mental power is not strong in perception, but his fine control of magic is incredible. This is the first time Igneel has seen such a monster in his long dragon life. I am Knight, a wizard of fairy tale and a friend of Natsu. He knows you are in his body, and he has been trying to see you these 2 days. I just wanted to help him, but failed, sorry. Knight only got the 6 eyes last night, and he is not very skilled yet. He can only do this much at present. Igneel was silent. It is not that it cannot feel the situation outside, but it is asleep most of the time. Only when Natsu is in danger will it use magic to help him. Therefore, it does not know what happened in the past few days. Who told him? Igneel frowned deeply. Except for a few parties involved, no one else should know this kind of secret information. Tianlong? Only Grandin would meddle in other people's business. A man named Voldemort, the name is just a nickname, and his true identity is unknown. Voldemort. Devil. Igneel was angry, and the surrounding magma sea suddenly boiled. The demon created by Ziraf? But it had never heard of it. Nate calmly ignored the roar of the magma, thought for a moment, and asked. It doesn't matter who told him. Natsu really wants to see you. Do you have any words for me to tell him? Since you are here, bring a message. Igneel calmed down and slowly closed his eyes. Thank you, young wizard. You are the most unique wizard I have ever seen. Are your eyes some kind of magic? Practice it well. I can feel that your eyes have great power. It lay down and fell asleep. Tell Natsu for me, there will be a day when we will meet again. This day is not far away. Before that, practice well and live happily. Nate nodded, then, goodbye, Fire Dragon King. After speaking, his body seemed to be a shadow reflected on the calm water, twisted with the fluctuations of the water, and gradually disappeared here. 018 New function online commission, 4/4 flowers. That's it. Nate brought Igneel's words to Natsu. After listening, Natsu finally let go. I understand, thank you, Knight. Natsu touched his chest, as if he could sense Igneel in his body. After a while, he grinned and invited, by the way, do you want to team up with me? I just don't want to work with you guys, so I changed the topic. Knight complained in his heart, and was brought back by this kid again. Nate was a little helpless. Why do you want to team up with him? Can't he just let him fish and swim? I still have to improve the internet, I don't have time recently, otherwise just team up with you too. Nate looked at Gray and diverted the blame. But as soon as he finished speaking, the system suddenly popped up. Task: improve the magic internet and develop a new function. Reward: 10,000 magic rings. Additional reward, depends on the completion of the new function. The task has been triggered, and it is a task with a high degree of freedom. Is it because I said I wanted to improve the internet? Nate was a little surprised. The reward this time was very tempting. The number of reward rings reached 10,000. If 10,000 new internet users were added, his magic power would increase much faster than it is now. New function. Nate quickly thought of a good idea and said to the two of them, I suddenly have something important to do. Goodbye. Naz and Gray looked at each other. I team up with you. Who wants to team up with you? I don't want to team up with you, Ice Bastard. It's absolutely impossible for me to team up with you, Flame Idiot. Nate returned to the apartment and activated the magic programming function. He had already thought of what to do. Online commission. Move the guild's bulletin board to the internet. In the future, even if you are not in the guild, you can accept tasks through the internet at any time. If it is further improved, the client can communicate with the guild directly through the magic network and submit the commission content. Knight's inspiration burst out, and his fingers flew. Isn't this just building a platform? First use free expansion to attract users, and after becoming a giant, then make a two-way commission on the client and the guild. Isn't it just me who is the richest man in the continent? Thinking of the endless money in the future, Knight couldn't hold back his smile. The wizard works for the guild, and the guild works for the platform. Great! And it's very simple. It can be done in 2 days at most. Immersed in writing code, time passed unknowingly. At night. Knight was interrupted by a knock on the door. There was no need to open the door. The six eyes had seen the flow of magic outside the door. Come in, Lucy, it's not locked. Click. Lucy came in with a sumptuous dinner and saw Knight sitting at the tea table working hard. Knight, I prepared dinner for you. I don't know what you like to eat, so I made some of my favorites. Thanks, I'm not picky. Knight happily took it, picked up the tableware and started eating without hesitation. I didn't expect that the eldest daughter of a rich family could cook delicious food. Not bad, great cooking. Knight's face was full of praise. Lucy smiled happily after being praised. Knight was the first person to praise her cooking skills. I remembered when I was a child, I cooked for my father at home, and my father told him to get out, saying that cooking was the maid's job. What a bastard dad! While reminiscing about the past, Lucy sat next to Knight and looked at the programming tools with her big eyes curiously. Nate, what is this? I don't know how to explain it to you. Nate paused while eating. This was his question: how can he explain it so that someone who has never been exposed to programming can understand programming language? It's a magic tool for making the internet. After thinking for a while, he had to answer like this. Oh, so, what are you doing? Lucy seemed to understand and asked subconsciously, sorry, if it's inconvenient to say. It's not inconvenient. You will see it in 2 days. It's a new function. Nate briefly explained the online commission. Lucy was surprised, it sounds so convenient. Genius. He must be a genius. Damn, the world is so unfair. Not only are you strong, handsome, but you are also smart. Nate rolled his eyes at her speechlessly. You are the eldest daughter of the Heartfilia Chable, how dare you say this? Ah! How do you know? Lucy was shocked. She shouldn't have told me her origins, right? Did she see Knight when she was a child? Attending a cocktail party with her father? Could Knight be the eldest son of a family like herself? Lucy was full of doubts and kept guessing. Guess. No guess. But please keep it a secret for me, Knight. Please, don't tell anyone. Lucy put her hands together and humbly asked, I ran away from home. If it gets out, my father will definitely ask me to go back after knowing it. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret. Nate nodded, but thought in his heart that as long as you are active as a wizard, your father will know it soon. The head of the Heartfilia Chable is one of the richest people in the kingdom of Fiori, and has too many sources of intelligence. Thank you, Knight. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly remembered something, and took out a folded commission from the pocket of her skirt. By the way, Knight. In the evening, Miss Myra recommended this task to me. It is very friendly to newcomers. Knight glanced. The content of the commission is very simple. Go to the mansion of Duke Abar to steal a book called Sunrise. Destroy it and you can get 200,000 J. It does look very friendly to newcomers. However, this should be the first task Lucy received in the plot. Knight was impressed by this task. After all, Duke Abar's aesthetics are very unique. He doesn't like blonde beauties like Lucy, but has a special liking for ugly monsters. So, Knight looked at Lucy, and he saw a bad premonition in each other's eyes. We are all newcomers, let's go to work together. Lucy suggested excitedly, look, it says in the commission that Duke Abar is recruiting blonde maids. Sure enough, it's time to team up with him again. Knight's eyes twitched slightly. Natsu wanted to team up with him, Gray wanted to team up with him, and Lucy wanted to team up with him too. If Urza comes back one day, will he team up with him too? I will apply for the maid job and attract the attention of Duke Abar, and you go to get the book. How about this idea? Lucy was overjoyed. This was her first mission, and she had to do it perfectly. Knight thought about how to refuse, but when he met the expectant eyes, he suddenly had a headache. You can go to Natsu. But Miss Myra recommended you to me. Lucy asked humbly again. She said Natsu's destructive power is too strong. Got it. It turned out that my reputation was too good. Knight didn't know whether to cry or laugh. I'm so sorry for being so popular. 019 Gerald was frightened and couldn't sleep all night. After eating the dinner made by Lucy, Knight sent her away. The easy work of 3000J a day naturally includes washing dishes. See you tomorrow morning, good night. Lucy said good night and went back to the next room with the dinner plate. Good night. After closing the door, Knight looked at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. He simply didn't stay up late to write code. The function of online commission was not urgent. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, Knight suddenly remembered something. By the way, send a private message. In the dead of night, he remembered the judge who had been persistently trying to add him as a friend during the day. Logged on to the internet and opened the private message. Zickaline, hello, Voldemort, I am Judge Zickaline. Zickaline, I am very happy that you can accept my friend request. I have a few questions to ask you. Zickrane, first, about your reply in the forum, the dragon that disappeared from the world is hiding in the body of the Dragon Slayer, is this true? Zickrane, secondly, I am very curious about your identity. You are quite polite. Nate looked at the time of sending the private message, which was this afternoon. It is probably that he sent it immediately after accepting the other party's friend request. After thinking about it, Knight typed it casually. Voldemort, the information shared by the magic network, whether you believe it or not, what does it have to do with me? Nate only told part of the truth. The only untrue thing is that the dragon disappeared on July 7th, X777. The rest are all true. Including the first generation of Dragon Slayers. Dragon Slayers are also simply divided into 3 types according to the different ways of obtaining Dragon Slayer magic. The first generation, the magic is taught by the dragon himself, such as Natsu. The second generation, a wizard who has a magic crystal containing Dragon Slayer magic embedded in his body, such as Laxus, the S-class wizard of Fairy Tale. The third generation, possesses both of the above. Of course, there are also the 4th and 5th generations. Voldemort, as for your question about my true identity, what if you know it? What if you don't know it? Jalal Fernandez. At the end, Knight added another sentence. Still want to expose my identity? I'll expose you first. After doing all this, Knight felt much happier and immediately turned off the internet. Go to sleep. At the same time, the Magic Council, headquarters. A spacious study room, the magic crystal lamp releases soft light, dispelling the darkness of the night. Zikaline sits behind the desk, holding a magician, quietly flipping through it. After spending 1 million J to buy a ring from Makarov, he became very interested in internet magic after using it himself. He spent the whole day looking up information. Isn't it ancient magic? Closing the book, Zikaline frowned slightly. Is this kind of magic really created in modern times? In his opinion, the magic internet, referred to as the magic network, has refined the advantages of several kinds of magic, such as ancient documents, or Speaker Crawford Shim's super ancient documents. They are all search-type magic. But in the magic network, there is a similar library, and the search speed is very fast, and it does not even require the user's magic power, as long as the points are enough. This is too incredible. That is, the library currently uploads fewer books, if all the books on the continent are uploaded to the magic network. Then, is there any meaning for the existence of ancient book magic and super ancient book magic? Where are these books and materials stored after being uploaded? Zikaline was puzzled. He could not understand the principle of this magic, which overturned his understanding of the basics of magic. I really want to meet the creator of this magic, Knight of Fairy Tale. Zikaline murmured. Suddenly, the ring on his right hand flashed a faint white light. Zikaline was stunned, and immediately opened the magic network, and a private message popped up. It was a reply from the mysterious Voldemort. During the day, he persevered in adding the other party as a friend, and now he was finally moved by his sincerity. However, when he saw the content of the private message, he was instantly horrified. A chill from the spinal cord rushed straight to his brain. Zikaline's pupils suddenly shrank in shock, and his attention was firmly attracted by the last sentence. Gerald Fernandez. Impossible. Who is this person? He got up from the chair with a cold sweat on his back. No, calm down, maybe it's a misunderstanding. Zikrane took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down and quickly replied. Zikrane, Gerald? You mean my twin brother? Zikrane, we look exactly the same and are often misunderstood. Zikrane, I've been looking for him. If you know where he is, please tell me. I'd be grateful. After entering, Zikrane sat back down as if all his strength had been drained away. He clasped his fingers together and rested them on his chin, silently waiting for a reply. Then, it was dawn. Damn it! Bang! Zikrane, who had been waiting all night, angrily pounded the table. Because of the tension of staying up late, bloodshot appeared in his eyes. However, the anger in his heart could not be vented. He entered again without giving up. Zikrane, good morning, Mr. Voldemort. If you are a lady, please forgive my impoliteness. Zikrane, I just woke up and found that you haven't replied yet. Please tell me about my brother. Zikrane, please reply if you see it. Early in the morning. After waking up, Knight stretched comfortably. Lifting the curtains to let the sunlight into the room, opening the window and breathing a breath of fresh air. It's another beautiful day. People really can't stay up late. Nate walked into the bathroom with a relaxed mood and began to wash. While brushing his teeth, he opened the magic network and found that Zikrane had sent another private message. After reading it, he couldn't help laughing. Are you panicking? You've been exposed, but you're still pretending to me to maintain your persona. Brushing teeth with one hand and replying with the other. Voldemort, I advise you to give up as soon as possible, Gerald. Voldemort, our system plan can't succeed. Jerf is alive and well. Voldemort, if he knew that you tried every means to revive him, he might slap you to death. Voldemort, young man, the magic world is very complicated, you can't control it, I advise you to surrender. After teasing him casually, Knight chuckled and ignored him. Going out, I met Lucy. You haven't been waiting for me at the door? Knight said in surprise. No. It's a coincidence. Lucy denied it. Kate, let's go, it's time to complete the commission today. 200,000 J, you don't want me to be unable to pay the debt, right? Is this how you use the sentence pattern of you don't want to? Besides, if you can't pay it back, don't you still have your father to cover it? Knight complained in his heart and took the lead. I'm afraid of you. This is just one time, and it won't happen again. He understood Makarov's feelings at that time. What are you talking about? We will be a team from now on. Lucy laughed and followed quickly. She was determined to hold Knight's thigh. 020 The first mission with Lucy. The location of the commissioned mission is in the Sherlock's Gate. It is not far from Magnolia. Knight hired a carriage and it is expected to arrive in 2 hours. Of course, the money is from Lucy.pay. She was already poor, and became even poorer. She shed tears of poverty while sitting in the carriage. At least the fare can be shared equally. Then I'll go. Nate opened the programming tool and was about to code. Hearing this, he made a considerate proposal. No. I'll pay it. Please stay, Lord Knight. Lucy quickly grabbed Knight's arm and said firmly, what about the commission? Do you think I will keep it all? Knight said while writing the code. Do you still want to keep it all? Don't worry, I'll give you at least 10%. That's only 20,000 J. Aren't we companions? Half each. After teasing the rich lady, Knight couldn't help laughing. Okay, but from now on, don't talk. I have to concentrate. Yes. Lucy sat upright, and complained about Knight in her heart, a devil. For a while, Knight worked hard on coding, not paying attention to what was happening outside. Lucy lifted the curtain of the carriage and admired the scenery along the way. Seeing the beautiful scenery, she wanted to invite Knight to watch it together. But after seeing Knight so focused, she closed her mouth silently. What an amazing concentration, Lucy thought in her heart. The man who worked hard reminded her of her father. So, she looked at Knight quietly. Although she couldn't understand. Not long after, the carriage arrived at the Shiloh store. Knight stopped his work and looked sideways. Lucy actually fell asleep on his shoulder. We're here, Lucy. After waking her up, Knight got off the carriage first. Lucy rubbed her eyes and said, sorry, you didn't let me talk, and I fell asleep accidentally. Blame me. Thank you for your shoulder. Lucy giggled and got off the carriage. The two walked into the city. Compared with Magnolia, the city was even smaller. In Knight's opinion, this was a small town in the style of the European Middle Ages. The whole town was the territory of Duke Aber, and his mansion was in a forest outside the town. Let's go find the client first. Lucy followed Knight side by side. Knight walked to a ready-made clothing store and pointed, go buy some clothes. A question mark appeared on Lucy's head, but she quickly reacted. Duke Aber was recruiting a blonde maid. According to the plan she specified last night, she really needed a new set of clothes. I'll go right away. He left a sentence and walked into the store. After a while, Lucy, who had changed into a black and white maid outfit, walked out of the store. Nate, how about this? Lucy posed coquettishly on the street, it seems that my figure is suitable for any clothes. Please call me master. Why? This is practice. No way. Lucy's expression was not tied, and then she sighed, I haven't made any money yet, and I spent 36,000 J to hire a carriage and buy a maid outfit. Are you stupid? You can rent it. Nate felt that the IQ of the rich lady was worrying, but then he thought that maybe she just liked buying clothes. Let's go meet the client now. Lucy rolled her eyes at him and said energetically, we have to make the money back, otherwise we will have to eat dirt next month. Let's go directly to the Duke's mansion. Nate shook his head and said, by the way, I have good news for you. When you were buying clothes, Myra sent a private message saying that the reward has increased to 2 million J. 2 million? Lucy was struck by lightning. She got half for each person and minus the 10% for the guild, she could get 900,000 J for one mission. What are you waiting for? Let's go, Knight. When she said this, Lucy's eyes had turned into J symbols. After a while, Maid Lucy came to the gate of a magnificent villa. Excuse me, is there anyone? I'm here to apply for a maid. The ground suddenly bulged, and then a man in a black suit emerged from the ground. A muscular maid also appeared. Applying for a maid, you? Duke Abar touched his chin and looked up and down. Lucy quickly put on a well-behaved look, wearing a black and white maid outfit, white stockings, and black leather shoes. Yes, my name is Lucy, please give me more advice. Let me see. Duke Abar's dead fish eyes showed disdain. No need, get out, dinosaur girl. Dinosaur girl? Lucy seemed to be pierced by an arrow in the heart, and she was petrified on the spot. It's unbelievable, what gave you the confidence? If you are so ugly, don't come out to scare people. Duke Abar mocked and stroked his elastic beard. For a great and outstanding man like me, only beautiful women are suitable for me. Then, 4 more maids came out from the ground and flirted with Duke Abar. Oh, so annoying, Master. I like you the most. Master, you are the best at talking. Dinosaur girl, get out of here. Horse face, round cake, pig head, shoehorn. Lucy looked up at the 4 maids and felt a strong mental pollution. What kind of aesthetics does this old man have? The forest near the Duke's mansion. Lucy came over in a daze. You're back? Dinosaur girl. Knight leaned against the tree trunk and greeted with a smile. I'm so mad. As soon as she came back, Lucy squatted under the tree and hugged her knees and cried wildly, I will never forgive that bastard Duke. The strong Lucy stood up and clenched her fists. Since Plan A failed, let's adopt Plan B. Do you have a Plan B? Knight said in surprise while flipping through the book. I just thought of it. Lucy said angrily, Knight, you go and cause chaos. The Duke's mansion should have guards, and then I will take the opportunity to steal. She paused, and seeing Knight's careless look, she muttered dissatisfiedly. Are you listening? What book are you reading? Sunrise. Is it so good? We are on a mission. Lucy said unhappily, and then she was stunned. Sunrise. Isn't that the mission target? She quickly took the book from Knight's hand and looked at the cover. It was indeed Sunrise. Why is this book in your hand? Lucy was stunned. Your plan was very successful. When you ran to apply for the job, I sneaked into the mansion and took it from the library. Knight said with a smile, you are really a genius in making plans, Lucy. With 6 eyes, he can easily avoid all surveillance and guards and get the book without anyone noticing. Lucy was struck by lightning again. It sounds like a compliment, but why does it sound weird? No matter. Great, it's a success. She praised with a smile, you did a great job, Knight, let's go and deliver the commission. As she said that, she took Knight's arm and couldn't wait to get the money. The eldest lady was really rude, giving him benefits from time to time. Knight once again experienced the touch of being surrounded by softness, but pulled Lucy. Wait, the enemy is coming. Lucy paused in her forward posture and was pulled back by Knight. At this time, a huge frying pan fell from the sky and slammed into the road ahead. 021 Fairy Queen, Urza is back. Enemy. Lucy's heart trembled. If Knight hadn't pulled her just now, the huge frying pan in front of her would have fallen on her. No, how can you steal, young wizard? A man with a boiled egg head stood lightly on the long handle of a frying pan, with an upright posture and looking down from a high position. Brother, don't waste time talking to a thief. The voice came from behind. Lucy looked back and saw a tall figure falling from the sky, stepping down on the two of them. Knight pulled Lucy again and easily avoided the sneak attack. With a bang, the foot landed on the ground, stepping out a deep pit. Good reaction, wizard. The tall younger brother had a cross-shaped afro. After missing the attack, he spoke with ease, "We are the Pawnee Shao brothers of the mercenary guild Southern Wolf. You are just unlucky to meet us." In Knight's eyes, the magic power in the two brothers was weak, and it was estimated that they didn't even have half a heart. "You are so arrogant. Can't you even tell the difference between the enemy and us?" At this time, Lucy had taken out a bunch of keys from her skirt pocket. She chanted a spell. "I am the one who connects the road to the spirit world. You, respond to my call and pass through the door. Open, Taurus Gate, Taros." A spirit with a double-edged axe and a bull's head emerged from the golden magic circle. Seeing this scene, the Panisha brothers were shocked. Astral wizard? Or the Zodiac? Taros, defeat them. Lucy quickly gave orders. Taros moved, and before he could get mad at his master, he jumped up, took off the double-edged axe on his back, and swung it at the two of them. Moo! With a bang, the ground was cut open by the giant axe. The Panisha brothers scattered and dodged, barely avoiding the attack. The elder brother swung the frying pan to fight back, but the huge pan seemed very light in his hands. The pan swept across and hit Taurus. At the same time, the younger brother quickly approached Lucy and attacked with his well-trained fist. The biggest weakness of the Star Spirit Mage is that the mage himself is a waste. He spoke arrogantly. However, a hand suddenly appeared in front of his face and held his head tightly. Suddenly, his vision was reversed. As the whole person leaned back, he saw the blue sky through Knight's fingers. What? The younger brother was shocked and didn't react at all. The next moment, the back of his head hit the ground hard, followed by a strong vibration force. Boom! In an instant, the ground cracked. The cross-star afro that was still arrogant in the previous second was now lying on the ground like a dead dog. What should I call this move? Nate let go of his hand and thought, grab the target's head and use vibration to accurately hit the head, crack the skull with a strong hand. Brother! As soon as the braided, all this happened so fast that Lucy didn't even see Knight's movements clearly. As expected of Knight, she felt completely safe and shouted, "Taros, get rid of him." Taurus took advantage of his brother's distraction and hit the other man's back with an axe, knocking him down directly. Boiled Egg screamed and fainted on the spot from the pain. What on earth are these two people here for? Knight was speechless. It seems that the work of mercenaries is not easy. Miss Lucy, your figure is still the same as always. Taurus stood next to the boiled egg head with loving eyes. Yes, yes, you should go back first. Lucy waved the key perfunctorily and sent Taurus back to the Star Spirit world. Knight, it's been solved, let's go find the client quickly. Don't worry, there's another one. Knight walked under a tree, squatted down, stretched out his right palm and pressed it on the ground. Earthquake. Boom. The earth shattered, forming a huge pit with a radius of tens of meters. In the pit, Duke Aber lay miserably in the middle. This old pervert! Lucy said in surprise, when did he hide underground? Since you left the Duke's mansion, I have followed you all the way here. Knight walked to the unconscious Duke and took out a golden key from his pocket. So, is it because of me that you were exposed? Lucy was a little embarrassed. I thought it was you, Knight, who was caught stealing books. Why do I feel like a waste? Luckily, there is Knight. Suddenly, seeing that Knight had an extra golden key in his hand, Lucy's pupils trembled and blurted out. The key to the zodiac. Virgo. Is he also a star wizard? She suddenly remembered the maids she saw at the door, and she felt something was wrong at the time. It turned out that there was a star among them. Muscle Maid. The one who appeared at the beginning. Lucy's eyes lit up, and her voice suddenly became louder. Lord Knight. Hey, don't be crazy, this is my trophy. Knight played with the Virgo key in his hand. Virgo? Should I also learn some celestial magic and become a celestial wizard? Celestial magic is not that easy to learn. Lucy hurried over, holding the key with tears in her eyes. I'll buy it, can't I buy it? Do you have money? Can I write an IOU? Lucy's tone was humble, her eyes were full of water. It's over, the more she owes, the more she owes. Knight gave her the key, touched Lucy's head, and smiled to comfort her. Come on, it's just 15.997 million J, it will be paid off soon. Lucy was happy and sad, and she was almost broken. Let's go, what are you still standing there for? Let's go find the client. Yes. Soon after, Knight and his partner found the client, a middle-aged man who lived in a mansion. The client was shocked that they came to his door with a book, but he finally said he would pay. Lucy was confused that he would pay 2 million J for destroying a book. Before destroying it, after carefully reading Sunrise, she soon discovered something unusual. On the surface, this book was a personal adventure novel written by a great writer for Duke Abar. It was very badly written, and it was completely unlike the level of this great writer. After reading it carefully, Lucy soon realized that this was a magic book. It was a gift from the great writer's father to his son, and it was also his last work. It turned out that the great writer was threatened by Duke Abar with his family, so he had to make a trick of replacing the pillars. He is my father. After solving the mystery and understanding everything, the client burst into tears and finally decided not to destroy the book. Knight was not interested in these, but just watched Lucy play silently. Finally, they got 2 million J and got on the carriage for the return trip. In fact, he rented the mansion, and he is not a rich man. In the car, Knight shook his head and said, "It's a shame to save face." Hey? Really? Lucy was surprised. Then isn't it a bad idea for us to take 2 million? This is to teach him a lesson. Instead of letting him waste money on other things to save face, it's better to give it to me and I will help him spend it. Well, that makes sense. Lucy also thought it was okay. Since there was no money, she shouldn't just increase the amount of 200,000 to 2 million. Back to Magnolia. Knight and Lucy walked into the guild together. It's so quiet. Standing at the door, Lucy looked around strangely. It should be very noisy normally. Knight saw Natsu and Grey, who were arm in arm, showing a very friendly side. In front of them, a tall girl in armor was nodding with satisfaction. Urzisha Colette. One of the 5S class members of the guild, nicknamed Fairy Queen. 022 competition. Knight vs Urza, 4/4 flowers requested. In the quiet guild, time seemed to start flowing again as Knight and Lucy walked in. Are you back from your mission? Knight, Lucy. Myra Jane smiled as always. Knight? Lucy. Urza turned around, with no emotion on her delicate face. Are you two the newcomers that Myra mentioned? Welcome to join Fairy Tale, IIT's Urza. Hello, Senior. I'm Knight. Nate greeted while looking at the other person. The first thing that caught his attention was her long crimson hair. The armor she wore had a red guild emblem on her left chest, which protected her upper body perfectly. The lower body was a blue short skirt and a pair of black long boots, which perfectly modified her slender legs. In Knight's opinion, this kind of dress made her look more like a kingdom knight than a magician. In fact, Urza's magic is indeed called knight. Ms. Urza, hello, I'm Lucy. Lucy also hurriedly greeted. She heard from Miss Myra that she was one of the S level of the guild. Wow, a woman with such a strong aura, a little scary. Perhaps because she could see Lucy's nervousness, Urza tried to show a kind smile. Since you have joined the guild, you will be a family in the future. Don't be polite when you encounter difficulties. Just come to me. Did you hear that? Lucy, if you encounter difficulties, look for Urza-senpai. Knight nodded in agreement. The subtext is, don't look for me, let me fish well. No need to call me senior, just call me by my name. Urza always speaks and acts with a serious expression, and she casts her eyes on Knight. I just came back and heard a lot of your deeds. The president praised your magic internet for bringing changes to the magic world. As a wizard, you also master powerful super magic. Urza's tone is full of appreciation. Knight was about to be modest, but she changed the subject unexpectedly. Put aside the internet first, since you master super magic, come and spar with me, let me see your strength. When this was said, the people in the tavern were shocked. Is Urza going to spar with Knight? It will definitely be a wonderful duel. Suddenly I'm looking forward to it. Everyone seemed to enjoy the fun, their eyes lit up, and the atmosphere became heated from the quietness just now. Only Knight was speechless. Good news, Urza didn't want to team up with him. Bad news, she had to fight him. Why was it bad news? He suspected that if he won, there would be another game, and the next game, and then it would go on and on. As for losing, as a man, Knight didn't want to lose to a woman. At this time, Natsu jumped out happily. Ah ha ha ha, Urza, you want to spar with Knight? Fight me first, I will definitely win this time. Natsu, with his fighting spirit ignited, was surrounded by flames and attacked Urza fiercely. Fire Dragon's Iron. Urza suddenly turned around and hit Natsu's abdomen with a lightning-fast punch. With a bang, Natsu fell to the ground on the spot and was knocked out in one move. Ha ha ha, you deserve it, Natsu, you idiot. Gray laughed gloatingly. Myra Jane stood up to stop him. Wait, Urza, neither Knight nor you are suitable to spar in the guild, you will tear down the house. That's right, let's go to the lake behind the guild. Urza nodded seriously. Come with me, Knight. No, I haven't agreed yet, why do you assume that I agree? Knight looked at Urza walking towards him and stopped in front of him. Do you have anything to prepare? I'll wait for you. Urza smiled. Don't look at me like this, I'm also a considerate woman. Your kindness is misplaced. Knight complained in his heart. At this point, he had no choice but to say. Before the fight, you must promise me one thing. Guild members are all family, no matter how many things, I will agree to it. If you lose, you are not allowed to compete with me again in the future. Hearing this, Urza was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Very confident, not bluffing, really believes that she can win. Urza and Knight stared at each other for 5 seconds. I promise you, I will wait for you by the lake. As she said this, she walked out of the guild in a heroic manner. Behind the fairy tale guild is a huge lake that can be called a sea. At this time, by the lake, Knight and Urza are dozens of meters apart. 100 meters away from the two, there are the guild members who came to watch the excitement. Fairy tale love each other chat group. Macau, it started, now start betting. Wakaba, I bet on Urza, 200 points. Levy, although Knight is also very powerful, Urza is stronger purely from the perspective of magic power. I also bet on Urza, 100 points. Lucy, why do you use points? I'm too popular, money can be earned through commissions, but there are not many opportunities to earn points. Myra Jane, Loki, please change to your real name in the group. Loki, Admira, changed. I also bet on Urza, 200 points. Myra Jane, don't tell me, it was Macau who proposed it. Myra Jane, at Macau, I believe in Knight, I bet 500 points. Macau, why do you have so many? Myra Jane, secret, smile.jpg. Wakaba, damn, Knight must have given it to you, I'm so envious, tears.jpg. Happy, there is an affair smirk.jpg. Lucy, when did Happy come in? No. Why can cats surf the internet? Happy, stupid Lucy, I have fingers too. Rage.jpg. Macau, don't make trouble, bet quickly, and stop when you start playing. Nate glanced at the people who were joining in the fun, typing quickly, and he knew what they were doing without joining the group. Stay away, I won't care if you get involved. As he said, he looked at Urza, let's start. Nate, you go first. Urza has the virtues of a knight, and as a senior, of course she has to give in to the juniors. Change clothes. A flash of white light, and Urza had an ordinary sword in her hand. Seeing this, Knight did not speak, but just observed his opponent silently. In front of his 6 eyes, Urza had nowhere to hide. Her magic power was about 4 stars or more, much higher than his. But magic power is just magic power, and magic is magic. If you have to make an analogy, magic power is the oil in the car's fuel tank. And magic is the engine of the car. Then I'm here. The magic power in Knight's body burned and gathered in one punch. Bang! The fist hit the side of his body, as if breaking the space. The next moment, huge waves rose on the lake, and the 100-meter-high waves swept towards Urza. P.S. Please vote, please give me flowers, please give me data support. The better the data, the faster I can write. Just move your fingers, that's my motivation. 023 A breathtaking punch. A 100-meter-high wave, arrogance is overwhelming. In front of such a great power of nature, humans seem extremely small. Urza raised her head, her neck was slender and delicate, like flawless white jade, carefully carved, without any flaws. Just a casual blow can set off a tsunami? Although I knew Knight's magic beforehand, I was still shocked when I was there. A huge wave of 100 meters high swept over, and the oppressive feeling brought by the momentum alone was suffocating. Iluza didn't have extra time to think, she took a deep breath. Change clothes. As her whole body was covered by a layer of halo, when the halo disappeared, she was wrapped in a gorgeous silver-white armor. It started. The guild members who were watching the excitement from a distance shouted and saw the huge waves coming, and they quickly retreated one by one, fearing that they would be caught in it. It's the armor of diamond. Does Urza want to resist this natural disaster with her body? Even if it's a magic armor specialized for super defense, it's absolutely impossible. Seemingly noticing that there were still people staying in place, Urza glanced at them with her peripheral vision and shouted. What are you still doing? Run! I can't block them all. What a bunch of idiots! She held 2 silver shields in both hands, and faced the huge waves, and suddenly put them together. The next moment, a huge emerald green magic circle was born. The waves fell, and the magic circle collided violently. The powerful thrust made Urza's face change slightly, her body sank, and her feet began to sink into the ground. What a fierce impact! Urza gritted her teeth and persisted. But her defense range, compared with the scale of the huge waves, was just a small boat in the sea. The lake water quickly flooded around her. For a moment, a large area behind the guild turned into a swamp. Fortunately, Urza blocked the first wave of impact from the front, giving the onlookers time to evacuate. Seeing the wave spreading and about to catch up with everyone, Gray suddenly stopped, clenched his right fist, and placed it on his left palm. Ice make, ice wall. Magic power was transformed into low-temperature cold air, and Grey bent down and clapped his hands on the ground. Instantly, the incoming tide solidified and froze, forming a wall of ice. "I can't freeze it, there are too many, go." After blocking it for a while, Grey shouted immediately. Not to mention that the onlookers were busy keeping their distance and showing their magical powers. In a swamp, only the area around Night was not invaded by the lake. "Did you block it?" Night was not surprised that Urza could block the tsunami. It was just a greeting, and he didn't expect to solve the battle in one move. Change to the armor of the Sky Wheel. Suddenly, Urza changed the magic armor again and killed from the surging lake with a sword. It is indeed super magic, with amazing destructive power. Iluza praised in her mouth, and when approaching Night from behind, she consciously warned him out loud, while swinging the sword in her hand. Heavenly Wheel Dazzling Sword. The sword light was as fast as lightning. However, Night's back of the head seemed to have eyes. He slightly moved his right foot, tilted his body to the right, and avoided the first sword. Then he retreated slightly, barely avoiding the second sword. Then, the third, fourth, fifth. Every move he made was just right, no more, no less. In a flash, when all the sword lights were dodged, Night just turned around and faced Urza, who was nearby. "It's useless, Senior, your armor can't touch the corner of my clothes." "Don't call me Senior, call me Urza." Iluza flew 10 meters above the ground, raised the sword in her hand, and drew a circle. Dang! At the same time, dozens of magic swords were deployed in a circle at high speed. Heavenly Wheel Circulation Sword. The magic swords were used as throwing weapons and all fell towards Night. Such a dense attack, 6 eyes could see through the attack trajectory, but Night could not dodge all of them due to his body. He simply punched back. Air shock. The atmosphere cracked, and the vibration was released forward in a fan shape, and all the magic swords were changed by the vibration. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of long swords seemed to have eyes, all actively avoided Night's position, and were inserted all over the ground around him. Iluza couldn't help but be stunned. What is this? Her mind was blank for a moment. It's not that she couldn't understand the scene in front of her, on the contrary, she could see what was going on at a glance. Use vibration to change the attack route of the sword, causing it to deflect slightly. But the problem is that this was done in an instant, and it happened dozens of times in 0.1 seconds. Such precise control of magic power has reached an incredible level. Among all the wizards Urza has seen, no one can do this. Even President Makarov, one of the 10 saints, can't do this. Is he human? Urza couldn't help but doubt, is this something a human can do? As if he could see what she was thinking, Night waved at Urza in mid-air. Change your clothes, this one won't work. I'll give you a suggestion. My magic power is far inferior to yours. As long as we enter a war of attrition, you will win sooner or later. Hearing this, Urza's expression was very serious. It's just a competition, not a life and death battle, but what you said makes sense, Night, you have to be careful. Change clothes. Her body was once again shrouded in a golden halo. Black feather armor. This time, Urza's image changed drastically. The Skywheel armor looks like a fighting angel, but the black feather armor is a demon. This set of armor has dark devil wings. Compared with the previous one that was tightly wrapped, this one reveals a lot of delicate skin. The wings behind the armor shook, and Urza, holding a one-handed sword, dived towards Night below. The raised sword blade slashed down mercilessly. Night leaned to the left, and at the same time his left foot moved back a little half a step, and the sword almost passed by his face. The sword missed, but a long cut was torn in the air. It's not over yet. Urza used a diagonal upward sword, but Night dodged it again. Facing her violent sword skills, Night dodged the attack while thinking about how to win this competition. Isn't this move a bit despicable? Forget it, it's okay to win. After dodging Urza's sword again, Knight did not retreat but advanced, actively approaching the opponent. At the same time, stretch out the index finger and thumb of both hands, and write a 7 gesture. 2 sevens merged into one, forming a frame. Knight's eyes penetrated the frame and locked onto Urza's eyes. How about a smile, Urza-senpai? Urza subconsciously stared at Knight's movements. At this moment, magic, photograph. Click. As if the sound of a camera shutter was pressed, a strong and dazzling flash of light burst out from the center of the frame. Oops! Urza immediately had a bad feeling. It was just an ordinary photo-taking magic, but at this moment, she was hit as expected. The strong light made her close her left eye tightly, and her body quickly retreated, wanting to fly into the sky. Although her right eye, as a prosthetic, did not feel too much discomfort, her vision was blank and she could not see anything. It was too late. Knight thought to himself that he had no intention of showing mercy to Urza, and a punch containing almost all the magic power had already hit Urza. What should this move be called? At the moment Knight made his move, he even had the mood to name the move. Amazing! Boom! The terrifying vibration exploded, turning into a shock that engulfed Urza. Instantly, the black feather armor cracked inch by inch, and shattered into countless pieces with a bang. After that, the shock did not weaken, and the lake behind Urza was split into two, tearing a gap of hundreds of meters. 024 Urza, who has been recovering from her injuries for a week, is addicted to the internet. It's over. The guild members who had been hiding far away looked at the scene by the lake in the distance, but they couldn't see it clearly because the distance was too far. They only saw a flash of strong light, and then the lake was torn into a gap of hundreds of meters. The magic fluctuations from afar began to weaken, and everyone had a premonition that the winner had been decided. Who won? Nate won. A pair of wings appeared behind the harpy and flew to a high place. It could be vaguely seen that it was Knight who was standing. Everyone was shocked. Knight won? Is Urza okay? Nate's magic power is not as strong as Urza's, but he won. Magic power does not mean an absolute victory or defeat. Anything can happen in a battle. But the competition between these two is really scary. They even changed the terrain. By the lake, Urza's black feather armor was broken, leaving only a set of black underwear. She lay on her back on the ground, feeling depressed compared to the pain in her body. She was careless, and then she lost. She actually lost to the magic of taking pictures. She regretted agreeing to Knight before. Now she really wants to find a chance to fight again. She has many more. The strong armor could not be used. Are you okay, Senior? Suddenly, Knight's face blocked the dazzling sunlight and broke into her field of vision. Don't call me Senior, call me Urza. Arisa repeated helplessly for the third time, and with a flash of golden light, she changed back to the first and most commonly used set of armor. Without wearing armor, she would feel uneasy. When she wanted to get up, she was injured again, and she bit her red lips in pain. It's better if you don't move. Knight stretched out his hand and pulled Urza up. Thank you. After thanking her, Urza tried to take a step, but she felt a strong tearing sensation in her abdomen, and she staggered and almost fell. Knight had to support her, thinking, it's a bit too heavy. But he didn't have any good way. If he didn't hit it harder, he wouldn't be able to break the black feather armor and win. Wait, black feather armor? You won't ask him to pay for it? Sorry, can you please carry me to the infirmary? Iluza gritted her teeth and wanted to walk by herself, but it was obvious that she couldn't do it. She was a little angry with herself. Too weak, not at all decent. I'll carry you. Knight thought for a while, okay, but you can't ask me for compensation. Compensation? A trace of doubt flashed in Urza's eyes. Why do you want compensation? Is it the black feather armor? She couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, I won't ask you for compensation. Why do you think I want to ask you for compensation? I proposed the sparring, and the armor damaged in the battle was my own problem. You are indeed a considerate woman, and you didn't use it in the wrong place. Knight expressed his appreciation and immediately carried Urza on his back. Then he felt two hard objects behind him, bumping him from time to time. So hard. From all sides, they are very hard women. This reminded Knight of some boys who like to suddenly break when riding a bike with a girl. I can only experience the sturdiness of the armor. After carrying Urza back to the guild's infirmary, Knight put her on the bed. Thank you for carrying me back. You're welcome. I hurt you. It's my duty. Knight took out a silver ring and placed it on the cabinet next to the bed. As an apology, this magic ring is for you. This is the magic item for logging on to the internet. Urza looked around curiously. She saw that all the wizards in the guild were wearing it. At this time, Myra Jane came in with a medical kit. It's all swollen, Urza. As soon as she entered the room, she noticed that Urza's right arm, where there was no armor protection, was obviously red and swollen from the shoulder down. While opening the medical kit, Myra Jane said to the two. You two are really something. It's not necessary to fight so hard just for a sparring match. Thank you, Myra. Urza lay on the bed and thanked them. Myra Jane smiled gently. Take off the armor first. She remembered something and turned to Knight beside her and said with a smile. Knight, do you want to stay here to see? Urza's body is very good. Knight smiled and walked out of the infirmary. He returned to the guild tavern, found a spacious table to sit down, opened the programming tool and continued to write code. The competition with Urza was just a small episode, and he didn't take it seriously. The tavern was still lively, and everyone was still discussing the battle just now. Knight. Just as he was thinking about how to write the next code, Natsu ran over excitedly. Who won between you and Urza? Love Knight won, Natsu. Happy also flew to the table and complained, Natsu, you were killed in one punch. When you were unconscious, Knight had already won. Damn, I didn't see it. Natsu clenched his fists, and his eyes were burning with flames, literally burning with flames. Next, let me spar with you, Knight. Knight's eyes twitched slightly. Can I still write code properly? The guild is lively, but it's too lively. Happy waved his little paw. Natsu, you will be killed in one punch. No, I was just careless just now. Natsu was obviously very stubborn. On the other side, Lucy and Kana were sitting at the same table. While chatting, they saw Natsu running to challenge Knight. Natsu is really not afraid of being beaten. Same old, he always challenged Urza when he was a kid, but never won once. Kana drank and said a little drunkenly, Grey was the same, he challenged Urza and was beaten. And Loki, he wanted to pursue Urza, and was beaten half to death. Lucy's head was full of black lines, she could already imagine that scene. As expected of Urza. Speaking of which, Myra and Urza had a bad relationship when they were young. I'll tell you quietly, although Myra is so gentle and kind now, she was. Lucy smelled the gossip and her ears stood up. So, the two girls started to whisper. That's good. In the infirmary, Myra Jane packed up the medicine box and looked at Urza, who was covered with bandages on the bed, and couldn't help laughing. It's rare to see you like this, Knight was too heavy. Don't blame him, I proposed the competition. Under such circumstances, this is the only way for him to win. Arisa was indeed considerate and spoke for Knight. She was wrapped in bandages all over her body, and only her left hand could move. Rest well, Urza. Such a serious injury will take at least a week to heal. I understand. Go and get busy, Myra. Watching Myra Jane leave, Urza was left alone in the infirmary. She stared at the ceiling in a daze for a long time, and suddenly remembered the internet, so she reached out and picked up the ring on the table. Magic that can bring changes to the magic world. Let me take a good look. Iluza's face was full of seriousness, and she used her left middle finger to pierce the silver ring. After entering the magic power. Welcome to the world of the internet. Please enter your internet nickname. The nickname cannot be changed for the time being, please choose carefully. Nickname ___________. Looking at the interface that appeared in front of her, Urza fell into deep thought. There is no magic power, it is not magic text. How did you do it? Even if it is a magic prop light pen, a magic prop that can write text in the air, what it writes is also magical. Incredible magic. Iluza murmured softly, and then typed in her nickname with one hand. Fairy Queen. No, calling yourself Fairy Queen is a bit too embarrassing. Iluza quickly deleted it and retyped it. Night. 0.25.0.3 version update. Iluza logged on to the internet and was quickly attracted by many posts in the forum. Thanks to Myra Jane, the administrator, who is very dedicated. Today's forum has been completely renewed compared to yesterday's smog. Some useful posts have been featured, while controversial posts have been blocked and sunk to the bottom. It's so lively. Iluza murmured in surprise. There are posts asking questions about magic practice and how to train your mental strength. There will also be people who share their experiences without asking for anything in return. She even saw the name of the chairman of the council. She was a little confused on the spot. Crawford Shim. Is it you? Such a big shot actually appeared on the magic network? And he used his real name. Iluza browsed the post curiously and found that this big shot actually patiently explained magic knowledge to others. The people who followed the post below expressed that they were honored to communicate with the speaker up close. Of course, there were also discordant voices. Natsu, you are the one who often punishes me? All the money earned from the commissions was punished by you. Damn it, fight me to the death. Iluza. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the infirmary, interrupting Urza's thoughts. Come in. I'll borrow your place for a while. Nate pushed the door open and walked in, looking helpless. Because of you, Natsu is now eyeing me and insists on sparring with me. Sorry I'm causing you trouble. Iluza apologized very seriously. This was indeed what Natsu would do, just like shouting on the magic network that he wanted to duel with the speaker. This is the guild's infirmary. You can stay as long as you want. Knight nodded, found a chair to sit down, and continued to write code. Seeing that he was very focused, Urza couldn't help but feel curious. But considering that it was not good to disturb others, Knight should be in need of a quiet environment now. She turned back to continue browsing the internet until she saw a featured post. Voldemort? At this nickname, Urza frowned slightly. A member of the Dark Guild, or a dark wizard? From the other party's answer, it seems that he knows many secrets of the magic world. Dragons exist in the body of dragon slayers? After a little hesitation, Urza clicked reply and left a message under Voldemort's post. Hello, Senior, do you know the R system? Urza felt a little ashamed to call someone who might be a dark wizard a senior. After waiting for a long time, there was no reply. Evening. After writing a piece of code, Knight looked up at the weather outside the window. It's getting late, I'll go back first, goodbye, Urza. Stretching and turning off the programming system, Knight said hello to Urza on the bed, then opened the door and left. See you tomorrow. Iluza was immersed in the internet. When she looked up to respond, the door had already closed. This man is amazing to be able to create such a magical magic. She agreed with the president's opinion. The potential of internet magic is huge, and it is just a big framework now. Of course, just allowing wizards from all over the world to communicate with each other on the magic network is a revolutionary step. No one has ever done it before. Ilusa couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity about Knight. 2 days later. Nate didn't go to the guild these 2 days. It was too noisy there, so he might as well stay at home and retreat. After 2 days of hard work, he finally completed the function of online commission. Next, we will release the update. I hope there will be no bugs. Open the system and take a look. Today's active number of people, 846. Today's average online, 5.45 hours. Total number of registered users, 889. Already almost 900? Juvia is really efficient. Nate nodded with satisfaction and glanced at the private message. Traveler on the way, I haven't seen you these 2 days. Lucy said you were making new features at home. Is there anything I can help you with? Sigma Man, it's already done. I need your help next. After replying, Knight opened the chat group. Through the background function, he can see all the chat groups currently created. There are more than 30 groups. Nate looked surprised. Looked at the group name carefully. Phantom is the best in the world. No need to guess, it must be created by Phantom's Wizard, with more than 400 members, which is the group with the largest number of members at present. Second, it is Fairy Tale Love Each Other. Except for these 2 large groups, the other groups are not large. Most of them are groups of some guild teams. For example, Shadow Gear has only 3 members, and the group owner is Levi. Knight's developer account has the highest authority and can ignore the rules, enter any chat group, and peek at all chat records. He randomly selected a few groups and glanced at them, and quickly exited. Mistake. The points consumption should be set for creating a group, including increasing the upper limit of the number of group members. Knight pinched his chin. Currently, there are only 2 channels for recycling points. Play games to redeem happy beans, and use the library function. It's not too late to add it now. There are also online commissions, and accepting commissions also requires points requirements. Thinking of this, Knight immediately modified it. This is not difficult, and it will be changed in a while. After doing this, Knight opened the Fairy Tale Love chat group. Sigma Man, at all members, update later, the magic network will be interrupted, just log in again. When he bubbled up, the group suddenly exploded. Gray, Knight? Macau, oh, I saw you, Knight. What did you add this time? Ilusa, Knight. I have something to talk to you about. Can you come to the infirmary when you are free? The messages in the group were flooding the screen like a waterfall. Nate couldn't read them all, so he only saw the first few. Sigma Man, a very convenient function has been added. You will know it soon. After sending this message, Knight closed the interface and turned on the synchronization button. When the button was pressed, all Magic Network users were disconnected. When the ring was started again, the first thing that appeared was the update announcement. Alpha 0.3 version update announcement. 1. The online commission function has been added. Please see the details, for details. 2. From now on, points will be consumed to create a chat group, and points will also be consumed to upgrade the upper limit of the number of group members. 3. The featured posts posted on the forum will be rewarded with different points. 4. Excellent reply posts will also be rewarded with points. In this update, Knight provided more points acquisition channels and more points consumption channels. At the same time, when the update was completed, the system prompts came synchronously. Task: improve the magic internet and develop a new function. Reward: 10,000 magic rings. Extra reward: depends on the completion of the new function. Task completed. Results calculated. 0.26 Why not ask the magical internet? 4/4 flowers. Results calculated. Release the new function online commission. Evaluation: good. After a short wait, the system gave a good evaluation. Knight was quite satisfied with the result. It was just a function developed in 2 or 3 days, and it was good not to give a general evaluation. Took a look at the reward content. Extra reward, dance in the sky. Detected that this is not the Dragon Ball world, the reward is being converted. Air dance, magic air dance. Instantly, Knight once again experienced the feeling of magic knowledge flowing through his brain. The secret of the new magic air dance was quickly mastered. This is a flying magic that allows the caster to fly freely in the sky. Good magic. Nate opened his eyes, and as soon as he thought about it, his body slowly floated up. The apartment house was not big, so he did not fly too high, but just tried to move his body 1 meter above the ground. This magic gave him only one feeling. As you please. When the magic is activated, you can hardly feel the pull of the terrain's gravity, and you can move in any direction as you please. And the magic power consumed is also very humane. When flying at low speed, it consumes almost no magic power, which is not much different from the inherent magic 6 eyes. But if you enter the state of high-speed flight, the consumption of magic power will increase significantly. Overall, it's a pretty good magic. I had a sparring match with Urza the other day. If I could fly, it would be much easier to win. Nate landed on the floor with satisfaction, and then looked at the basic rewards. 10,000 magic rings. It's not easy to distribute so many rings. Although Juvia's side is not full, she can't eat this so many. We have to think of a new way. Cooperate with the council? Or find Lucy's father? Or wait for others to come? The scale of the internet has begun to rise, and sooner or later someone will come to me. Nate thought about it and has not decided which method to take for the time being. In fact, the best way is to use the magic network to let existing users consume points to obtain rings. This can also recycle points on a large scale, thus causing a shortage of points, so that the leaks desperately try to find ways to earn points. In this way, the rings can be distributed and the internet can be more prosperous and lively. Unfortunately, this method is more troublesome to implement now. Should I let others come to Fairy Tale to get the ring? If I can learn teleportation type magic. Nate shook his head, there was no rush for this matter. Leaving the apartment, Knight went to the guild. I haven't been there for 2 days, and I miss the food made by the poster girl. Entering the guild tavern, Knight found that everyone was discussing new features. So, we can accept commissions through the magic network in the future. It seems so. Even if we are not in the guild, we can do it. This is so convenient. Nate. You are here. Someone shouted, and everyone in the tavern looked at him. Good morning, everyone. Nate greeted with a smile. It's been 2 days since we last met. You are going to open a new function. Good job, Knight. About the new function, Knight. Nate waved his hand and said, I know what you want to ask, and I know you are anxious, but don't worry. As he said that, he walked to the bar. The poster girl took the initiative to pour him a glass of wine with a low alcohol content, and chuckled. Nate, I looked at the online commission section, and there is no commission on it. You asked me to help before. Just what you think. Nate nodded. Myra, you will be responsible for updating the commission content of the guild to the commission section. Will this be troublesome for you? This is originally my job. It is better to say that the function you developed makes it easier for me, Knight. Myra Zhen shook her head slightly and said, however, this matter needs to be reported to the president first, and the president must agree. Where is the president? Nate was curious. Speaking of which, since taking 10 rings from him last time, I haven't seen Makarov for a few days. The president has gone to attend the routine meeting. Myra Jane replied, don't worry, I will explain the situation to the president. Knight, don't worry. The president will definitely be happier than everyone else with this convenient function. Then I'll leave it to you. Knight took a sip of wine, stood up and said, Iluza seems to have something to ask me, I'll go and see. After that, he went to the infirmary. In the online commission section, Knight gave each guild a subsection according to different guilds. In theory, each subsection requires someone to be responsible for uploading the commission content to the Magic Network. Fairy Tale, of course, will be handed over to the poster girl Myra Jane. As for other guilds, it's not him who is anxious anyway. Infirmary. Urza is still lying on the bed. Compared with the previous 2 days when she could only move her left hand, her current condition is much better. At least she can get out of bed and walk around. But it will take a few days to fully recover. Knight knocked on the door and waited for a while before walking in. Iluza, you said you have something to talk to me about. It's very important. Iluza's face was serious. Actually, I encountered several members of the Dark Guild Iron Forest on my way to the mission this time. She explained quickly. About 4 or 5 days ago, she heard the people of Iron Forest planning a conspiracy in a tavern in a small town. But at that time, she was in a hurry to complete the commission and did not catch those people. I was going to solve this matter after I came back to deliver the mission, but I can't do anything in my current state. Iluza sighed. Nate smacked his head and had a bad premonition. Of course he knew Iron Forest, the main plot, and he was very clear about what they were planning. As expected, the next second, Urza asked with a serious face. I heard the name Lullaby from them, Knight, I hope you can investigate it. As a member of a regular guild, you must not pretend not to see the Dark Guild. No one knows what evil they will do and how much damage they will cause. Maybe the damage they caused is not as bad as Natsu's. Knight complained in his heart and said immediately. Lullaby? Urza, if it's just an investigation, why don't you ask the magical internet? 027 Self-Explosion. Dark Guild Forum Performance. Knight doesn't want to get involved in some messy things. The goal of the Dark Guild Iron Forest is to use Lullaby to attack the Guild President Alliance, which is holding a routine meeting. You have to know that they are all guild leaders. What can a mere Dark Guild do? It is equivalent to a group of ants ran to attack a group of lions. I don't know where the confidence of the Iron Forest came from. Even if his head was pinched, he would not do such a stupid thing. Therefore, Knight chose to throw the trouble to the internet. The friendly netizen might be able to solve Urza's doubts. If there is really no answer, he will let the big boss Voldemort take action. Ask the internet. Urza was slightly startled, thinking of asking Voldemort about the R system 2 days ago, and there has been no response until now. Now Knight asked her to try again. She was a little skeptical about whether it would work. It doesn't cost to try it, Knight smiled back, you have to believe in the powerful netizens. Then I'll try. Urza immediately opened the internet and chose to post a consultation post. These 2 days, she was lying in bed to recover from her injuries. She had nothing to do and had been addicted to the internet. She already knew how to post. Soon, a post was written. Urza was about to post it, but Knight stopped her. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Isn't this wrong? That's right, but when posting online, it's better to give it an eye-catching title. First trick people ahem, first draw people in, and when more people see it, maybe you can meet a good person who is willing to answer. Arisa's post title is too plain. Nate simply squeezed over, half sat on the bed, and wrote a new title for her. Shocked. The Dark Guild actually did such a thing. Click, publish. Arisa blinked blankly, and had to admit that even she wanted to click in to see this title. What did the Dark Guild do? What's shocking? You are really a genius, Knight. She turned her head to look at Knight and praised him seriously. I've learned it, and she will use this trick next time. Nate didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this. If it wasn't Urza, he suspected that this was a sarcastic remark. You should pay attention to the reply. In a withered forest. The trees here are withered, the branches and leaves are falling, and colorful mushrooms grow under the trees. Deep in the gloomy forest, there is a hidden path, at the end of which stands a dark castle. Dark Guild, Iron Forest. A young man wearing a grey-black scarf and a grey cloak walked along the path and came to the door of the guild. A short-haired man with a death scythe on his shoulder walked out of the main door of the Dark Guild. "You're back, Kageyama," the short-haired man said grimly. "Where's the stuff?" "I've got it, Mr. Eligary." The man named Kageyama stretched out his right hand from under his cloak, holding a dead wood-colored flute in the shape of a skull. "This is the lullaby you need." "Well done, Kageyama." Eligary took the flute and grinned. "The opportunity has come. With it, we can take revenge on the hateful guild alliance." He tightened his hand holding the flute, and veins bulged on the back of his hand. "In addition, there is this. On the way back, I met several phantom wizards." Kageyama suddenly opened his left hand, and there was a silver ring in his palm. "What is this?" Eligary frowned. "Phantom wizard?" "Yes. On the train, I heard them talking about a new magic internet, and this ring is a necessary magic prop to enter the internet." Kageyama nodded. He was very hostile to the wizards of the regular guild. After beating up those phantom members, he snatched the ring under interrogation. "The ring will bind the first holder who inputs magic power. This is an unused ring. According to those people, the internet is a place to exchange information. I thought it might be useful, so I brought it back." "Exchange information? Internet?" Eligary narrowed his eyes slightly, took the ring from Kageyama's palm and looked at it. "Ring magic is very common. This kind of magic prop is usually used by magicians." With a little curiosity, Eligary put the ring on his right index finger. After inputting magic power, a translucent interface immediately appeared in front of him. Text without magic power. He was slightly surprised in his heart. Nickname. "Hey, it's interesting." He wants to see what the ruler of the ghost is doing. Death. After simply inputting text, Eligary entered the forum. Among many posts, a title containing the words Dark Guild attracted his attention. Kageyama explained, "You can see the content by clicking on the text with your finger. I saw that the Phantom Ghost guys used it this way." Eligary clicked as he was told, and then saw the content of the post. "I met several wizards from the Dark Guild Iron Forest in a tavern, and heard the name Lullaby from their secret conversation. This group of people seemed to be plotting something. Does anyone know what it is? It seems to be sealed, and those people want to unseal it. Please, if you know any information about Lullaby, please tell me. I will use 200 points as a thank you." The poster's nickname is Knight. Perhaps he was attracted by the shock of the title, or he wanted to get 200 points. There were many replies below the post. Eligary's face sank, and he stared at Kageyama suddenly. "Were you discovered?" "I'm so sorry, Mr. Eligary." Kageyama was shocked. He hadn't remembered where he was exposed. Eligary looked away. "It's okay, the thing is in hand. It seems that this internet is a place for regular guild wizards to exchange information. They used nicknames and didn't know each other's identities. It seems it can be used." He was mixed in among them, and others didn't know who he was. Eligary continued to read, and the replies below made his face gradually darken. Iron Forest? The small guild that was expelled by the Wizard Guild Alliance 6 years ago? Now it's a dark guild, and it's still doing assassination commissions? Assassination commissions are prohibited by the council. These guys have been warned many times but still insisted on their own way. They deserve to be expelled. Speaking of which, the former ace wizard of Iron Forest, wasn't it Eligary nicknamed Death God? Yes, that's the guy. It's so funny. What kind of death god is he? He just did too many assassinations. What is he doing now? I heard that he is now a lackey of the 6 demon generals. A small guild is a small guild. If it leaves the Guild Alliance, it will still be doomed to be a dog. It's not like us Spectre, who are the best in the world. Mr. Amr Eligary. Seeing Eligary's eyes full of murderous intent, Kageyama couldn't help but sweat. Eligar was furious. These trash from the regular guild actually looked down on him. Can't stand it. He typed quickly. Death God, are you qualified to evaluate Eligary's strength? If he was Inspector, he would definitely be one of the S-level wizards. Then someone quickly replied. Does he deserve it? Picking nose.jpg. Still S-level? He might not even be able to beat me, a loser who became famous by assassination. .jpg. Why are you in such a hurry? You call yourself the god of death? Are you not a fan of Eligary? .jpg. Maybe it was Eligary himself? .jpg. The ridicule of a group of people made Eligary furious. The most hateful thing is those expressions. I really want to chop them all to death along the network cable. Anger made him lose his mind. Death, just wait for me. Death, Lullaby is already in my hands. My revenge is about to begin. Death, the power of the cursed song, you ignorant fools will never understand it. Death, just open your dog eyes and take a good look at how I, the god of death Eligary, kill all of you regular dogs. Death, let's start with those hateful guild leaders. He blew himself up. The following comments disappeared instantly. After a while. Night. 028 heading to the routine meeting, the presidents competed for the magic net ring. The internet is amazing. In the infirmary, Urza was stunned. She just posted a message on the forum asking what kind of magic Lullaby was, but she didn't expect Eligary himself to jump out. Knight was right, the internet is amazing. Urza couldn't help but look at Knight by the window. Is it true? It should be true. Knight's answer was not very certain. But from this broken reply, it does look like Eligary himself. But the problem is, he hasn't issued the ring to the Dark Guild yet. Where did they get it? Robbed? Stolen? Forget it, it doesn't matter, anyone can use the ring, and they all have to pay him the internet fee. Compared to this group of netizens are worthy of being called netizens, and each of them is a strong talker. After Eligary blew himself up, no one spoke. Nate. At this time, Urza suddenly grabbed his hand and asked sincerely. If what Eligary said is true, his target is the presidents of the Guild Alliance. Now only you can stop him. The man who can beat him undoubtedly has S-level combat power. Nate wanted to pull his hand back, but he didn't expect it to be held too tightly, and he was afraid that using too much force would hurt Urza more. He said helplessly, that's the president of the guild, what can Eligary do? Let alone, the old man Makarov can kill Eligary in seconds with just a little move, so why should he join in the fun? Take Natsu, Grey, and the others with you. I will feel relieved if the three of you go together. Urza's eyes were full of passion and determination. You automatically filtered out the unfavorable words, right? Knight was about to say that you would go alone when he saw that she was covered with bandages. Why did you hit her so hard at that time? He felt great after the amazing punch, and now facing Urza's request, he couldn't refuse. Forget it, just take it as a vacation for yourself and travel to relax. Knight thought to himself, and immediately stopped shirking. I know, then you should take good care of your injuries. Knight. You are such a good person. Urza smiled lightly, loosened her hands that were tightly holding Knight, and then hugged him in her arms. Don't die, you must come back safely. Knight's face was facing the softness of a pair of peaks, and he could feel Urza's body temperature and the fragrance that flowed into his nose through the bandages. It smells very nice, not perfume, probably body odor. Nate couldn't help but sigh, fortunately she didn't wear armor. At the same time, he complained in his heart that he was a normal male after all, and this kind of ambiguous action could easily go wrong. I'll leave it to you next, Knight. Arisa didn't have this kind of self-awareness. Knight felt that she was somewhat natural. Don't worry, I'm leaving now. Leaving a smile, Knight turned and left the infirmary. Back to the guild tavern, Myra Jane saw him and said with a smile, I just contacted the president, and the president has agreed. She was standing in front of the bulletin board on the first floor, entering all the commissions into the magic network one by one. Nate had given her the management authority of the sub-forum Guild Fairy Tale. Thank you for your hard work, Myra. Nate walked to her side, thinking, why didn't the poster girl hug him? Natsu rushed over in a hurry. Let's fight it out, Knight. He bumped his fists together, flames ignited on his fists, and shouted, Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Bang! Knight's lightning-fast punch, seeing through Natsu's moves, hit the opponent's abdomen. Natsu screamed and fell to the ground again. K.O. Happy took out a gong and drum from somewhere and knocked it twice. Winner, Knight. Everyone also noticed the movement here and laughed. Ha ha ha, Natsu is really a stubborn guy. He challenged Urza before, and now he's entangled with Knight. Myra Jane covered her mouth and laughed. Urza is still faster. Where is the speed? Is it to make Natsu shout fist one more time? Knight carried the unconscious Natsu on his shoulders and said, I'm going to the Guild Alliance. Myra, where is the meeting place for the president and others? In Kuruba town. Myra Jane looked puzzled. Knight, what are you going to do? Take a walk. Knight chuckled and didn't say anything about the Iron Forest to avoid worrying the poster girl. However, even if he didn't say it, you would know it just by looking at the posts on the internet. Knight glanced at the tavern and saw Gray, and walked over immediately. Gray, you come too. Hey? What's going on? Gray was drinking with his upper body naked. He was startled at first, and then realized that it was not a matter of walking. He got up and followed Knight, and only after Myra Jane reminded him did he react and turned back to get his clothes. When he reached the door of the tavern, Knight suddenly thought of Lucy. Turning around. Lucy, you come too. Me. Lucy pointed at herself. Knight nodded with a smile on his face. I'll take you to a fun place for a trip. I'll treat you. Go. I'll go. Lucy's eyes lit up and she followed with great enthusiasm. Watching the four people and the cat leave the tavern, the guild members only started to murmur after they were far away. Did you get cheated? Didn't Lucy see the post online? Oh, what a simple girl, Knight is mean. Hearing these words, Myra Jane opened the forum in confusion and soon saw the post posted by Urza. Death God, Allegory. She was slightly startled and quickly opened her friend list to inform the president of the matter. Get on the magic train to Kuruba town. Knight and Lucy sat on one side, Gray and Natsu sat opposite, and Happy sat on the unconscious Natsu. That's it. Knight told everyone about the matter. After listening, Lucy covered her face with shame. I was cheated. Gray said in a deep voice, it seems that the magic called Lullaby is Allegory's trump card. Lullaby. Lucy vaguely remembered where she seemed to have seen it. I don't think Allegory would be so arrogant as to think that he could attack the guild leaders with the strength of the Iron Forest Guild alone. Gray analyzed. It's hard to say, he is a man who can self-destruct magic. Nate couldn't help laughing, and now he thought of the other party's defense-breaking reaction on the forum and found it funny. In short, we just need to go to Kuruba town and wait for them to come to our door. Kuruba town. A luxurious villa mansion, the banquet hall on the first floor of the mansion. The presidents of the major guilds gathered behind Makarov, all looking at the chat interface in front of them curiously. The departing traveler, that's it, President. Now Knight, Gray, Natsu, Lucy, Happy and the others have rushed to your location. Fairy Tale Patriarch, I see, you are really restless, Dark Guild. After a brief communication, Makarov closed the chat box and looked up to see a group of guild leaders surrounding him. What an interesting magic, it's more convenient than the magic pigeon. The guild leader of the Blue Pegasus, Bob, is a fat man dressed in a seductive way with blush on his cheeks. At this time, he covered his face with an amazed expression. Brother Makarov, I heard a few days ago that your guild has a powerful new wizard. He created an incredible magic. Is this it? That's right. Makarov proudly showed the ring on his hand. Knight is the most talented wizard I have ever seen. Look, this ring is to activate magic, the key. The presidents didn't care about the so-called Dark Guild's attack. In contrast, a group of people showed great enthusiasm for the internet. Show me, Makarov. Let me play for a while, Xiao Ma. Don't just show off, show me the ring. 029 I must be so popular, there must be something wrong. It was already evening when Knight and his party arrived in Kuloba town. The fiery sunset reflected the sky, like a rose-colored coat for the mountains. Natsu walked out of the station listlessly, with his back hunched, his arms hanging straight down, and his walking movements like a dehydrated mummy. He woke up halfway and vomited all the way. By the way, where is this? Why am I here? This is the town where the president holds a regular meeting, Natsu. Happy flew beside Natsu, patting his shoulder with his little paw to comfort him. Knight patted his other shoulder and encouraged. Natsu, cheer up, you will become the pillar of fairy tales sooner or later. Pillar? Natsu's ears moved, and he straightened his back at once. Oh! He opened his mouth and spit out a flame to the sky, scaring the pedestrians at the station away. It's so easy to fool. Lucy shook her head and held her forehead, suddenly thinking, is Knight usually fooling her like this? Anyway, Natsu, there will probably be enemies coming later, leave it to you. After Knight filled Natsu with energy, he turned to Grey and asked, where is the venue, do you know? It's not in the town, it's on the mountain outside. I'll lead the way. Grey was walking in the front. He had been here several times and knew the way. The group passed through the forest, walked along the forest path, and finally came to an open area. A luxurious mansion came into view. Through the big villa, Knight's 6 eyes immediately saw a lot of magic. More than 10, more than 20. Each of them had quite good magic, and the 2 most powerful ones were. One of them was President Makarov, who Knight was familiar with. The other one was? We're here. Grey pointed to the front and said. I smell the fragrance of food. Happy, Knight, let's go, let's eat quickly. Natsu sniffed, and his sensitive nose made him hungry. Wait, Natsu. Nate reminded him, but it was too late. A figure leaped down from the roof of the mansion. Iron Dragon Stick. The man who suddenly attacked threw a punch, and his arm turned into a steel rod and stretched out suddenly. The target was Natsu, who was running in the front. Natsu had a lot of experience in being beaten, and he remained calm in the face of the sudden attack. He flipped forward, slapped the ground with his right hand, and dodged the attack with a somersault. With a bang, the iron rod was inserted into the ground. You are the enemy who came to attack the president? Natsu stared at the other party and took a fighting stance. No. Grey's face was solemn. This guy is the S-class wizard of Phantom, Iron Dragon Gajeel. Hearing this, Lucy hid behind Knight in surprise. What Voldemort said is true. In addition to Natsu, there is also a Dragon Slayer wizard. Nate was actually quite curious why this person was here. Tisk, did you dodge? Gajeel pulled out his right hand from the ground, looked at Natsu and grinned. Fire Dragon, this is the first time I meet you. Sorry, I mistook you for Eligary who came to attack. You bastard want to fight? Facing another Dragon Slayer for the first time, Natsu was eager to fight. He was not the type to take a beating without fighting back. With one step, he approached his opponent. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. I've wanted to fight you for a long time. This world doesn't need 2 dragons. Igneel shouted, and his right arm turned into a steel sword with rotating iron teeth on it, heading towards Natsu's fist. Iron Dragon Sword. Knight was not interested in watching the two fight, so he walked around them and entered the mansion, leaving Lucy and Grey to watch the show. Walking into the banquet hall, Knight finally saw many presidents. More than 20 presidents, each representing a wizard guild. It turns out that there are so many wizard guilds in the kingdom of Fiori. Knight thought in surprise, and he saw Makarov. The old man was standing on the dining table, confronting another president. This man was wearing a purple magic robe and a magic hat with a long pointed horn. The overly long pointed hat drooped to one side. There was a pair of small devil wings on the back of the magic robe. When Knight had searched the Phantom headquarters through the library before, he had seen the information about this person. One of the 10 holy magicians, the Phantom ruler, Joseph Pola. Why is this person here? Knight was puzzled, but then he thought, Phantom is a regular guild, Joseph Pola is certainly qualified to join. No wonder Iron Dragon Igneel was there too. The other powerful magic he felt outside the door must be this person. Realizing this, Knight couldn't help but feel extremely sympathetic to Eligary. This guy relied on Lullaby to attack the routine meeting, and he didn't even know what to say. I didn't expect you to come to the routine meeting, Joseph. At this time, Makarov spoke in a deep voice. Hee, long time no see, Makarov. Joseph smiled, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, looking very elegant. He continued, don't worry, I don't want to fight with you now, after all, this is the scene of the routine meeting. What are you doing here? Makarov was a little confused. The two have always been at odds. Every time he went to the routine meeting, the other party would not show up. This time it was out of character. I'm not here to find you. I'm waiting for someone who has arrived. Joseph laughed twice, turned his eyes, and looked at the gate. You are the newcomer of Fairy Tale, the pioneer of internet magic, Knight. Nice to meet you, President Joseph. Knight noticed the other party's fingers. The right hand holding the red wine glass had a silver ring on his little finger. There is no doubt that it was the internet login. Many presidents in the hall followed Joseph's gaze and noticed Knight's presence one after another. All of a sudden, they showed surprised expressions. Knight? Are you the genius magician that old Ma mentioned? Come on, come here, young man, let me take a good look, your magic is really interesting. You're still a handsome boy, exactly the same as when I was young. Knight noticed the word handsome boy and couldn't help but cast a glance, which was a bit eye-catching. Shemale, the president of Blue Pegasus. This fat shemale president walked over with his butt twisted. Oh, what a little cutie. Don't get close, I'm a little scared. Knight got goosebumps, he would rather have another sparring match with Urza than face this one. I really don't want to be so popular. Especially a shemale. The corners of Knight's mouth twitched slightly, and he quickly stepped back half a step to avoid the hand of President Bob. Bob covered his face with one hand and patted Knight's shoulder with the other. Oh, you're shy. You're so shy. Kate rolled his eyes. Bob said with a smile, a handsome guy like you should come to our guild. Our guild is full of handsome guys. Once he said this, the others were immediately unwilling. What nonsense are you talking about, Bob? Of course you should come to our four hounds. No, come to me. I've been thinking about retirement recently. How shameless, Knight, don't be fooled by him. He said the same thing last year. A group of guild leaders threw olive branches. Makarov's face turned black. Don't stop. What do you guys want to do? He regretted showing off the ring before. At this time, Joseph said faintly. Would you like to come to our Phantom? It is more suitable for you to come to my place than to stay in a weak guild like Fairy Tale. Nate. I must have done something wrong to be so popular. 030 users surge. Nate, what kind of rotten fish and shrimp is Iron Forest? 4/4 flowers requested. Joseph was very interested in Nate. As the president, he certainly knew that a magic ring suddenly appeared in his guild. After asking, he found out that the ring came from Juvia. After he bought the ring from Juvia, he quickly understood everything. For the magic of the internet, Joseph quickly realized its high value, so he asked Juvia where the ring came from. Unfortunately, Juvia refused to tell him, and Joseph sent her to carry out the S-level commission in a rage. These days, Joseph has been lurking on the internet, paying attention silently. Finally, it was confirmed that the magic came from the Fairy Tale Guild. After a little investigation, Knight was immediately locked. After learning that Knight was a new member who had just joined Fairy Tale, Joseph was so jealous that his teeth were broken. Fairy Tale again. In the past few years, with the activeness of Fairy Tale, its reputation has gradually surpassed Phantom, and it has a tendency to become the largest guild in the Kingdom of Fiori. Now there is another talented newcomer joining. Joseph can't stand it. He can't wait to poach Knight. This young wizard has just joined, and he must not have much feelings for the guild. As long as he appeals to his feelings, promises him benefits, and shows enough attention. When Makarov saw that Joseph had started to poach people, he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He jumped down from the dining table and quickly walked to Knight, like an old hen protecting her calves, protecting Knight behind her. "What are you planning, Joseph?" The old man looked at Joseph angrily. "Hee, Makarov, everyone has the right to choose freely. Doesn't Fairy Tale allow people to come and go freely?" Joseph smiled. This time, other presidents did not join. They invited Knight, more to tease Makarov, who let the old man show off his ring in front of them before. In contrast, the conflict between Joseph and Makarov was well known to everyone present. The president of the Blue Pegasus, Bob, reminded Knight in a low voice. "Joseph and your president don't have a good relationship." Knight understood what he meant, nodded immediately, and said to Joseph. "President Joseph, I am very happy to stay in Fairy Tale. I have no intention of quitting for the time being. Thank you for your invitation." "Really? This is really amazing. People are regretful." Joseph smiled and didn't care. He didn't expect to be able to poach him now, this time he just came to meet this genius. At this time, the president of the Four Hounds, Goodman, chuckled twice. "Nate, we were just shown off by Makarov. Do we have to rely on that kind of ring to use your internet? It's like this now." Nate nodded. He also wanted to develop a more convenient way to log in. But now, his knowledge of magic is not deep enough, and he can't create a login magic that is separated from the carrier. However, after hearing what he said, Knight suddenly remembered that he still had more than 10,000 rings. If all the more than 20 presidents present became his leaks, it would not be just more than 20 people. It's more than 20 guilds. "Thank you for the invitation from all the presidents, I will give each of you a ring for free." Nate found a random excuse and gave one to each guild leader. Joseph already had one, so he didn't give one to him. Makarov crossed his arms and snorted. "Free is not okay. You guys just wanted to poach people. Give each of you 1 million J. You scared my child." Bob got the ring and put it on immediately, and raised his little finger to admire it. "It's really beautiful. You are worthy of being knight. You are too stingy, little ma. Ha ha ha, give money, isn't it just 1 million J? Anything else?" "Knight, I'm going to give one to each wizard in the guild. I need it here too." "Of course, I'll buy it with money. I won't let you suffer a loss. I like the online entrustment function very much." The presidents laughed and wanted to buy more rings. Nate looked at the old man and whispered. "President, isn't 1 million too expensive? It's up to you. This is the ring you made." The material fee and hard work can't be in vain. Makarov said with a kind face and a cheerful smile, by the way, the 10 rings from the council sold for a total of 10 million J. Let Myra give it to you later. Knight was shocked. The reviewers were rich. There were really fools who spent so much money on it. After thinking for a moment, Knight decided to sell it to the presidents at a price of 10,000 yuan per ring. He sold it to Phantom at this price. If he sold it to other guilds for 1 million yuan, it would be a bit outrageous. So, more than 7,000 of the 10,000 rings were sold in a flash. On average, each guild bought 300 rings. However, the payment will be delayed for a few days. After the routine meeting is over, the presidents of each guild will return and send the money to Fairy Tale. B.A. Knight had no objection to this. He currently had nearly 9 million in cash, plus the 10 million given by the Council of Review, and more than 70 million from the sale this time. You didn't know until you calculated it, but you were shocked. It's almost over 100 million. At this time, the presidents who got the rings logged onto the internet one after another, gathered in groups of 3 or 2, and studied this new magic. Makarov came over and said with a smile, "The new function you added this time is very practical. You did a good job, Knight. You've come all the way here, and you haven't had dinner yet. Come on, I'll take you to eat delicious food." Knight followed Makarov to a dining table against the wall. Makarov jumped lightly, jumped onto the stool, and introduced the food on the table to him. Knight was not polite either, he really didn't eat. "Come on, you're the only one? Where are the others?" "Natsu and the others are outside, fighting with the Iron Dragon of Phantom." Knight's words were not finished yet. With a bang, Natsu smashed the wall and flew into the banquet. Including the dining table in front of Knight, 3 tables were knocked over in a row. Makarov opened his mouth in astonishment, and his hand, which was about to pour wine into the wine glass, was suspended in mid-air. Knight had anticipated this scene in advance, and quickly picked up the most delicious dish on the table and survived. Many presidents who were busy studying the internet cast surprised glances. "What's wrong? Are the people from the Iron Forest calling? Isn't that the fire dragon Natsu of Fairy Tale?" Natsu stood up quickly, turning a deaf ear to the outside world, and his eyes were firmly fixed on Igneel outside the wall. "Damn it! It's not over yet." He opened his mouth to inhale, his cheeks puffed up like balloons, and his fists were clenched in front of his mouth. The roar of the fire dragon. Igneel outside the door was not to be outdone, and also exhaled the dragon's breath. The roar of the Iron Dragon. The 2 dragon breaths collided violently, and with a bang, the mansion where the routine meeting was held exploded. For a moment, the sky was full of flames. "Nate! Let me tell you, the Iron Forest is a piece of rotten fish and shrimp, how can it be as destructive as Natsu? The computer has been repaired, it was the power board of the monitor that burned out, it cost 100 yuan. I wanted to add more yesterday, so I'll save it for next time. By the way, answer the comments section, this book is the harem, and the main wife is Myra Jane." 031 Knight's new move Earthquake Ball, President Joseph's jealousy. The mansion where the routine meeting was held exploded, and the entire wall in the direction of the main door was blown away. Natsu and Igneel the double dragon breath made a mess of the banquet. Makarov opened his mouth wide, his face dull. "These 2 are really energetic," Knight commented while eating. "What Eligoer couldn't do, the Dragon Slayer easily did. Quick, go and stop these 2. Makarov's eyes went dark, and he had already thought of the scene of being scolded by the council. "I understand, President." Knight swallowed the last delicious food, took out a tissue to wipe his hands, and walked out of the broken wall. Natsu and Igneel seemed not to notice that they had demolished the wall. After fighting a dragon breath, they fought from inside to outside. The 2 used fists and feet together, and they fought with each other, and they became more and more excited. Gray, Lucy, and the 2 people and 1 cat of Happy were still hiding in the distance to watch the fight. Natsu, and the little brother of Phantom, can you stop for a while? Knight spoke loudly. But the 2 obviously didn't hear it, they only had each other in their eyes, completely immersed in the attack and defense of the moves. It seemed that they were evenly matched, no, although only a little bit, Igneel had a slight advantage. You are fighting too seriously, I can't understand what people say. Nate raised his hands, and the milky white halo condensed into 2 vibration balls in his palms. Stop it! Suddenly, 2 white light balls were thrown out. The 2 people in the fight had no time to pay attention to the attacks from the outside world. When they realized that something was approaching, it was too late. What is this? Igneel first discovered the white ball from the corner of his eye, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, subconsciously trying to dodge. However, the white ball suddenly swelled, and a compressed vibration was violently released from it. With a bang, the violent vibration swallowed Igneel and Natsu. In an instant, 2 overlapping pits appeared in the open space in front of the mansion. The 2 who were fighting fiercely just now were lying on their backs. At this time, Makarov and a group of guild leaders followed out one after another, and happened to see the scene of Knight throwing the magic ball. These people are all guild leaders. Although they are old and no longer active in the front line, they still have vision. Vibration magic. Compress the power of vibration into a magic ball, and explode after approaching the target. Amazing magic control. This requires very high skills. The guild leaders expressed amazement. It looks simple, but it is extremely difficult to do. It might explode in your hand before you throw it out, which will hurt yourself. Therefore, the control of magic power needs to be subtle. Little Makarov, you have found a treasure. Bob said enviously. Little Knight can not only develop the incredible new magic of the internet, but is also an absolute genius in combat. You are not going to poach people, are you? Makarov said unhappily. Knight walked straight to the edge of the pit and looked at the 2 people in the pit. Are you calm? Natsu moved his fingers and climbed up with soreness all over his body. Knight. What are you doing? It hurts. You 2 almost demolished the mansion for routine meetings, and you still ask me. Knight was speechless. Natsu looked up and blurted out in astonishment, I did it. Could it be me? Knight thought, how much money will it cost to pay? No wonder Natsu is also a poor guy, he is obviously working more actively than anyone else. Igneel supported himself with his palms and staggered to his feet. He grabbed his right arm with his left hand and stared at Knight. You are the developer of the internet. Nice to meet you. Knight smiled and nodded. I was a little heavy to stop you from making trouble. Sorry. Is it a little heavy? If it was an ordinary wizard, he would be dead now. Igneel said in a deep voice, it's okay. I want to ask you a question. I hope you can answer it. Excuse me. I saw a reply about Voldemort in your Magic Network forum. Igneel took a deep breath. The reason he came here with the president was for this. Who is Voldemort? As the controller of the Magic Network, you should know, right? Knight noticed that he was wearing a silver ring on his finger. Of course, Knight would not reveal his vest in response to Igneel's question. I want to know who he is, too. Didn't you give this person the ring? Igneel frowned, suspecting that Knight deliberately didn't tell him. I also gave you the ghost ring. I also don't know what your nickname is on the Magic Network. Knight smiled and said, you want to find Voldemort because of the dragon, right? What he said is true. I have verified it on Natsu. The dragon is indeed in your dragon slayer. Igneel was shocked and looked at Natsu suddenly. Natsu was climbing out of the pit, and he said as he climbed, your dragon also left on July 7th, 777. You too. Igneel is in my body. Although I haven't seen it again, I can feel it. I believe Knight. Natsu climbed out of the pit, turned around and stretched out his hand to Igneel, grinning, and said, "You too." Igneel snorted proudly for his help. "Sooner or later, I will end it with you." He climbed out of the pit from the other side. As soon as he climbed out, he saw President Joseph standing in front of him. "Let's go back, Igneel." Joseph cast his eyes on Knight and chuckled twice. "Welcome to visit Phantom, Knight. If there is a chance." Nate complained in his heart, "Maybe one day you phantoms will disband first." He then, see you next time." Igneel dragged his tired body and followed Joseph away. Until he walked out of the mansion, he couldn't help but say, "President, that person. A very powerful young wizard. The vibration magic just now is probably some kind of super magic, which is quite powerful." Joseph recalled the scene just now and objectively evaluated, his eyes are the eye magic that even I have never seen before. When Igneel broke the wall in the battle with the fire dragon, Makarov didn't expect it, but Knight was able to react one step ahead and even protected his favorite food. Joseph has been paying attention to Knight and caught all kinds of details. The mysterious genius wizard must be dug up. Joseph had no psychological burden to dig up the corners of fairy tale. Such a genius wizard should be trained by me personally. Makarov has already half a foot in the coffin. Joseph thought indignantly, how could this old guy be so lucky even though he was about to die? In front of the mansion, President Gray, Lucy, Natsu, and Happy came to Makarov one after another. Makarov looked back at the ruined mansion and said sadly, "The regular meeting will end tomorrow, and we will stay in the town tonight. It's just one night, don't tear down the town again. Please, Natsu." Natsu clenched his fist eagerly, "Don't worry, old man, if someone attacks, I will beat them away. I'm worried about you." Makarov shook his head helplessly. "Let's go, Knight." 032 Iron Forest Attack, Zeref's Demon. Knight and his friends returned to Kuloba town with Makarov. Considering that Natsu and his friends hadn't eaten yet, they found a restaurant to have a big meal before staying in a hotel. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening. Knight browsed the books in the library. Now there are tens of thousands of books uploaded, including many magic books. Knight remembered that there was a soul-type magic called Thought Body. This magic can separate a part of your soul to create a clone. If you can learn this magic, you can leave the work of writing code to the clone, and you can have a day off every day. Knight couldn't help but imagine. The Thought Body clone is like this: just stay at home and bury your head in writing code. As the original body, you have to consider more things. For example, Jalal. His original body tried to revive the black magician Zeref in the Tower of Paradise. And the Thought Body clone went to the council, became a counselor, and one of the 10 holy magicians. Knight also wanted this kind of convenient magic. Unfortunately, there is no magic book related to the Thought Body in the library for the time being. However, this does not bother him. If there is no magic book related to the Thought Body, he will post a reward. Soon, a post was edited and pinned to the top of the homepage. 1000 points reward for Soul Magic Law Thought Body. As soon as the post was published, it quickly attracted many netizens to post comments. However, this magic belongs to advanced magic and is related to the soul, so it is very difficult to learn. These netizens who posted comments were just joining in the fun. Suddenly, someone sent a private message. Knight, how is the situation over there?" Knight was stunned for a moment and replied immediately. "Sigma man, are you still awake so late?" Just after replying the message, Knight's eyes froze slightly. He got up and walked to the window. His sight seemed to have traveled a long distance. In the direction of the regular meeting mansion, he saw a lot of magic flowing. The Wizard of the Iron Forest is finally here? With so many wizards gathered late at night, Knight guessed that it should be Eligari's group. "Knight, I saw your post on the forum. Do you want to learn the Thought Body?" "Sigma man, wait, I'll add you to the group. Knight moved his fingers to create a chat group and added Urza, Lucy, Gray, Natsu, and Happy. Group name Food Sharing. Sigma Man, at all members, the people from the Iron Forest may be here, in the mansion. Sigma Man, Urza, ask them for details. After doing this, Knight turned off the magic net and flew out of the window. Lucy, what group is this? Food Sharing? Urza, Lucy? How's the situation over there? Gray, Iron Forest is finally here? I almost fell asleep. Let's go now. Natsu, oh, wait for me, Knight. Let's go, Happy. Happy, love. Gray, why do you two live in the same room and still communicate in the group? Are you stupid? Group member Natsu is offline. Group member Happy is offline. Group member Lucy is offline. Group member Gray is offline. Knight? Knight, why didn't anyone answer me? Don't leave yet. Knight, rage.jpg. Late at night, the mansion. Elijah carried the death scythe on his shoulders, flew 100 meters high, and stared at the dark mansion building with a frown. Where are the people? He noticed that the wall in front of the mansion was damaged, and there were also a lot of traces of fighting in the open area in front. Elijah couldn't help muttering. Who got ahead of me? Other dark guilds. Who is it? Where are those hateful guild leaders? Suddenly, he was shocked and turned around. Behind him, I don't know when there was another person. Under the bright moonlight, he could see that the other party was standing in the air. It was a young man. Who are you? Elijah was shocked. He didn't expect that he would be approached to this distance, and the other party could fly like him. If attacked by surprise, Elijah's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Does the Dark Guild usually call itself the Dark Guild? Knight's tone was subtle. It was like a cult calling itself the Holy Cult. I know. Elijah's eyes flashed. Did you do this? Are you also a member of the Dark Guild? Knight shook his head. I am a wizard of fairy tale. He didn't finish his words. Magic wind palm. Elijah slapped out with one palm, and a magic circle was born in the palm, and a powerful tornado was released instantly from the magic circle. Humph! The trash of the regular guild, disappear. In the night, there was no one in front. It's too rude to attack suddenly. Can't we communicate in a friendly way? Elijah's eyes were gloomy. He looked up and saw a figure standing in the void, just blocking the full moon. Knight used the bear to spread his hands. Your opponent is not me, here I come. He pointed downward. Elijah felt a burning magic coming from below, and his face changed slightly. Fire Dragon. Natsu was like a flaming arrow, suddenly rising from the ground. Sword Horn. Elijah was unable to dodge, and was hit in the abdomen by Natsu, and immediately vomited the acid in his stomach. Fire Dragon's Claw. Natsu took advantage of the victory to pursue, with flames wrapped around his legs, and kicked Elijah down from the sky. Pa pa pa. Knight clapped his hands lightly and shouted, Come on, Natsu, you are the man who will become the pillar of fairy tale. It would be too shameful if you can't beat Elijah. As he said, he turned his eyes to a hilltop. In front of his 6 eyes, the wizards of the Iron Forest had nowhere to hide. He flew over lightly and landed in front of many wizards. Good evening, everyone. Knight greeted them in a friendly manner, and then noticed that one of the young men was holding a flute in his hand. The withered wood-colored flute in the shape of a skull. Is that Lullaby in your hand? Damn fairy tale! Where are all the guild leaders? Kageyama was shocked and asked with gritted teeth. Of course he is sleeping. Do you think everyone is like you, not sleeping at night? Knight answered as a matter of course, and then he used a vibration ball. The vibration ball thrown casually exploded violently in the crowd. Boom! With a tremor, the group of weak wizards in the Iron Forest lay on the ground on the spot, and only a few of them took the opportunity to escape. Kageyama, who was the target, was not spared. Knight walked over and picked up the flute lullaby that fell beside him. The demon created by Jelal? The weakest kind, right? Knight tried to crush the flute with a little force. But the next moment, the skull of the flute suddenly lit up with a strange red light, and 3 red eyes released black magic. A creepy scream resounded through the mountains, and a huge dark magic circle appeared in the sky. Then, the flute expanded rapidly, broke free from Knight's hand, and turned into a huge demon hundreds of meters high. Facing all this, Knight was not surprised but happy. He looked up and stared at the magic circle in the sky, as if he wanted to see through the magic secret of creating demons. Interesting magic. Knight raised his mouth slightly, and his 6 eyes understood a lot of complex demonology knowledge from the magic circle. 033 kill with 1 punch, return and jailbreaker. What is that? What a big monster! Lucy covered her mouth in fear. Lullaby, who transformed from a flute into a demon, was over 100 meters tall, and his whole body seemed to be made of dry wood, with a big hole in his chest. After it appeared, it roared to the sky, making an extremely unpleasant and piercing roar. It's the demon in Zeref's book. The voice came from behind. Lucy turned around immediately and saw 3 presidents. The person who spoke was Goldman, the president of the 4 Hounds. He wore a magic hat and black sunglasses. It is the body of Lullaby, a living magic. Lucy widened her eyes. Presidents, aren't you asleep? Oh, I heard you and came to see. Makarov coughed dryly. Bob explained, Zerf is the most brutal black wizard in the history of the entire magic world. I didn't expect that the negative legacy from hundreds of years ago would see the light of day again in this era. While they were still talking, the demon Lullaby ignored Knight and instead locked his eyes on Lust and the 3 presidents. Annoying wizards! Go to hell! Give us your delicious souls! It opened its bloody mouth, and dark magic flowed, covering a radius of hundreds of meters with it as the center. The flowers, plants, and trees in the mountains and forests withered rapidly, as if their souls were sucked away. The next moment, a dark magic ray shot out from Lullaby's mouth. Ah! Lucy screamed in fear. The dark ray was like an extremely sharp giant blade, crossing the earth and cutting the surface. When it swept past Lucy and others, Makarov's eyes fixed. In an instant, a huge golden magic circle blocked the front and easily blocked the attack. Boom! In the explosion, flames filled the sky. As expected of little Makarov, Bob covered his face with one hand and twisted his body like a snake. If you are hit by this attack, you will be finished, your vitality will be taken away. You don't look nervous at all, Lucy complained in her heart. She was almost scared to death. At the same time, under the feet of the demon Lullaby, Nate broke off a branch from the withered tree. Putting the branch between his hands, the black lightning entangled the branch. Demon creation! Nate whispered softly, and a black magic circle was born on the branch. With the continuous injection of magic power, the branch began to change its shape. It gradually grew hands and feet from an ordinary branch, which was somewhat similar to Lullaby. When the magic circle disappeared, it was a little Lullaby. However, it would not move. Useless? Lack of soul. Nate threw the failed product aside and thought helplessly, you can learn other people's magic by just looking at it. It's really not enough. He knew nothing about magic involving the soul. At most, he could make a doll. While thinking, he looked up at the violent Lullaby. Your scream is too ugly. Naife slowly flew up and punched the atmosphere, 1-star air shock. In an instant, cracks spread and vibrations spread through the atmosphere. With a click, dense cracks appeared on Lullaby's body. What? What kind of magic is this? My body. Lullaby watched his body shatter, just like a building that was accurately blasted, collapsing and shattering into pieces of wood on the ground with a rumble. President Goldman, who was far away, saw this scene and couldn't help but admire. What a powerful magic! Super advanced magic? It's amazing that he can master it so well at such a young age. Makarov smiled and said, vibration magic is not uncommon, but wizards who have practiced to Knight's level are rare. Lucy was stunned, not knowing whether Lullaby was too weak or Knight was too strong. Maybe both. The next day, the regular meeting was held as usual. However, the battle between Natsu and Ultear last night collapsed the entire building. As a result, the venue had to be moved to Kuloba town. What happened here was soon known to the council, and a forced detention force was sent over at noon that day. All members of the Iron Forest, including Ultear, were arrested. Thank you so much for your help this time, fairy tale wizards. You're welcome. Knight shook his head and said, I didn't do anything. Natsu defeated Ultear. Grey caught the others who tried to escape. What about me? Lucy couldn't help but point at herself. Happy complained, Lucy, you didn't do anything. Stop talking nonsense, stinky cat. Lucy blushed. She seemed to have done nothing but travel. The captain of the forced detention team couldn't help but laugh. Anyway, thank you for your action. Besides, Sir Knight, can you talk to me for a moment? What's the matter? Knight followed him to a corner. The captain spoke rather embarrassedly. I heard about the internet magic you developed, the rings for logging into the magic network. I wonder if you can sell me a few rings. Knight took out a small cloth bag with more than a dozen magic network rings inside and handed them to the other party. The captain showed joy and paid 150,000 J immediately. After completing the transaction, the captain immediately greeted everyone with satisfaction. Well, goodbye, everyone from Fairy Tale. I hope next time, you can pay a little more attention and don't cause too much damage. A group of civil servants escorted the prisoners away. What awaits Ultear and others is prison life. Watching the people from the council leave, Knight turned to several companions and said, the regular meeting of the presidents is about to end. Before that, there is still some time. Let's disband and do our own things. After speaking, Knight went to the gift shop alone. When Knight and others boarded the return train, the forced detention team was escorting the prisoners to the council's branch in the Kingdom of Fiori. Although the charges were unquestionable, the trial process had to be gone through. After the verdict, they were sent to prison. A group of people walked in the middle of the road. Suddenly, the team leader raised his hand. Wait a minute. Everyone stopped and looked ahead. At some point, a young man with his eyes closed stood in front of them. Female. The girl was in her teens, quietly blocking the front of the convoy, motionless. This woman. She is. The civil servants of the forced detention team changed their faces and took combat postures. The team leader hurriedly shouted, all troops on alert. Meaningless resistance. The girl whispered softly. She had short silver hair with bangs, a blue headband on her hair, an angel-like circle on her head, and long gloves on her hands. She slowly took out a golden key, swung it to the side, and chanted a spell. Open, Scorpio Gate, Scorpion. Soon after, a forced detention team was wiped out. The girl stood beside the team leader and took a small cloth bag from his waist. This is it seems that I'm lucky today. The captain raised his head with blood all over his head, and said weakly, you are Angel of the Six Demons. He tilted his head and fainted completely. 034 Pain Witch Yerusha, Night, Bad Girl Radar, activate. 4/4 flowers. On the train. There were 4 people and 1 cat when we came, and there was an old man when we returned. Speaking of which, what is the routine meeting about? President? Knight asked curiously. After hearing this, Lucy also cast a concerned look. Makarov dozed off, and answered half asleep. The Guild President's Alliance is mainly responsible for conveying the decisions of the Council, coordinating the opinions of the members of the local guilds, and managing the wizards of the major guilds. Lucy asked in surprise, "Are there any cooperation between the members of the guilds?" There are often such situations, such as several guilds joining forces to attack the dark guilds. Makarov opened his eyes. The dark guilds in the magic world are like stars, and in comparison, the regular guilds are a minority. Lucy showed a surprised expression. "So there are many dark guilds like Iron Forest?" "That's too official, President," Knight said with a smile. "I see that everyone is just eating and drinking in the routine meeting, and they are always chatting." Makarov's old face flushed, and he raised a finger to save face. Ahem, sometimes it is also an important part of the work for the presidents to keep in touch with each other. Got it. Eating and drinking on public funds, right? Knight couldn't help but smile. Is this the truth? Lucy felt that some filter was broken. At this time, a message came from the group. It was the food sharing chat group. Knight, at all members, how are you doing? Are you okay? Has allegory been solved? Ilusa really cares about this matter. Lucy smiled slightly, her fingers flew, and she chatted with Urza. Lucy, it has been solved, Urza. Lucy, this is what happened. She began to talk about her experience yesterday. Knight sat next to her, glanced at the chat content and didn't care. Suddenly. Hey! Knight raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling that the magic power in his body seemed to have broken a key node and was improved in one breath. Host, Knight. Age, 20. Race, human. Magic. Magic, internet, vibration, photo, 6 eyes, air dance. Sure enough, the magic power has been upgraded. It has been about a week since the last upgrade to 2 stars. If it can continue to improve at this speed, in a month, his magic power will reach more than 4 stars, the same level as Urza. Maybe it will be faster? This time, more than 7,000 rings have been distributed. If all are activated, 7,000 to 8,000 people will pay me internet fees every day. While thinking, Knight logged into the magic network and opened the post posted last night. The number of replies exceeded 300, and the number of views exceeded 1,000. But among the many replies, no one could take the 1,000 points reward. Until Knight saw a reply. Pain Witch, Thought Body? To learn this magic, you need very strong magic power. If you really want to learn it, you can add me as a friend and I can teach you. Really? Nate pinched his chin and thought, who is this person? It seems that he will have to develop a new function in the future, and all users will record the appearance of the other party when registering. In this way, as a developer, he can confirm the identity of the netizen at any time. Or, develop a surveillance function that can spy on the appearance of the person on the other side of the network. However, it is meaningless to consider these now. Nate pays attention to the nickname of the other party. Pain Witch? What a sad name. Compared to the magic of the thought body, Knight is more curious about this netizen. Thought body, if it doesn't work, he can ask President Makarov. I don't know if the president can do it, but I think he should be able to do it. After all, the magic that President Joseph of Phantom knows, there is no reason why the old man can't know it. Moving his fingers, Knight added the other party as a friend. Message, you know Soul Magic Thought Body? After sending it, it was accepted almost instantly. Then the other party took the initiative to send a private message. Pain Witch, I am the reviewer, Ultear. Pain Witch, you may not have heard I mentioned my name, but I have often heard your name recently, Knight. Nate was speechless for a moment. It turned out to be you, no wonder you gave him such a nickname. As for why the other party knew that Sigma Man was him, this is not surprising. This identity is not a secret. If the other party wants to investigate, they can find out by just asking. Sigma Man, so it is Miss Yerusha, the counselor. Hello. Pain Witch, you are welcome. You were able to solve Lullaby last night, which helped our council a lot. Pain Witch, however, unfortunately, those prisoners were rescued and the flute Lullaby was also stolen. Nate had a yellow question mark on his face. It hasn't been 2 hours since the compulsory detention team separated from them. Who broke into the prison? It is worthy of being the council. In the original plot, it was played around by Yerusha. Hey? Wait, could it be that this woman did it herself? What is the purpose? Lullaby? Nate couldn't help but be suspicious. Sigma Man, so, who did it? Pain Witch, I don't know. By the way, Knight, this information is still confidential, you better not leak it out. Pain Witch, if it leaks out, I will be in trouble. Seeing this, Knight narrowed his eyes slightly. Bad girl radar, activate. What does this woman want to do by deliberately telling him this? Keeping a common secret, quickly narrowing the distance between each other? Is her target me? Sigma Man, don't worry, Miss Yerusha, I'm very tight-lipped. Pain Witch, yes, Pinky.jpg. Pain Witch, let's talk about the magic of the thought body. If you want to learn it, you can come to the council to find me, and I will teach you. Sigma Man, really? But I'm very busy recently and need to improve the internet. After typing this paragraph, Knight curled his lips in his heart. Only a ghost would go to the council, isn't that a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? At the same time, the council headquarters. In a dim room, a huge emerald green magic circle unfolded flatly. 10 counselors stood around the magic circle. The troops escorting the Iron Forest were robbed. What a loss of composure. Who did it? We don't know yet. We can only wait for people to be rescued and then find out after questioning. Lullaby was also robbed. Why is this kind of dangerous magic always easily robbed? It was like this before with the Iron Forest, and it's the same this time. Someone has to take responsibility. Maybe one of us needs to take responsibility. What do you mean? Zakrane. Do you want to put the responsibility on us? No, but in the current situation, if we don't do something, we will definitely be questioned by the higher UPS. Others were arguing about the prison break. Ultear seemed to be out of the picture, chatting enthusiastically with netizens. Pain Witch, Nate, you are such a busy person. Do you still want to learn the thought body? I will only give you one chance. Sigma Man, sister, why don't you just come to our guild and teach me? Ultear couldn't help rolling her eyes when she saw this. Pain Witch, but sister is also very busy. Sister is a counselor. Sigma Man, okay, then I won't bother you. Go and do your own thing. Ultear's eyes flashed with shame and anger, and she was half dead. What a hateful kid. 035 Juvia greeted on time and developed the second generation of Magic Net Ring. Nate was a little wary of Ursha. Through the chat, he felt that the other party had set his sights on him and wanted to trick him into going to the council. Nate found a random reason to end the call and temporarily put the person aside. He turned around and entered the library, and found a book called Magic Encyclopedia through searching, and began to make up for some basic knowledge about soul magic. The thought body still needs to be learned, and it is necessary to understand the knowledge of soul magic in advance. No words along the way. It was already night when the train arrived at Magnolia. Everyone left the station and dispersed on the spot, returning to their homes. Nate and Lucy were neighbors, so they walked together. The two walked along the river, and Nate was close to the river. Lucy saw him concentrating on browsing the magic book, and couldn't help but remind him. If you don't look at the road, be careful not to fall into the river, Nate. My eyes can see all directions. Nate laughed and continued to study magic knowledge seriously. The magic of 6 eyes. Lucy noticed Knight's eyes and felt that they were very beautiful. Can I learn this kind of magic? No. Nate shook his head. This is not something he kept for himself and was unwilling to teach others. It is because the inherent magic, 6 eyes, is a reward given by the system, not the native magic of the fairy tale world. Even if he teaches others without reservation, others cannot master it. Back home, Nate walked into the bathroom to run hot water for a bath. Even during bath time, he was still reading the magic encyclopedia. Before going to bed, Juvia sent a private message. This obedient girl would send him a private message on time every day. The content of the chat between the two sides was roughly like this morning. Juvia, good morning, Night. Sigma Man, morning. Noon. Juvia, good afternoon, Night. Have you eaten? Sigma Man, good afternoon, I have eaten. Evening. Juvia, good evening, Night. Before going to bed. Juvia, good night, Night, moon.jpg. More punctual than the alarm clock, sometimes Night is very helpless. Cute and stupid, I can't even talk to him. However, today's private message is a bit new. Juvia, good evening, Night. Juvia finally sold all 400 rings today. Obviously seeking praise. Night will naturally satisfy her little wish. Sigma Man, Juvia, you are really capable, you helped a lot. Juvia is very happy to help Night-sama blushing.jpg. Juvia is still outside carrying out the task assigned by the president. After the task is completed, I will go to Night-sama as soon as possible. Juvia, by the way, Night-sama, I saw that you want to learn the magic of the mind-body in the forum. Juvia, there is a magic book about this magic in the library of the Phantom. Juvia will secretly take it and give it to you. What a good woman. Knight didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Stealing the magic book of his own guild and giving it to others, especially Fairy Tale, who is at odds with Phantom. What will be the expression of President Joseph Pola when he finds out? Sigma Man, don't do that. It will be very troublesome if your president finds out. Juvia, is Night-sama worried about me? Juvia is so happy, but I will be careful. I will never be exposed. Cute.jpg. Knight didn't know what to say about this. Afterwards, the two chatted for a few more words, and Juvia said good night on time. This girl has a very regular sleeping time every day. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Knight walked into the guild, and the tavern was still very lively. Good morning, Knight. Good morning, Myra. Myra Jane was still as usual, wearing a red long dress, with her hands clasped naturally in front of her, and a warm smile on her face. The poster girl is really beautiful. Every time he sees each other, Knight's mood will get better. Myra is completely above his aesthetics. He sat down at the bar and said, Myra, have all the commissions been synchronized? It's done. I sorted them into several different types according to the content of the commission. Myra replied with a smile. Knight opened the internet and entered the online commission section, and then entered the subsection of the Guild Fairy Tale. Unlike the empty space when the update was just started, the commission section is now full of commissions. And according to the different commission contents, it is divided into several types. Item hunting, crusade, collection, magic, etc. It's clear at a glance. Guild members can easily find suitable commissions for any type of work they want to do. They can even be arranged according to the level of remuneration. At the bar, Makarov said with a smile. It's so convenient, Knight, and of course Myra, you've done a great job too. The old man sat cross-legged on the bar, holding a wooden staff in his left hand and a glass of beer in his right hand. Myra said with a smile. This is all Knight's credit. I just did a little insignificant work. Knight shook his head. Myra, you are the biggest contributor. I just developed a platform. You will have to work hard to maintain the guild commission section in the future. Makarov looked at them and thought that the two of them were quite a good match. Knight, what new features are you going to develop next? The old man was looking forward to the internet more and more. Knight thought about it, but he didn't have a good idea for a while. It's not that he doesn't know what to develop, but he wants to do everything and doesn't know what to do first. Secondly, he wanted to learn the thought body first, and then let the clone write code to free his hands. In the pursuit of slacking off, Knight worked tirelessly. President, do you have any good suggestions? He simply asked others to see what users needed. Makarov pondered for a moment and asked. Is there any way to make your magic available to ordinary people? Ordinary people? Knight fell into deep thought. The current internet login, that is, the silver-white magic ring, requires magic power to activate and will bind to the first object that inputs magic power. How should ordinary people use the internet? Magic props that do not require the user to input magic power are very common. Most of the goods in the magic store are of this type, and the magic power required is provided by the magic crystal inside. It is not difficult to transform the magic ring to achieve this. But the problem is that the internet needs to be bound to the user, and the condition for binding is the user's magic power. How does the magic crystal complete the binding? Unless the binding condition is changed. Makarov saw him thinking hard, so he said. Now you can accept commissions online, but the client does not necessarily have to be a person with magic power. If you want to issue a commission, you still need to come to the guild. If even ordinary people can also use your magic network, and can directly connect with Myra online, which will make it easier to issue commissions. Can you do it? If you have any questions, you can raise them, and I will help you think of solutions. As soon as the voice fell, the new task of the system popped up. Task, based on the magic ring, develop a new internet login that ordinary people can also use. Reward, depends on the completion of the task. It's a triggered task again. With the experience of the last time, Knight was not surprised this time. Scanning the content of the task, Knight nodded immediately. The biggest problem is how to bind the user. President, is it feasible to change the magic binding to soul binding? 0363 Magic. Guild Group, Knight and Myra Jane are in love? Soul binding. Yes, there must be binding, otherwise the magic network cannot determine whether the person logging in is the account owner. Hearing what Knight said, Makarov also understood. The internet is your magic, and I still can't understand its principles. Makarov has studied rings and knows about magic binding. But he can't understand the magic of the internet itself. The magic principle is a black box to him. So, you ask if soul binding is possible. I don't know. You can only find the answer yourself. Makarov patted his butt and stood up. Come with me, I'll take you to the second floor. I can't help with other things, but I can teach you about soul magic. As he said, the old man put down the wine in his hand and walked up the stairs to the second floor. Knight couldn't help but look at Myra. Didn't you say that non-S-level people are not allowed to go up to the second floor? Knight, this is the second time. You are a special case. Myra Jane smiled at first, then her expression became serious. But don't accept S-level commissions randomly. It's very worrying to do it like last time. Don't worry, it won't happen this time. Knight smiled. Now he is a rich man, and he doesn't want to go to work even if he is asked to. He just wants to slack off. After hearing Knight's verbal assurance, Myra Jane smiled again. Coming to the second floor, the president took him into the guild library. Here are some precious magic books. While introducing, he walked to a row of bookshelves. Makarov wanted to take a book from it, but he was too short and couldn't reach it even if he jumped. Knight thought the old man was a little cute, and he had to hold back his laughter. President, how about I do it? I almost sprained my waist. Makarov's old face turned red, and he flew up in anger, and then he took out 5 magic books from the bookshelf. This is a magic book about the soul. After you have mastered all of them, you will be considered to have entered the door. Handing the book to Knight, Makarov held his waist and said, I have also read your posts on the forum. Read them first. It will be more helpful for you to learn the thought body. Thank you, President. Knight happily flipped through the books, each one was thicker than the other. Soul and Magic, Power and Magic. The Secret of the Soul. Detailed explanation of the basics of soul magic. Magic Encyclopedia, Soul Magic. The Origin of Life, the Power of the Soul. Just read it on the 2nd floor. The 1st floor is a bit noisy. Makarov said with a smile, and then added worriedly, don't mess around, Knight, don't touch the S-level mission. If it was Natsu, he would never let him go to the 2nd floor. But Knight was a good kid, so he felt more at ease. Fairy Tale deliberately moved the bulletin board for S-level commissions to the 2nd floor because there were too many troublesome guys in the guild. If everyone was honest, there was no need to distinguish them. Holding 5 thick magic books, Knight walked out of the library and came to the tea room at the foot of the stairs. It was called a tea room, but it was not a separate room. There were just a few chairs and stools in the corner. Next to it was the bulletin board for S-level commissions. Knight didn't even bother to take a look. He sat down and started reading the 5 magic books. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me at any time. The old man said with a kind face, and then went downstairs to drink. I know, President. After Makarov left, Knight was the only one left on the 2nd floor. He took out the magic item Wind Song's glasses he had bought before and began his long journey of reading. It goes without saying that this item can help people finish a book very quickly. Without being disturbed, Knight finished the 1st book in less than 2 hours. He took off his glasses and recalled the contents of the book. The effect of the glasses was good, which was equivalent to reading for 70 or 80 hours. You read too fast, and you don't understand some knowledge well. You have to read it again. He was so fascinated by it that he read until the evening. It wasn't until Myra Jane came to the 2nd floor that Knight noticed the time. It's so late already. Knight was surprised. Magic is really interesting. He didn't study so hard when he was preparing for the college entrance examination in his senior year of high school. Yes, everyone has left. Myra smiled. Knight, your concentration is really amazing. Nate closed the book and then noticed that Myra was holding a rag. The janitor was the last one to leave every day and she had to clean up before leaving. In the morning she was the first to come, and sometimes she would prepare delicious breakfast for him. Let me help too. I can do it alone. Knight walked over, snatched the rag from her hand, and said with a smile, please treat me to a meal next time. Haven't I always treated you to a meal? Myra smiled. She was very happy that Knight was willing to help. I mean to go to a restaurant outside. The food I cooked is not delicious. Myra Zhen pretended to be angry. How could it be? Knight said helplessly, I'll treat you to a meal, is that okay? The last person he treated to a meal was Juvia, although she didn't pay. Okay, it's not easy to let you treat me to a meal. Myra Zhen covered her mouth and laughed. Next, the two of them cleaned the guild while chatting. Afterwards, Knight sent her back to the girls' dormitory. To be honest, he was quite curious about what the girls' dormitory looked like inside. Unfortunately, even in the magical world, there are still characters like dormitory ants. Good night, Knight. Good night, see you tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Myra downstairs in the dormitory, Knight returned to the apartment. When he got home, the guild group had already started to gossip. Fairy Tale Love Each Other chat group. Levy, everyone listen to me. Breaking news. Breaking news. Jet, what's wrong, Levy? Troy, what happened? Levy, I was just preparing to dry clothes in the dormitory, and I saw Knight sending Myra back to the dormitory late at night. Levy, it's so late, it must be a date just ended. Happy, there's a relationship. Arzuk, it should be at Myra Jane at this time. Walian, such explosive news? Could it be that the poster girl of our guild is finally going to fall in love? Ridasu, sure enough, I was right last time. JPG. Gray, what? Knight and Myra are getting married? Kana, what? Did they kiss? Did they kiss? Lebby, it's late, I can't see clearly, but I don't think so. Kana, Myra is really something, he didn't even give a kiss to the gentleman who sent him home? That's too much, if I were Knight, I would be angry. Kana, don't cry, Knight, pat your head. JPG. Myra is a pure girl who has never had a boyfriend, she is so stupid. Kana returned home and happened to see Kana at him, he was speechless at the time. This group of people really love gossip. Wait, Myra Jane should be the one who loves gossip the most, right? Facing this situation, Knight would definitely not show up, his appearance would only make this group of people more excited. After turning off the group chat, Knight continued to study the magic book. Similarly, in the girls' dormitory, Myra Jane was taking a bath while lurking in the chat group to peek at the screen. Looking at the gossip in the group, she didn't dare to speak at all, but just blushed and buried her nose in the bathtub shyly. A little gossip did not affect Knight's daily life. It took 3 days, with the help of Feng Yang's glasses, Knight finished reading the 5 magic books. It was not a simple read, but to understand the content of the book and remember the magic knowledge in it thoroughly. I already have my own ideas on how to use soul binding. It is not far from completing the system task. In addition, there are greater gains in these 3 days. As the presidents of various guilds returned to their own guilds and distributed the magic rings they bought to others, the number of registered users on the internet quickly exceeded 5,000. In contrast, Knight's magic power once again ushered in a surge. Magic power 037 Fairy Tales S-Class. Mist Gang and Laxus. My magic power has increased again. Is this what it feels like to cut leaks? It feels so good to upgrade while lying down. This upgrade was a few days earlier than Knight expected, thanks to the explosive growth of internet users. Looking at the increasingly lively forum, Knight felt satisfied from the bottom of his heart. At this rate of improvement, it won't be long before I can become a Saint 10. The Saint 10 mages are titles awarded by the Magic Council, and their strength far exceeds that of ordinary Guild S-Class mages. The number of people is fixed. If you want to become a Saint 10, you have to squeeze one out. Forget it after all, it's just an honorary title. As Saint 10, the weakest and the strongest are completely different realms. Let's go and complete the system's tasks first. Knight tidied up his instrument and went out. Instead of going to the guild, he walked into a magic shop and bought some magic tools for modifying the ring from the shop. It cost 200,000 J. After that, he returned home and artificially modified the magic ring based on what he had learned from reading books in the past few days. The main purpose is to add a kind of soul magic to it. When ordinary people use the ring, it will absorb a trace of the object's soul and use it as a unique mark. After working for more than half an hour, the transformation was finally completed. Done. However, the system did not pop up a prompt to complete the task. Nate was a little confused. Reread the task introduction. Task: based on the magic ring, develop a magic ring that ordinary people can use. New internet login. Developing a new one so the transformation doesn't count. Knight thought about it and put away the modified ring first. I have to find an ordinary person to test it. If it goes well, then buy some basic magic materials and rub one by hand. When he came to the guild, Knight saw Urza. After a few days of rest, her injuries finally recovered completely. At this time, she stood in the hall with her hands on her hips, like a squad leader. I'm talking to you, you're addicted to the internet every day and don't work hard. This won't work. Kana. Do you drink directly by holding the barrel? It's daytime now. Vijita, if you want to dance, go outside. Wakaba, the cigarette butt is about to fall to the ground. What cards do you need to think about for so long? Macau. Urza suddenly fell silent and sighed ha. The people she named seemed to be paralyzed by magic, and their expressions were stiff. What can you say to me? Makao couldn't help complaining. Ah, you are a bunch of children who never grow up. Urza shook her head. I'll spare you today. I don't want to nag too much. Haven't you finished nagging? Nate stood at the door and thought it would be better for him not to go in now. Just wanted to turn around. Nate. Iluza called his name. Nate paused. Hey, Urza, you have recovered and are in good spirits. I am relieved. Thanks to you, I have been lying in the infirmary for a week. Iluza's eyes were burning, and Knight immediately had a bad premonition. Sure enough, it came true the next second. Anyway, compete with me again, I'm serious this time. Is there any integrity between people? How can you trust a girl? Urza raised her lips slightly, and seeing Knight's expression of annoyance, she smiled again. It's just a joke, I won't regret what I promised you, but why did you run away when you saw me? It hurts me, come and have a drink together. You just kept talking about Kana drinking in broad daylight. Knight looked helpless and had to walk over. The two sat at the bar, but Myra Jane was nowhere to be seen. So, Urza went to the wine rack to get a bottle of wine and poured a glass for each of them. Thank you for the last time. You're welcome. Knight took the wine glass and took a sip. Urza obviously didn't drink much, and she couldn't help frowning after drinking the red wine in the glass in one gulp. I don't know why Kana likes to drink so much. She was confused about this. Thanks to you, the Dark Guild Iron Forest failed to succeed, otherwise the guild leaders would be in danger. Hearing her say this, Knight couldn't help rolling his eyes. Should I say she didn't respect the guild leader, or that she respected the guild leader too much? Suddenly, a wave of sleepiness came over him. Knight's eyelids trembled slightly, and his eyes suddenly focused, seeing a figure walking in at the guild gate behind him. As the other party stepped into the guild, a drowsy atmosphere filled the tavern. This feeling. Iluza's body shook. The rest of the people in the guild tavern fell down one after another, lying on the table without moving. Some fell asleep directly on the ground, and some even snored on the spot. President Makarov, who was sitting on the railing on the second floor, nodded his head up and down. Mr. Gang. Makarov narrowed his eyes and whispered softly. At this time, Urza finally couldn't hold on any longer. The wine glass in her hand fell off her hand and rolled onto the bar, and she slid softly to the side. Knight had to hold her to prevent her from falling to the ground. At the same time, he turned his head slightly and locked his eyes on the person who came out of the door. The person wore a black hat, a green mask, a black cloak, and 5 magic wands on his back. Only his eyes were exposed. It seemed that someone was not asleep, and Mr. Gang couldn't help but look at him. The two met each other's eyes. Who is this person? Mr. Gang was a little confused, but he didn't come forward to communicate. He walked straight to the task notice board, quickly tore off a commission, and then turned and left. Wait a minute. Knight stopped the other party in time. You are a senior in the guild, one of the S-level wizards, Mr. Gang, right? Mr. Gang stopped, turned his back to Knight, and nodded slightly. Sorry, for some special reasons, I don't want others to see. I know, Jalal next door. Knight chuckled and took out a magic ring. I'm a newcomer, Knight. This is my internet magic. Wear it, and you can directly accept commissions online in the future, without hypnotizing people every time. Can you come and get it? I'm holding Urza, and it's not easy to move. Hearing this, Mr. Gang hesitated. Turning his head slightly, he looked at the bar with the corner of his eye. Knight sat in front of the bar, holding Urza, who was sleeping, with both hands, and it was indeed difficult to move. Being able to stay awake in front of his hypnotic magic, it seems that the guild has another powerful wizard. Mr. Gang thought to himself and whispered, "Throw it over." Swoosh! Knight threw the ring over, and Mr. Gang caught it accurately. "Thank you." Although he didn't know what internet magic was and how to accept commissions online, Mr. Gang still thanked him politely. After nodding slightly to Knight, he left. As he walked out of the guild gate, the sleep magic was immediately lifted. Iluza woke up suddenly and found herself in Knight's arms. "Sorry, Knight, I let you see my shameful side." She rubbed her temples and sat back in the chair, then suddenly reacted and said in surprise, "Knight, how did you stay awake just now? I was almost hypnotized." Knight smiled slightly and put the overturned wine glass back in place. If it was 3 days ago, he might have been hypnotized. But he has learned the basics of soul magic in the past few days, and he has 6 eyes. He can react at the first time and use magic to resist Mr. Gong's sleep magic. Amazing! Urza was amazed and explained, "That guy is Mist Gang. Every time he comes back, he hypnotizes the guild members. Probably only the president knows his true identity." As soon as the voice fell, a teasing low laugh came from the second floor. "No, I know that too." Knight looked up and was not surprised by the existence of the person above. He had discovered the other party long before entering the door. "Hello, Senior." Knight chuckled and greeted. "Laxus." Urza frowned. On the second floor, Laxus pressed his hands on the wooden railing, just glanced at Urza, and then cast his eyes on Knight. "I really saw something interesting when I came back this time. You are very good to stay awake in front of Miss Gang's sleep magic. Why not join my thunder gods?" Knight noticed the ring on the other party's finger, and it seemed that he had registered for the internet. "I have to say that I am lucky today. There are 5 S-class wizards in Fairy Tale, except Myra Jane and Urza. Of the remaining 3, I met 2 today. Laxus, I don't like working. Thank you for your invitation, but I refuse." "Really?" Laxus raised his eyebrows, with lightning flashing in his hair. "I heard that you beat Urza, why don't you fight me too? Let me see your strength." 038-0 Emperor Leon, I fight 4 S-class wizards? 4/4 flowers requested. Nate naturally refused Laxus's invitation to compete. But before he could speak, Urza had already said, "Laxus, if you want to fight, I can accompany you." "Hey!" Laxus looked unhappy. "What does this have to do with you, Urza?" As he spoke, the lightning around him became more and more obvious, making a hissing sound of electricity. Urza looked firm. She said nothing, but her attitude was in place. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Urza could clearly feel that Knight was a person who didn't like trouble. To spar with Laxus? Knight would definitely refuse. After refusing, Laxus might forcefully attack. In that case, she had to stand up. "Don't stop, Laxus." At this time, Makarov spoke, "The guild is not a place for fighting and fighting. If Knight agrees, you can find an open place to fight to your heart's content." Hearing this, Laxus made a tisk sound and reluctantly retracted his magic power. With a flash of lightning, the man had disappeared on the second floor. After he left, Makarov said, "Don't worry, Knight, this kid just doesn't know how to communicate with others. He's not a bad person by nature." "I don't care, President." As he spoke, the ring flashed. Knight opened the internet and found it was a friend request. Laxus applied to add you as a friend. After being approved, the other party immediately sent a private message. "Laxus, the old man is a bit annoying. Come to the eastern forest, I'll wait for you. You kid must fight? Nate thought about it and replied. Sigma man, wait for you. Although it's a bit troublesome, he plans to beat Laxus up and use the friendship punch to teach him how to communicate with others. As for whether he can win, he will win. Just as he got up, Myra Jane suddenly walked out of the reception room. Nate. What's wrong? Myra Jane said, didn't you take an S-level commission before? Karna Island. Is the evil film appearing again? Knight immediately reacted and asked speculatively. Yes, the villagers over there just sent a contact and wanted to ask you to go again. Myra Jane nodded. Upon hearing this, Knight couldn't help scratching his head. It seems that if the moon drop ritual is not resolved, this evil energy will continue to appear, and a thin film of evil energy will condense over the island again and again. When he took the commission reward, he promised to handle after-sales. Now it's after-sales service. I know, you reply to them, I'll leave immediately. Knight nodded. Arisa interrupted, S-level commission. She was a little surprised. She didn't expect Knight, who was not an S-level wizard, to have completed an S-level commission. But after hearing Milachhen's meaning seemed to be a little wrong. Before Myra Zhen explained briefly. After listening, Urza nodded seriously. Nate, I'll go with you. You helped me solve the Iron Forest before. Now it's my turn to help you. Nate. He actually wanted to say that he didn't need help. But seeing Urza's serious expression, it seemed inappropriate to refuse. Thank you for your help. Then, Urza, let's meet at the station. Leaving a sentence, Knight left the guild immediately. After walking to the door, he sent another private message to Laxus. Sigma man, sorry, let's spar next time. Laxus, ah? You want to run? Are you a man? I misjudged you, Knight. Nate. If he doesn't explain this, he is not a man anymore. Sigma man, I didn't handle my previous S-rank commission properly, so I have to go and take care of some tales now. Laxus, do you think I will believe this kind of boring excuse? If you are a man, come to the eastern forest. Sigma man, believe it or not, I will beat you up when I come back, pouting.jpg. Laxus, where? Sigma man? Laxus, I will go with you. When I finish your commission, you will fight me immediately. Nate. Why do you all like to make a fuss? Soon after, outside the train battle in Magnolia. Arisa and Laxus looked at each other and looked at Knight together. Why is he here? Urza frowned. Laxus, haven't you given up yet? I want to ask, what are you doing here, Urza? Laxus glanced at Urza's back, a cart full of luggage, and laughed. Do you want to travel somewhere? In fact, you don't have to follow. Nate spread his hands like a little bear, speechless. You two S-class wizards, don't you have your own things to do? The train is here. Laxus obviously won't listen, and took the lead to walk towards the train. Don't worry, Knight, I'm on your side. Urza patted Knight's shoulder and clenched her other hand. The two stubborn people didn't listen to him at all. Forget it, let's go. Just as he was about to step onto the train, the ring suddenly flashed again. Nate opened the private message. It was Juvia. Juvia, Lord Knight, I'm already in Magnolia. Juvia will go to the guild to find you now? Oh my goodness, another one. Nate had no choice but to reply. Sigma man, I'm at the station. Juvia, did Lord Knight know I was coming and specially come to the station to pick me up? Juvia is so touched. Shy.jpg. Use your love brain to think about it. How do I know which day and which train you are on? Nate complained in his heart. He expanded the perspective of his 6 eyes, instantly saw through the entire station, and soon found Juvia. Arisa, you get on the train first, I'll go find someone. After saying that, he left quickly. Juvia is here, it would be unreasonable not to meet her. After a while, Knight found Juvia. The girl was standing outside the station, looking around. Suddenly seeing Knight, she waved to him with a face full of surprise. Mr. Knight. Juvia ran over excitedly and handed the magic book in her hand to Knight immediately. This is the magic book that Juvia stole. President Joseph didn't know and it wasn't exposed. You really stole it? Knight didn't know whether to laugh or cry. And these? Juvia handed over another bank card. This is the money from selling the ring, a total of 8 million J. You keep half, why give it all to me? Juvia has her own money. It's too hot, the pressure of love brain is so great. Knight had to put the card away, thinking about returning half to her later. Mr. Knight. At this time, Juvia blushed and said shyly, Juvia hasn't eaten yet, can I invite you to dinner? As she said that, she remembered something. Last time Knight invited her to dinner, she didn't pay. Juvia will pay. Afraid that Knight would refuse, she quickly added. Nate's mouth twitched slightly, and he coughed dryly and said, I'm going to explain the commission. The train is about to leave, so can Juvia come with us? Juvia's eyes sparkled, and she was eager to try. Being able to take the train with Knight and go to other cities to complete commissions is simply a holiday trip. Juvia's face was full of 2 words, I want to go. Nate opened his mouth and was speechless for a while. Isn't he just going to solve the moondrop ceremony? You 3 S-class wizards are going to follow? What would Zero Emperor Leon's expression be if he knew? Oh, no, including myself, it can be said that there are not 4 S-class. Hey, let's go then. 039 Spacetime Magic Flying Thunder God. Woo woo woo. The train whistle sounded, followed by the clang and clang sounds of the wheels rolling over the track. Car number 6. Nate and Laxus sat on one side, and Juvia and Urza sat opposite. The atmosphere was a little silent, and no one spoke. Nate took out a bunch of magic materials, and in order to complete the system task, he was rubbing a new ring with his hands. Why did the S-class wizard of Phantom come with you? Laxus spoke first, staring at Juvia with hostility. As sworn enemy guilds, it is normal for them to be hostile to each other. The delicate relationship between Knight and Juvia is an abnormal situation. Juvia sat upright, with her hands on her knees, and her eyes occasionally stole glances at Urza. Fairy Queen Urza Chocolate. I care so much. What is the relationship between this woman and Lord Knight? Why is she here too? Is she a love rival? I really want to ask. Is there something on my face? Urza noticed her awkwardness and couldn't help but speak. She was also well known for Juvia, the rain girl of Phantom. No, nothing. Juvia still didn't dare to ask. It's really interesting. I didn't expect to carry out a mission with the Phantom Wizard. Urza smiled. Her attitude was friendlier, probably because Juvia didn't show hostility. As for why she showed up, Urza looked at the busy Knight and asked. Is your S-level mission so difficult? Do you need to find external help? You obviously came here by yourselves. Knight didn't even raise his head. You know each other, so I don't need to introduce you. Anyway, she will act with us for the time being. Whatever you want. Laxus didn't say much, just complete the commission and fight me seriously. He wanted to subdue Knight and let him join his Thunder God team. And if he wanted to subdue the other party, the first step was naturally to defeat him. How to distinguish the big and small kings without a fight? In fact, before returning to the guild, Laxus already knew about Knight's existence. Internet magic is spreading so fast now that it's hard for him not to know. After returning yesterday, he got the ring as soon as possible and studied the internet seriously. After using it personally, Laxus was amazed and his intention to recruit Knight became more determined. I know. But you can't beat me. Knight smiled and continued to rub the ring. Laxus grinned, I like powerful wizards. If you can beat me, I will recognize you. Okay, don't talk to me first. Can't you see I'm busy? What are you doing? Making a magic ring. Magic web ring. Laxus crossed his arms and glanced at the magic materials in front of Knight. Are those rings all handmade by you? I guess so. But this one is different. This one is the second generation. It needs to allow ordinary people to use the magic web smoothly. After a casual reply, Knight continued to make it with full concentration. Laxus looked at it for a while and couldn't bear it anymore. If you do this, the magic crystal embedded in the ring will leak too much magic power. It's too rough. Can you do it? Knight looked up in surprise. When I was a child, I often disassembled some magic props manually. Give it to me, I'll do it. Laxus, who couldn't bear it anymore, took the tool from Knight. Knight was relieved. Did you really make the ring of the first generation? Laxus complained while grinding the magic crystal and transforming it into the required shape. The rings you gave to the guild can be called works of art. In comparison, your technique just now doesn't look like a prop master who can make such things. Knight chuckled and said, You found out that those rings don't talk to me, don't you see I'm busy? Laxus snorted in dissatisfaction. Knight's mouth twitched, and because he took the initiative to help, he didn't bother to argue with him. Seeing that the two of them actually got along well, Urza was stunned. Knight, tell me about the commission in detail. It's a long story, Knight was about to explain, but suddenly remembered an important thing. We have already brought 3 people, and we should bring Grey with us. The person who performed the Moondrop ceremony on Karna Island was Brother Grey. The great wizard Uru, who froze the devil with his body, was the master who taught Grey magic. Forget it. Let's try to collect Uru's soul when the time comes. I can't resurrect her now, but it should be no problem to save her soul. Thinking of this, Knight didn't hesitate too much. With 6 eyes that can see through the flow of magic power in everything, collecting Uru's soul is something he can do. But Uru has already lost his body, so it's difficult to resurrect him. Next. Laxus busy rubbing the ring. Nate chatted with Urza and Juvia. More than an hour passed unknowingly. It's done. Laxus suddenly said, with a hint of joy in his tone. Next is your job. I have already got the basic shape of the ring. Nate took the ring from him. It's much better than what he did, what a skilled worker. It seems that you like to play with magic props, thank you. Nate smiled and thanked. He suddenly realized that Laxus had a magic called Shenming Temple, which required hundreds of magic crystals full of lightning magic. If it is destroyed in one breath, it can destroy a town. Perhaps those magic crystals were all rubbed by him alone. No wonder he is so skilled. Nate laughed secretly and finished the next work. After a while, a second-generation universal magic net ring was freshly baked. At the same time, the system prompt sound came as expected. Mission completed. Results are being tested. Evaluation, excellent. Reward, Spacetime Ninjutsu Flying Thunder God. It is not the Naruto world, and the reward is being converted. Spacetime Ninjutsu Flying Thunder God, Spacetime Magic Flying Thunder God. Instantly, a torrent of knowledge poured into his mind. Nate couldn't help but close his eyes and silently digested this huge amount of knowledge. This time, the magic knowledge is much larger than any previous time. Magic involving space and time is a top force no matter which world it is placed in. The complexity is far greater than that of 6 Eyes and Zhen Zhen. After 5 minutes, Knight slowly opened his eyes, and a touch of joy flashed in his eyes. Spacetime Magic Flying Thunder God. Its effect can be said to be very simple. Leave a magic circle at the target object, and the caster can instantly move to the position marked by the magic circle. This object can be anything. Not only that, this magic circle will exist forever unless it is destroyed by humans. This is a kind of permanent magic. This reminds Knight of a secret magic of fairy tale, Fairy's Heart. Its essence is also permanent magic, that is, a source of magic that will never run out. Is the reward so good this time? Is it because of the excellent evaluation? In this case, I really have to thank Laxus, thanks to him being a skilled worker. Well, when you beat him up next time, be gentler. Thinking so, Knight couldn't help but look at Laxus beside him with admiration. What's wrong? What's the problem? Laxus felt a chill. Nothing, you did a good job, thank you. Knight smiled and shook his head. Now that he has mastered Flying Thunder God. If this magic is engraved in the underlying code of the magic internet, he will not need to learn teleportation magic specifically. Now he can start the Magic Network Express business. 040 Isn't my sister very coquettish online? There are still a few hours before arriving at the destination. Knight didn't waste time, took out the magic book stolen by Juvia, put on Feng Yang's glasses and began to learn the thought body. He turned a deaf ear to the outside world and focused on reading the sage book. Arisa, Juvia, and Laxus also opened the internet. No one spoke, and the carriage was very quiet. Towards evening, the train arrived at Harjan. After leaving the train battle, Knight went to the port with ease. Take a boat from here to Karna Island. The person who picked us up should be here. Knight found a familiar person among the many ships in the port. Mr. Knight. You are finally here. Are you still a boatman? The grandson of the village chief. Knight had forgotten the other person's name. My name is Popo. Cold sweat dripped down Popo's forehead, and he quickly said, Come on board first, I'll take you to the island. Are these guys also fairy tale wizards? I'm Urza. Urza is a very serious person, and has already taken this mission as her own business. As Knight boarded the ship, he introduced Juvia and Laxus. When he heard that the three were S-class wizards, Popo was overjoyed. It's stable. This time, the devil's curse will definitely be completely solved. Boarding to Karna Island, Popo rode hard. About 3 days ago, the evil film you destroyed last time appeared again. Today, some villagers' memories have begun to become confused. So we contacted your guild immediately. Knight nodded, not letting go of any free time, and then opened the magic book to study. Thought body is said to be a high-level magic, but he felt that it didn't seem difficult. Don't worry, this time it will be completely solved. It was already night when they landed on the island. Everyone got off the boat and headed for the village under the leadership of Popo. Juvia looked up at the moon in the night sky. It should have been a bright full moon, but it showed a faint red color from this place. There is something in the sky. Is that the evil film? Arisa also noticed something unusual and nodded, I can indeed feel an evil spirit. Laxus stretched out his right hand towards the moon, and the palm of his hand flashed with electric light, making a crackling sound of electricity. Is it over if we destroy that? It's a simple job. Are you listening in the car? It will reappear after you destroy it. Knight stopped him. According to my investigation, someone on the island is performing the moon drop ceremony. We have to solve the ceremony first. Hearing this, Laxus put down his arm and left the team without saying a word. Where are you going? I'm enough by myself. Just go to the village and have a drink, get ready and wait for a fight with me. Knight did not stop Laxus's solo action. After thinking about it, he simply said to Popo. Village son, go back to the village by yourself and tell the village chief that we will solve it soon. Mr. Knight, I have a name. Popo was helpless. Magic power flowed around Knight, and his feet slowly flew off the ground. You also master flying magic. Arisa looked up in surprise. Last time they sparred, Knight did not use it. Saw she was let off? Not only that, she felt that Knight's magic power had also become much stronger. Sure enough, he had let her off. She didn't believe that Knight's magic power could be improved so much in just 1 week. Knight Urza clenched her fist and shouted angrily. The previous one doesn't count. It's too much to let her off. Let's fight again after this mission is over. Knight stood in the air, overlooking the entire island from a high place, and easily found the temple. The moonlight sprinkled down, turning purple through the magic circles, and finally fell on the top of the temple. Is it over there? While thinking, he heard Urza's cry, and felt a little helpless. Do we learn magic just to fight? Can we have some other pursuits? Juvia stood in front of Urza. Juvia will not remain silent if you attack Lord Knight. Are you here to make trouble too? Knight said quickly, the temple is in the north. I'll go first. You guys come slowly. After that, he flew towards the temple. Urza and Juvia were left staring at each other. I'm just sparring with him. Urza was really impressed. Knight was really good at attracting girls. Juvia's magic power surged around her, and she thought, a good opportunity to deal with her rival. Juvia won't let any rival go. Take it. Fairy Queen. Urza. With the air dance technique, Knight didn't have to go through the complex and lush forest and easily came to the temple. He didn't care about the moon drop ceremony going on at the top of the temple. If I remember correctly, Deliura is right below the temple, in a cave. Thinking of this, Knight lightly descended and walked straight into the temple. Under the guidance of the 6 eyes, he quickly found the entrance to the cave. A huge cave, the sound of footsteps echoed in the cave. The cave is very deep, go all the way to the deepest part, and find the target at the end. I saw a huge demon frozen in ice, and a magic circle was unfolded on the ceiling of the cave above the ice. Purple moonlight fell from the magic circle, slowly melting the ice. A large amount of water can be seen at the bottom of the ice. Of course, this is the perspective of ordinary people. In Knight's eyes, whether it is the accumulated water or the ice that seals the demon Deliura, there are soul fragments inside. The soul of you are you, the ice wizard. So many, it will take some effort to collect them. Knight thought in his heart, stepped in front of the ice, and gently raised his hand. The moment his palm touched the ice, Knight quickly captured a trace of soul in it. But absolute ice seal is indeed a forbidden magic. He tried to extract the soul from the ice, but it was obviously unsuccessful. It seems that the ice must be melted first. Realizing this, Knight suddenly spoke without looking back. Why do you have to hide when you are here? Wow, I should have hidden my breath very well. How did you find it? A short man wearing a mask walked out from behind a rock in the cave. Fairy tale wizard, Knight. Nice to meet you. My name is Ultear. Knight turned around and revealed the other party's identity. The man's eyes behind the mask shrank slightly. What are you talking about? Oh, it should be called Witch of Pain. Knight's mouth corners slightly raised, and his tone was somewhat playful. Sister is not very coquettish on the internet. 041 Please call me Supervisor Knight. How did you see through my transformation magic? The short masked man turned into a beautiful woman in the blink of an eye. The first half of the sentence was still a man's tone, but the second half was a sexy lady's voice. Seeing Knight's firm words, Ursha lost the desire to continue pretending. I have a friend who is very good at transformation magic. Knight answered while looking at the other party. Ursha was tall and wore a white kimono with a very short hem, almost like a short skirt, revealing a pair of smooth long legs. A light yellow belt about the width of a palm tied around her waist and tied into a bow at the back. Her right arm was sleeveless, revealing a delicate white arm. In addition to this, she also wore a brown collar around her neck as an ornament. After listening to Knight's answer, Ultear filtered it in her mind. Demon Myra Jane? Speaking of the magician who is good at transformation magic in fairy tale, it should be this one. Brother is really dishonest, is he lying? Ultear put one hand on her waist, obviously not believing such nonsense. She quickly noticed Knight's eyes. Some kind of eye magic that can see through transformation. As expected of a counselor, you are well informed. Knight nodded and admitted that it was indeed the credit of the Six Eyes. From the perspective of the Six Eyes, Ultear's magic power is very full, far more than Urza now. What are you doing here? Ultear asked. Take a walk. Ultear didn't care about such a perfunctory answer. She walked up to Deliera, reached out to touch the cold ice, and talked to herself. 10 years ago, this demon ravaged the north and caused immeasurable damage. Thanks to a wizard named Uru at the time, it was completely sealed. But this foolish woman paid the price of her life for it. Now on this island, someone is trying to unlock the seal, and I'm here to investigate this matter. I have no problem with you. Don't I know what you are here for? Nate thought in his heart, but said. In that case, I won't bother you, goodbye. He was going to supervise the smooth progress of the moondrop ceremony, so as not to let Laxus destroy it. Wait. Ultear couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. This guy really doesn't play by the rules. Normally, as a wizard of a regular union, hearing what she, the reviewer, said, shouldn't he express cooperation? Work together to destroy the ritual, prevent a disaster from happening, and finally establish a deep friendship. If you want to remove the evil film over the island, you need to destroy the moondrop ritual that is being carried out on the top of the temple first. Otherwise, the evil will continue to regenerate. I think we can join forces. Nate paused and asked, who told you that you must destroy the ritual? Don't you want to complete the commission and save those poor villagers? Urusha was a little confused. I can wait for the ice to melt and punch Deliera to death. After leaving a sentence, Knight left. Ursha looked dazed. This brain circuit is really not something that ordinary people can think of. And it sounds so reasonable. Wait a minute. She quickly chased after him. It was rare to meet this internet developer, and she didn't want to miss the opportunity. Laxus walked in the forest, and the environment here was like a maze. Am I lost? He frowned and looked forward, and a huge rat was blocking him. Get out of the way. The lightning flashed, and a bolt of lightning shot out from Laxus' body, hitting him accurately. Ah! The rat was paralyzed by the electricity, and its screams echoed through the forest. On the top of the temple was a spacious platform. A group of people wearing black cloaks, who looked like cult members, gathered in a circle and worshipped the moon. Not far from this group of people, there were 4 people without cloaks. 3 men and 1 woman. The young woman among them moved her ears and heard the screams from afar. It's Angelica. She recognized the screams of her pet. Invaders. Emperor Zero Leon frowned and immediately ordered, you 3 go and deal with the invaders. I'm afraid it's another fairy tale wizard. Why say again? Because they all paid attention to the last time Knight shattered the sky with 1 punch. After the investigation, everything was immediately clear. Now that there are uninvited guests on the island again, it is natural to suspect that they are from fairy tale. Yes. The 3 subordinates immediately took action. After they left, footsteps sounded soon. Solved so quickly. Leon turned around and saw not his subordinates, but a man and a woman, and his face changed immediately. Who are you? How did you get up here? Good evening. Nate greeted him cordially, and his eyes swept across the scene. Seeing that the ceremony was still going smoothly, he nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Laxus has not found this place yet. You are Counselor, Ursha. Leon was shocked when he saw the woman next to Knight. As one of the 10 counselors who manage the magic world, and a beautiful woman, Ursha would appear in magazines from time to time, so Leon naturally knew her. He never expected that a counselor would appear on this island. The moondrop ceremony. Ultear pretended to be here for the first time, and acted very convincingly. You really want to revive Deliera? Shut up. Nate glanced at her, then turned to look at Leon, pointing at a group of people in black robes. They are all performing the ceremony, why are you standing there watching? A question mark popped up in Leon's heart, who is this person? Can he scold the reviewers? Forget it, since you have discovered it, I have to ask you to shut up forever. He snorted coldly and cast a magic with one hand. Ice-shape eagle. With a wave of one hand, the frozen magic power suddenly turned into flying birds all over the sky, all attacking Knight and the others. Knight's eyes focused, and the vibration force suddenly spread forward like a shock wave. In an instant, all the flying ice birds broke into ice chips in the air. Then, Knight moved and appeared behind Leon. He grabbed the back of the opponent's head and pressed the opponent's head to the ground with one blow. What? Leon was shocked. Teleportation. It was definitely teleportation, he didn't see any movement of the opponent at all. Not only him, but also Ultear was shocked. Space magic? Don't get excited. I'm not here to stop you from completing the ritual. Knight suppressed the other party with one hand and said, on the contrary, I'm here to supervise you. Please call me Knight Supervisor. Your moondrop ritual is very good, but I'm not happy that you're standing aside and watching the show. Next, you should also go and worship. It will at least speed up the melting of the ice. Leon. His brain fell into a brief blank. What is this person talking about? Are the man and woman not from the council? 042 The first visitor of Deep Web, are you a god? 4/4 Flowers requested, what is your purpose? Leon was pressed to the ground, his face against the cold stone slab. Same as you. So, we can live in harmony and friendship. Knight slowly let go of the other party. He didn't know the moondrop ritual. If he wanted to melt the ice, he had to let a professional do it. Leon got up and looked at Knight with a serious expression, and then looked at Ultear. You also want to revive Deliara? I'm not. Ultear denied it flatly. She is now a counselor, so she naturally cannot admit it. She disguised herself as a man named Saradai and lurked beside Leon, just to use him to unlock the seal. Then, dominate Deliara. Unfortunately, this identity was discovered by Knight at a glance, which made her a little embarrassed now. But Knight wanted to let the moondrop ceremony continue, which was exactly what she wanted. Therefore, Ultear would not stop it. Leon was silent for a moment and said, it will take another day to unlock the seal. The enemy is strong and I am weak, so he can only obey the other party now. Everything will be decided after Deliara is resurrected. So, you join the ceremony together. The more people, the higher the efficiency. Knight said. I know. Leon gritted his teeth and nodded, walked silently to the black-robed man to join the ceremony, knelt down and began to worship the moon. At this time, a roar came from the forest in the distance. Knight's 6 eyes saw Urza and Juvia, who were fighting with Leon's 3 subordinates. He immediately sent a private message. Sigma man, don't kill him, Urza, bring him to the temple. Soon after, 5 more figures appeared on the top of the temple. Leon's 3 subordinates were named Yuka, Toby, and Shirley. The 3 were originally going to find Laxus, but they encountered Urza and Juvia near the temple, were beaten up, and brought back. At this time, the 3 knelt beside Leon and joined the moondrop ceremony together. Knight, what's going on? Urza was confused. Knight explained casually. Just kill Deliara, otherwise someone else will try to revive it next time. The geographical location of this island is special, which is very suitable for the moondrop ceremony. I don't want to do it again. For this reason, Urza thought about it and accepted it. You have a point, but can we win with the strength of just a few of us? We will win. After saying that, he felt that this was not auspicious, and said, isn't there another council member? Knight pointed at Ursha who was watching strongly. Seeing that several people were looking at him, Ursha had to shake her head. If I fail, I will rescue you all, and let the council solve the rest. This was half true and half false. Of course she would rescue. But when the council knew about this, Deliara had already been transferred by her. By then, she would push all the blame on Knight. Who told this bastard to say she was slutty? Where was she slutty? She was still a pure 18-year-old girl. Knight couldn't help laughing. To be honest, it was a really interesting scene, with a bunch of people with their own ulterior motives. Leon and his gang wanted to challenge Deliara. Ultear wanted to dominate this demon. He said that he wanted to completely eliminate the demon, but in fact, he wanted to melt the ice so that he could smoothly collect Uru's soul. Although they were on different sides, their goals at the moment were subtly the same. Continue the moon drop ceremony. Time passed by. Except for Laxus, who was lost somewhere, all the wizards on the island gathered at the top of the temple. When midnight came, suddenly, the earth shook, and a roar of demons came from under the temple. The moon drop ceremony was interrupted. Leon showed ecstasy. Deliara is resurrected. After saying that, he left regardless. Lord Leon. They. 3 subordinates quickly followed. Ultear's face lit up, but she quickly hid. Let's go and take a look. Knight closed the magic book and said to the 3 women. Everyone came to a cave deep underground and saw the resurrected Deliara turned into powder. Leon fell to his knees and murmured in disbelief. Deliara is dead. 3 years. 3 years ago, he moved Deliara to this island and continued the moon drop ceremony for 3 years. Now the seal is finally unlocked, but the demon inside is dead. What has he been insisting on for these 3 years? Ultear bit her lip, finding it hard to accept that the woman's magic actually killed the demon. Knight glanced at her and was happy. The mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole is behind? Didn't expect it. Deliara was killed by your mother. Only Urza breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that we don't need to do anything, Knight, let's go next. Break the evil film in the sky, and the commission will be completed. Knight nodded, turned around and left, without any nostalgia. As soon as he left, Juvia quickly followed. She had no interest in Deliara, and only had eyes for Knight. Arisa glanced at Ursha, turned around and left. Ultear took a deep breath, walked to the water step by step, and snorted after a long silence. Turned to Leon and his group and said. Boring. Since you didn't cause much damage, I'll let you go this time. She was no longer in the mood. As soon as the thought moved, her body slowly disappeared from the spot like a wave in the water. It was a thought body. Lord Leon. Hearing the shouts of his subordinates, Leon looked dazed. Now he felt extremely empty. He didn't want to do anything, just wanted to be alone. Don't worry about me, leave me alone for a while. Leon stood up expressionlessly and walked out of the cave in confusion. I don't know how long it took. Beside the stagnant water deep in the cave, a golden magic circle suddenly flashed. Nate appeared out of thin air. Finally, they are all gone. Is it easy for me to collect some souls? After complaining in his heart, Knight squatted down and put his hand into the melted stagnant water. Using 6 eyes to capture the flow of magic power, he began to collect the fragments of Uru's soul bit by bit. This is a big project. A wonderful world. Uru slowly opened her eyes. She was naked, without any clothes on. Where is this? Am I not dead? Uru touched her face. She had no concept of temperature, but she could indeed touch her body. She looked left and right, surrounded by a series of dense zeros and ones. What is this place? The world after death? No, this is the deep internet, or deep web for short, and you are the first visitor. Accompanied by a male voice, a figure appeared in front of Uru. It was a young man about 20 years old. Who are you? What is the deep internet? Uru frowned slightly, covered his forehead with one hand, and felt that his memory was a little confused. I seem to have seen the other person in his ice state. Hello, Uru. Nate smiled slightly. The internet is a kind of magic I created, and the meaning of the deep internet you can understand it as the core area of this magic. As he said, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, the surrounding zeros and ones quickly gathered, showing all the pages, functions, and everything else of the internet in front of Uru. In the forum, someone was posting. In the game section, someone was playing Fruit Ninja. In the chat group, messages were constantly refreshed. Incredibly complex information was flowing, and all of it was made up of only zeros and ones. Uru looked dazed. What kind of magic was this? You resurrected me. She stared at Night with wide eyes and shocked. The magic of resurrection, in her cognition, is a legendary magic. She has only heard of it, never seen it. No, I just collected your soul and put it into the deep web. Night shook his head and admired Uru's body. Anyway, you should put on some clothes first. He snapped his fingers again, and a fitted blue dress immediately covered the beauty in front of him. Uru touched the very real dress in surprise. It appeared out of thin air. Is this person a god? The god of magic? Don't be surprised, everything is false in the deep web. For example, time goes backwards. Night clapped his hands lightly. In an instant, all the information around him was going backwards in time. Then he clapped his hands again. Everything was still. Uru was stunned. This kind of magic had surpassed her cognition. She spoke in a respectful tone. Great Wizard, I haven't asked for your name yet. Nate. 043 Your electronic pet, Uru. Uru gradually calmed down and began to accept the current situation. She looked at Night silently with her beautiful eyes. A handsome young man? No. Considering that the other party can create such mysterious internet magic. He must have been involved in it for a long time. A great wizard who has penetrated the abyss of the magic path. Appearance is just appearance. How can the actual age be judged by appearance? So, Senior Knight. You have unlocked my absolute ice purity and collected my soul. What is the purpose? Facing Uru's puzzled eyes, Knight just smiled. Why must there be a purpose? He asked back. To melt the absolute ice purity, as far as I know, there is only the moondrop magic. Uru's meaning is self-evident. It is unlikely that there is no purpose for such a big effort. Could it be that this old senior has lived too long and is extremely bored? Although it is not impossible, the possibility is too low. Knight shook his head. You probably misunderstood something. Immediately, he briefly described what Leon did. He is your disciple. In order to surpass you, he spent a lot of time melting absolute ice and wanted to defeat Deliera himself. But what he didn't expect was that the demon Deliera had already exhausted his vitality in the long 10 years of being frozen by you. He died just after being unsealed. I just happened to collect your soul by chance. After listening, Uru looked dazed. This really looks like something Leon would do. Besides, you misunderstood a little. Nate smiled and said, I'm not a senior. I'm not as old as you. He had long forgotten how old Uru was when he died, but he was definitely older than him. Hearing this, Uru stared at Night blankly, completely confused. Younger than her age? Not some old monster in the magic world? How is this possible? How did such a young wizard create such incredible magic? Even if he is a genius, there must be a limit. Could it be that in the years since her death, the magic world has developed to such a terrible degree? After staring at Night in a daze for several minutes, Uru finally came back to his senses. Wait a minute, let me take a break. So, Lord Knight, you collect my soul without any purpose. She changed the address from senior to lord. You is a particular person. After all, he is her savior. It is a bit too disrespectful to call him by his name. To say that there is a purpose, it is not completely without. It is not bad to keep him as an electronic pet. Nate thought. Of course, this cannot be said out loud. Saying it out loud is a bit too low in emotional intelligence. Do you want to repay the favor? Yes. You nodded calmly, smiled slightly, and was full of charm. I was a dying person. Fortunately, I was saved by you. If I don't do something to repay you, I will be restless. As a woman who has died once, you is very glad that she can be saved. Now that she has survived, although she has lost her body and only has a soul left. But she still hopes to repay Knight for saving her life. Seeing her serious expression with a hint of smile, Knight showed an admiring look. Miss do you know what your current state is? You can't leave the deep web. Once you leave here, the soul body without magic support will probably dissipate quickly. Of course, it's not absolutely impossible to leave. For example. Snap. Knight clapped his hands. In an instant, the surrounding environment collapsed into endless zeros and ones. The torrent of data kept flying high. The surroundings fell into extreme darkness. No, it can't even be called darkness, but nothingness. How to describe nothingness? People who are completely blind and can't feel any light see darkness. And if a person uses the nose to see the outside environment, what he gets is nothingness. You experienced the panic of nothingness. She felt herself falling into the abyss of nothingness. I don't know how long it took. A ball of pure white light appeared below. As the distance got closer, the ball of light grew larger and larger until it covered the entire field of vision. Do you know what this is? Knight walked to the ball of light, stretched out a finger, and gently picked out a ray of light from the ball of light. This small ray of light slowly merged into U's soul. This is magic. Uru said in shock, pure magic. Yes, it is the source of magic that maintains the entire internet. Knight nodded. All users who go online, 99% of the magic consumed will be gathered here. Once this ball of light dries up, the magic network will be disconnected. Of course, this kind of thing is impossible in theory. Because if no one goes online, the internet itself will not consume magic. I will give you a little magic from it, and you can leave the deep web and move around in the outside world. I don't know if it's an illusion, Uru feels that his soul has become more solid. Of course, even so, you can't leave me too far away. Knight added. He did not hide anything and told the other party about Uru's current condition. Uru smiled and said, I am very satisfied with this. Thank you very much, Lord Knight. Don't be so pessimistic, Knight comforted him. If there is a chance, I will try to help you release resurrection. Thank you in advance. Uru was optimistic, with a faint smile on his face. So, what can I do for you? Anything is fine, even if it means destroying the world, I will try my best. Why would I want to destroy the world for no reason? Nate rolled his eyes, grabbed a handful of the light again, and injected pure magic power into Uru's body. This magic power is enough for you to move for a while, so you should save it for me. If you raise an electronic pet and it consumes too much magic, Knight will also feel pain. The magic source of the internet is actually his backup magic. He usually doesn't want to use it. Uru once again felt the nourishment of magic, and her soul became more solid. She felt that she could use magic. Hearing Knight's instructions at this time, she couldn't help but chuckle. This young genius magician is easier to get along with than she thought, without some genius quirks. Lord Knight, how can I repay your kindness? No, I can't repay it in my lifetime. Uru smiled helplessly, can you repay me with your body? Oh, no, she doesn't even have a physical body now. If you want to do something, why not help me manage the internet? Nate thought that he had to find something for the electronic pet to do, so that she would not be too bored and suffer from Jade syndrome. However, with you helping him manage the magic network, many things would be much more convenient. What should I do? I know nothing about your magic. I will teach you slowly. Anyway, I should rest. See you tomorrow. Nate waved his hand and his consciousness left the deep web. At the same time. Reality, cave, waterside. Nate slowly opened his eyes. The next moment, a wave of magic appeared beside him, and you followed closely to the natural world. Ah, is this the feeling of being alive? She stretched comfortably, showing her beautiful female figure, with a satisfied smile on her face. But compared with normal humans, she is in a translucent state. Good morning, Lord Knight. You greeted naturally. Good morning, I'm ready to go to bed. Knight waved his hand and forced you back to the deep web. 044 Knight vs Laxus. Early the next morning. After destroying the evil film again and completing the commission, Knight and his friends were ready to leave Karna Island, and the village chief Mocha and many villagers saw them off. Thank you very much, Mr. Knight, Ms. Urza, Ms. Juvia. Pop, we must send our benefactor safely to the Harjan port. The village chief held Knight's hand and kept saying thank you. This time, no money was charged, and the purely free after-sales service greatly increased his favorability. There will be no more problems this time, and the evil will not appear again. You can rest assured. Knight waved to the villagers. Just about to board the boat and return to Harjan. Bobo, the boatman, showed a puzzled expression. Mr. Knight, there were 4 of you when you came here, but only 3 when you returned. Is it one less? Knight. Iluza. Juvia. The 3 of them were struck by lightning. Where's Laxus? Urza said in astonishment. They stayed in the village for 1 night last night, and it seems that they didn't see Laxus at that time. Did he get lost? Juvia told the truth, he doesn't seem to know where the village is. I'll go find him. Knight's feet left the ground and slowly floated up. He brought the person here, so of course he couldn't just leave him alone. Fortunately, Karna Island is not a very large island, so it's not too difficult to find someone. When he arrived hundreds of meters above the island, the 6 eyes saw the entire island at a glance. He saw deer playing in the woods, monkeys climbing and jumping in the jungle, poisonous snakes hidden in the bushes, birds stopping on branches to clean their feathers. Everything on the island was visible, and countless information was captured by the 6 eyes. Finally, Knight saw Laxus next to a reef on the west coast. This guy was sleeping soundly against the reef, with an extinguished campfire and some leftover fish bones beside him. Found it. Immediately, Knight flew over. Juvia looked up at him flying away, shouted and followed him. Wait for me, Lord Knight. Seeing this, Urza had no choice but to say to the villagers. I'm sorry, please wait a moment, we will find our companions right away. After saying that, she followed Juvia. The villagers looked at each other, scratching their heads and saying nothing. The village chief knocked on his cane and said loudly. What are you still standing there for? Our benefactor is lost, let's go find him together. Yes, village chief. The villagers began to act one after another. Many people simply transformed into devil wings and investigated from the air. The west coast. Knight slowly descended from a height. Laxus was not far away, holding his head with his hands, sleeping soundly with his back against the reef. Knight's eyes turned to the other side. About on a reef 200 meters away, Zero Emperor Leon sat there in a daze, his eyes looking at the surging sea, motionless, like a husband-waiting stone. The other party's 3 companions were all standing behind. Do you want to say hello? A ghost appeared beside him, and you slowly changed from fully transparent to semi-transparent. No, if he knew my current state, it might be more troublesome. You glanced at the eldest disciple from a distance and smiled. He is just a little confused now, and he will stand up soon. Nate nodded, and did not disturb the EMO. Walked to Laxus. Laxus was very alert and woke up at the first time. It turned out to be you. I thought it was some blind beast. Why are you sleeping here? It's cool here. Laxus patted his butt and got up, admitting that he was lost. That was impossible. Knight didn't expose him, and smiled. The mission has been completed, it's time to go back. After saying that, he turned and left. The mission was completed? Laxus was stunned for a moment. It seemed that he had done nothing, but he had electrocuted a big rat. However, this is not important. He grinned, and the magic power around him surged, like a scion bursting with anger, and the golden magic power burst out. Since the mission is over, then according to the agreement, you can have a serious fight with me. Knight paused and turned around and said, "Here. It's just right here." Laxus roared, took a step forward, and rushed forward, Thunder Fist. His fist released lightning magic, and the electric shock began to sting the skin before it hit. Knight raised his arms, with his right hand upright and his left hand horizontal, crossing in front of him. At the same time, the magic power flowed to protect the hit part. Bang! When the fist hit, a strong electric light burst out. The movement here immediately attracted Leon and others not far away, and they all looked at him in astonishment. They should be companions, right? Internal strife. Even the empty Leon could not help but regain some spirit and turned his head slightly to look. Nate's legs dragged a long trail on the beach, and Laxus punched him back several meters. "Hey, Knight, you are not only this level, right?" Laxus grinned. "Is it an accident that you can beat Urza?" Hearing this, Knight chuckled. "Just to test the lethality of your elemental magic, worthy of being lightning, my arm is a little numb now." From the perspective of the Six Eyes, the magic power in Laxus's body is much stronger than Urza, estimated to be above 5 stars. "Really? Then use your body to experience it again." Laxus snorted, and he didn't see any movement. Suddenly, lightning flashed above Knight's head, and a sizzling electric current fell instantly. Attract lightning. Boom! The lightning struck the beach accurately, even causing an explosion. Instantly, sand flew up, blocking the view. However, Laxus's eyes fixed. Didn't hit? It disappeared. Faster than his lightning, he didn't see clearly how Knight avoided his attack. Laxus laughed without being surprised. "That's right. If it was solved in one go, wouldn't it be Natsu?" As soon as he finished speaking, Knight's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "Space-time magic flying thunder god. Do you really think I took your punch just now to test your magic?" "I'm kidding." The right leg swept across, and the strong kick made Laxus bend over, and his abdomen was hit hard, and the whole person flew backwards in an instant. With a loud bang, the rock where he was sleeping was smashed, and then it rolled on the ground like a ball for more than 10 times and flew dozens of times. At this time, Juvia and Urza arrived here. They were shocked to see the two fighting. But when they saw that it was Laxus who was kicked away, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Lord Knight." Knight ignored the crowd and slowly left the ground a few meters. Looking at Laxus who climbed up from the beach, he chuckled and said, "Your chance of winning is not even 1 in 10,000. Why don't you just take out your strongest magic and try it?" Super Magic Fairy's Law. 045 Furious Laxus, a red temperature reaction caused by a cup of coffee. Fairy's Law. Urza was shocked to hear Knight's words. Juvia showed a puzzled expression. "Super magic. That is one of the 3 super magics of our guild." Urza's face was solemn. She knew that President Makarov was in control of the laws of the fairies, and she had heard the president say that. That was the legendary absolute judgment magic. Using holy light to defeat darkness, destroy everything that the caster considers an enemy. According to Knight, could it be that Laxus had also learned it? Juvia was suddenly a little anxious, and wanted to help Knight as soon as possible. Urza grabbed her hand. Don't go, that's a competition. Now we can only watch and wait for them to decide the winner. How do you know? Laxus he couldn't help but frown. Except for the president, even the few people in the Thunder God clan didn't know that he mastered the laws of super magic fairies. Guessed. Knight flew in the air with a gentle smile on his face. Don't you try? This is your only chance to win. Humph, there's no need at all. Laxus pouted, half crouched, and suddenly shot up. Like an arrow, with a whoosh, it crossed a distance of dozens of meters and came in front of Knight. The right fist released a manic lightning and punched Knight's chest. You can't even fly, how can you fight me? You can't even touch the corner of my clothes. Knight said while dodging the opponent's attack. Even if 22 was in the air, his movements were still extremely agile, easily avoiding Laxus's punches and kicks. In contrast, Laxus couldn't fly. He could only rely on a short period of airborne to launch a round of fierce attacks on Knight. As expected, he didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. After Knight pulled away for a distance, Laxus lost his air retention and fell from a high place. It's not over yet. Facing the sky, Laxus locked his eyes on Knight, and his magic gathered into a lightning ball in his palm. Lightning bomb! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of lightning balls were shot at Knight in a dense formation, and they expanded rapidly during the flight. When they were close to him, they had changed from the size of a palm to a diameter of 1 meter. Faced with such a large scale, no dead-angle attack. Knight just moved his mind and disappeared without a trace. The lightning ball swept past the place where he was before he disappeared, flew to a higher place, and finally exploded with a bang, a bolt from the blue. It disappeared again. It's really space magic. Laxus said tisk, and suddenly felt a little difficult to deal with. This is too shameless. He can fly and use space magic. Of course, he can't touch the corner of his opponent's clothes. Do I really have to use the important law? No. This move is too powerful, and it might kill people. While thinking, Laxus fell back to the beach. However, before he could stand firm, his pupils suddenly shrank. The breath of magic came from behind him. Knight suddenly appeared again. Use it, how can you have a chance if you don't? Just admit defeat. Knight clenched his right fist and placed it above his left shoulder. His fist was wrapped in a layer of milky white vibration force. Accompanied by a deliberate whisper, he punched Laxus on the side of his waist. Bang! Laxus felt that he was about to split apart. It was like a mirror, shattered with a bang. He heard the sound in advance, but he couldn't dodge it at all when he landed. He was hit hard. The vibration force that ordinary people could not bear penetrated his magic defense. Consciousness is going to be. Laxus felt his consciousness was scattered, and was punched away, flying towards the sea. The body floated on the sea, flew more than 10 times, and fell into the sea with a splash. I was merciful. Nate thought, he shouldn't die. Suddenly, a lump appeared on the sea surface, and it was stained with a layer of golden luster. With a bang, a huge amount of magic power rushed into the sky. Laxus stood in the sea, roaring. The powerful magic power dispersed the surrounding sea water, forming a hollow area. Nate was a little envious. 5-star magic power is amazing, and you can release magic power without restraint. He can't do such a wasteful thing. With the blessing of the 6 eyes, every drop of his magic power will not be wasted at will. Thunder suit! Laxus roared. The concentrated magic power exploded, covering his whole body with a layer of lightning, like a lightning coat. Not only that, his body entered an activated state under the stimulation of lightning. Defense, speed, and attack power were greatly improved in an instant. With a roar, Laxus left a pit on the seabed, and rushed to Knight in a blink of an eye like a flash of lightning. Violent Volt. A hand covered with lightning grabbed Knight. Large area discharge attack. The high-voltage electric wave generated can instantly paralyze the opponent. However, Knight disappeared again. The location where he appeared was nearly 100 meters away from Laxus. Still not working. Laxus did not lose his mind. He stared at Knight and felt strongly aggrieved. He increased his speed by a stage, but still could not touch the opponent. In that case, he raised one hand above his head and chanted quickly, "What resounds through the sky is the roar of summoning thunder and lightning, which falls from the sky and turns everything into ashes." The sky became a little darker, and thunderclouds gathered over the coast, roaring. Has the climate changed? Knight looked up at the weather and was amazed. High magic power means strong. This is preparing to blow up the entire coast. The faces of the people watching nearby suddenly changed. Several of Leon's subordinates said, "Master Leon, get out of the way, you will be involved in their battle here." Is that the S-class wizard of fairy tale, Laxus? So strong, the other one who can play Laxus like a monkey? Oh, is it? They had seen Knight yesterday and knew his name. But they had never heard of such a ruthless person in fairy tale before. Leon just stared at the two warring parties blankly, turning a deaf ear to the concerns of his companions. On the other side, in the direction of the forest, Arisa was amazed at Laxus's magic. But what surprised her even more was Knight's space magic. He let her go. No, he let her go. When fighting her, this guy was not serious at all. In the end, he even used a photography magic to create a flaw, and then luckily defeated her. Luckily? This guy is really good at acting. I'm so angry. I was completely fooled. Lord Knight. Juvia on the side only had Knight in her eyes, her hands clasped in front of her chest, watching the sparring nervously. Ha 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 ha. Laxus laughed, "Let me accumulate strength? You really have plenty of room, Knight. You can't hit it, it's just a waste of 900 mana, why should I stop it?" Knight laughed. The opponent in the sparring match voluntarily opened the big move, consuming mana crazily. How could he interrupt the opponent's casting? Disappear with this beach, Knight. Laxus snorted and roared. Thunder pressure raging waves. Boom. A beam of lightning fell from the thunderclouds in the sky, followed by another beam, and then another beam. It can be said to be an indiscriminate attack, vowing to completely wipe out a large area of the beach. For a moment, lightning and sand intertwined. And in this chaos, Port City, Harjan. Knight walked into a cafe and bought a cup of hot coffee. The West Coast. For a long time. When everything settled down and the smoke dissipated, the originally quiet beach was devastated, with potholes everywhere. Where is it? Laxus gritted his teeth and looked around. His space magic, the range of instant movement should not be too far, so was such a large-scale attack also dodged. It's uncomfortable. I spent a long time reading the big move, but I didn't hit it. I said you can't hit it. A voice sounded behind him. Laxus turned around suddenly, and at a glance, he was red. Nate took a sip of coffee. The coffee was even hot. You bastard, don't look down on me. Laxus roared angrily, and the manic lightning was released aimlessly. His arms suddenly swelled and his body swelled. Dragon scales appeared on his skin. Oh! Nate raised his eyebrows and took another sip of coffee. Have you entered the second stage? The Thunder Dragon Slayer. 046. The winner is decided. Knights 100 Magic Reserve, 4/4. Boom boom boom. The ocean shook slightly, and the sea water on the coast seemed to be boiling. Laxus, who used the Dragon Slayer magic, had completely entered a state of rage. Different from the magic power displayed by the elemental magic thunder, the magic aura of the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic is more powerful and domineering. The magic power is consumed so quickly, the consumption of the Dragon Slayer magic is so great. As Knight finished his coffee, he calmly observed Laxus with his 6 eyes. In his eyes, the magic power in Laxus was rapidly decreasing. After casting a few magic spells and even using a big move, it only dropped from 5 stars to 4 stars. But once the Dragon Slayer magic was used, the magic power of a heart was burned in an instant. No wonder the Dragon Slayer wizard needs to eat elements of corresponding attributes to recover. Without this ability, the Dragon Slayer magic will not be able to support it after a few uses. Knight had some understanding in his heart. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Suddenly, Laxus opened his mouth and inhaled, and a large number of lightning points gathered in his lungs, suddenly turning into a dragon's breath and spewing out. A golden lightning beam locked onto Knight and attacked. Knight moved and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was dozens of meters away. But Laxus had expected it, and shook his head, and his terrifying breath swept across like a long whip. Knight once again launched Flying Thunder God to avoid it. The dragon's breath, which lost its target, still destroyed a forest on the coast. Wherever it passed, the strong thunder instantly ignited the trees, and the fire spread. Arisa and Juvia had to retreat to a safe distance. They stared with beautiful eyes, unblinkingly watching the two sides of the battle, all with extremely shocked expressions. Laxus was already strong enough, but he couldn't hit Knight at all. Suddenly, Knight appeared behind Laxus and punched him. But this time, Laxus reacted. He turned around suddenly and resisted the blow with his head. Bang! The fist didn't touch his forehead, and the vibration had already collided with the thunder scales. What a hard head! Defense has risen to another level. A trace of surprise flashed in Knight's eyes, daring to take his shock magic. Think too much. Instantly increased the output of magic power. With the assistance of the 6 eyes, every drop of burning magic power played its greatest role. The next moment, Laxus was punched away. The brain was stunned. He flew hundreds of meters away. However, his anger made him withstand the impact. While stabilizing his body while flying backwards, Laxus clenched his right hand in the air. With a sizzling flash of lightning, the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic power materialized into a Fang Tian Huaji in his palm. You can't avoid the speed of this move. He roared and threw it fiercely. Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji. Swoosh! It was like a beam of light, so fast that it was unbelievable. In Knight's eyes, Laxus's move almost burned more than 1 star of magic power. The opponent's magic power had dropped from 3 stars to 2 stars. In a flash of lightning, Knight also burned a heart of magic power, and his 5 fingers formed claws, grabbing the attacking Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji. The palm grabbed the tip of the halberd in the air, and the 2 magic powers collided in the air. The fierce collision of Dragon Slayer magic and super magic, the magic power of the 2 was almost equal. However, after a stalemate of about 7 seconds, with a bang, Knight closed his 5 fingers and crushed the Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji. What? At this time, Laxus fell to the ground from the state of flying backwards. He looked at this scene in disbelief. His dragon-killing magic actually lost. What's so surprising? Even if it's dragon-killing magic, you haven't practiced it yet. At most, you are a young dragon. As soon as the voice fell, Knight disappeared again. Laxus looked up suddenly, and a fist appeared in his vision. The fist was wrapped in a layer of milky white halo. It looked harmless, but the magic contained in it was frightening. This punch hit Laxus's face heavily, and smashed his head into the ground. Earthquake! Boom! The cracks spread and the ground collapsed. It was already in a state of devastation, and now it was simply smashed into a huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters under this punch. Seeing this, Juvia showed a shocked expression. Did he win? Did Lord Knight win? Arisa raised her hand to block the strong wind and squinted her eyes to look at the center of the vibration. After a while, the dust finally dispersed. In the pit, Laxus had rolled his eyes and fainted, and half of his face was sunken. And Knight stood beside him, looking down, as if thinking about something. It seems that Knight won. Arisa breathed a sigh of relief and immediately ran over with Juvia. Knight, are you okay? Lord Knight. Juvia had a little expression of admiration on her face. Knight carried Laxus on his shoulders and looked up at the two people in the pit and said. He has to go back to the guild to lie down for a few days. Anyway, go back first. As he said that, he looked at his magic power consumption. Magic. It's okay, only half a heart is left. Mainly, he took Laxus's Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji. And he ran to Harjan to buy a cup of coffee. The space-time magic flying thunder god is indeed very convenient. But the farther the teleportation distance, the greater the consumption. He went to buy a cup of coffee specifically to stimulate Laxus so that he could use the fairy law in his rage. But the other party refused to use it. That was out of his control. Nate felt a little regretful for not having seen the super magic fairy law. If this guy gets stronger, I won't have enough magic power. If he runs out of magic power, he will have to use the reserve magic power in the deep web. And the deep web is equivalent to hundreds of stars. And with the development of the internet, there will be more and more. It can be said that unless Laxus kills him in one move, he will not be able to win. Of course, if he can avoid eating the reserve food, he will try not to eat it. Nate is a frugal person. Carrying Laxus, Knight prepared to return to the place where the ship was docked. There was a shout behind him. Wait! What's wrong? Knight turned his head and saw Leon and his three companions chasing him. They looked quite embarrassed, obviously caught up in the battle between him and Laxus. At this time, Leon supported his left shoulder with his right hand, his eyes burning. Knight was not unfamiliar with this kind of look, he had seen it on Natsu. You are very strong. Leon said in a deep voice, you may be stronger than my master you are you. Your master is right next to me, although you can't see it. I don't know what you are you's expression is now. Knight is a little curious. After Deliara died, my dream of surpassing you was shattered. Next, I will target you. Wait for me, fairy tale wizard, I will ask you for advice sooner or later. Hearing this, Knight was speechless on the spot, turned around and left, waving his hand behind them. You learn magic just to fight. Magic itself is very interesting. After leaving here, you can learn about the internet. After saying this, Knight ignored the group of people. He believed that Leon would definitely go. Leak +4. 047 Late night private message, Knight, this is your daughter, additional update 1. Knight took the unconscious Laxus and Juvia and Elu together with Shat, they boarded Popo's boat and returned to Harjan. Time went back a little. Yesterday, after midnight. In a library somewhere in the council headquarters. Are you back? Zikrane took a book from the bookshelf and was about to read it when Ultear walked in. Well, Master Zikrane, there is bad news. Ultear nodded and sighed. What happened? The seal of Deliara was successfully lifted, but it died immediately. Dead? Zikrane was stunned. That was one of the demons in Ziref's magic book, which once ravaged the north and was a mobile disaster. It turned out that it would die. A few days ago, another demon, Lullaby, was smashed by Knight of Fairy Tale. Lullaby didn't die, but just turned back into a flute. As expected of the great wizard you. After a brief thought, Zikrane shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. One less demon has no effect on my plan. After a pause, he said, the real trouble is Voldemort. This person knew his true identity and even knew his plan. But he didn't know any information about him. Since the last private message with the other party, he has been collecting relevant information during this period. Unfortunately, nothing was found. It seems that there has never been a person named Voldemort 233 in the magic world. In Zicrane's view, even if Voldemort is a pseudonym, but at least there should be some subtle connection with the real name. He tried to break through from this point, but unfortunately he found nothing. As for this point, I just met Knight on Garna Island. Urusha suddenly spoke. How is it? This person is the pioneer of internet magic. What does he know? A very powerful wizard, especially the eyes. Urusha admired him. Not only can he create internet magic, but he also has the eye magic that can see through her transformation magic. When she encountered Knight in the cave on Garna Island, she even considered whether to expose her identity, capture him, and bring him back to the heart of the Dark Guild demon. But at that time, she was just a thought body, and she might not be able to defeat the other party. So she gave up. I'm asking, does he know Voldemort? Zicrane frowned. I don't know, I don't have a chance to ask. Urusha answered truthfully. It has been a while since she registered for the internet, and she has not found any secret peeping function of this magic. Therefore, she doesn't think Knight can know the identity of everyone in the magic network. Zicrane ordered her to find the answer from Knight, and she might be disappointed. Of course, she took the initiative to approach the other party, not just for this reason. More importantly, she was simply curious about this genius magician. Try to corrupt the other party and win him over to become one of her own. Next time, ask him directly. What's wrong with investigating a person of unknown origin as a counselor? I understand, Master Zicrane. Ultear chuckled. By the way, the magic network now has a new function of online commission. It has nothing to do with the plan, ignore it. Time goes back to the present. With the help of Popo, Knight and others took a boat back to Harujian. Then they took the magic train back to Magnolia City. Juvia's destination is Ogu City, and she needs to change trains. Outside the station, Juvia's face was full of reluctance. Knight took out the magic book and stuffed it into her hand. This is back to you, put it back in your guild's library. Master Knight, have you finished reading it? I have scanned and uploaded it to the library. Thank you this time. Knight stuffed a magic bank card with 4 million J in the book. When Juvia got on the train, he sent a private message to her, reminding her to take it out. As an excellent and capable partner, Knight will not treat the other party unfairly. Juvia knows, then goodbye, Lord Knight. Juvia waved. It started to rain at the station. Knight's eyes twitched. This girl's mood was really reflected in time. It's raining now? Is it because I didn't have dinner with her? Thinking of this, Knight immediately said. Next time I will find you and treat you to dinner. The rain stopped. Juvia immediately showed a bright smile and nodded happily. Juvia will wait for your news, Lord Knight. Only then did he step onto the train with satisfaction. Knight turned and left the station. Outside the station, Urza was waiting for him, and Laxus was still unconscious, lying on Urza's cart. Is it your girlfriend? Urza asked curiously. No. Knight denied it flatly. If he had to have a girlfriend, he would choose a poster girl. However, as a popular man, he didn't want to reject Juvia's advances. He suspected that if he had just said stay, the other party would have followed him to the hotel obediently. However, Juvia was a very jealous woman, and Knight didn't want to have too deep an intersection with her for the time being. Thinking of this, Knight added. She is a good sister. Even if the sky falls, she is still a good sister, definitely not a girlfriend. In this regard, Urza doesn't understand the meaning of a good sister. The deep meaning of sister is just that the two have a good relationship. In fact, the relationship between the two is indeed very good. After all, the relationship between the rulers of Fairy Tale and Spectral Fiori knows it. They belong to these two guilds and can still have such a good relationship. They must be real good friends. Let's go back to the guild first. Knight carried Laxus and took the lead to walk towards the guild. Unlike Urza before, Laxus's injuries were mainly concentrated on the head, and the injuries in other parts were not serious. He sent him to the infirmary and bandaged the boy himself. Sorry, President, I may not have been careful enough. After bandaging, Knight apologized to Makarov, who came to visit. Makarov shook his head and said, "Don't blame you. It must be Laxus who asked you to spar. This time, a lesson is a good thing for him. You are really good at judging people." Knight wondered if Laxus, who was defeated by him, would start a civil war in the guild like in the original plot. However, there seemed to be another plot before that. Knight didn't care much about these things. Compared to this, he had to teach his electronic pet how to manage the internet as soon as possible. Go up. Back to the apartment. You came out of the deep web as soon as possible. I'm dying of suffocation. I'm really afraid that Makarov will find out about my existence, so I dare not show up at all. Are you afraid that he will find you? Knight said puzzledly, is there any problem? Maybe you can ask the president if there is any way to reshape the body. In my active era, your president was Saint Ten, a famous wizard. You sat on the edge of the bed, with his right leg on his left leg, his elbow against his knee, his palm supporting his chin, and his calf shaking, showing the owner's relaxed mood. She looked around the room and said in surprise, "Mr. Knight, your place is surprisingly simple. Don't call me sir, don't be so polite." Knight shook his head, sat down at the tea table, and turned on the internet. It's just a place to live. It doesn't matter if it's bigger or smaller. Where do I sleep? You patted the bed under his butt, with a slight smile on his face, showing a smirk of a mature woman teasing a little boy. Will I sleep with you? Do you need a bed as a ghost? I don't want to stay in the deep web, it's too boring there. Shut up. Knight rolled his eyes at her. Every minute and every second you stay in the outside world, you consume my reserve magic power. Come over and learn how to manage the internet first. You laughed softly, and his reaction was really interesting. She got up and sat next to Knight and began to learn internet knowledge. Suddenly there was a private message. After Knight opened it. Witch of Pain, brother, you haven't slept yet? Sister can't sleep either. Witch of Pain, sister is taking a bath, do you want to see it? Sexygirl.jpg. Witch of Pain, it's a pity that your magic net can't see the picture, snickering.jpg. U's expression is subtle, who is this person? So coquettish. Knight couldn't help laughing, your daughter. 0.48.0.4 version update. Ursha's beautiful selfie, click to collect. My daughter. U was stunned. Your daughter, Ursha. Isn't that right? Knight repeated. He wanted to laugh a little, but held it back. The daughter chatted with him online late at night, and was seen by her mother. U suddenly became silent. Her daughter was indeed named Ursha, named after the tears of joy when she was born. The meaning of the name Ursha is Ursha's tears. Ursha was born with powerful magic, but her young body could not bear it. U gave her to a research institute to save her daughter. Soon after, the people in the institute told her that her daughter was dead. Nate. U's expression became anxious, are you telling the truth? She. U pointed at the name on the private chat interface. Pain Witch? According to the time, her daughter should be 18 years old now. She must have suffered a lot to have such a nickname. Is Ursha still alive? Can your internet see what the person on the other side looks like? Please, I want to see. U asked in a humble tone, with a nervous face. Video chat? Hearing her say this, Knight thought about it seriously. It seems very troublesome. To complete the video chat function, new magic knowledge is needed. It can't be completed in a short time. The current internet only has taking pictures. Wait, taking pictures? Knight's heart moved. He just wanted to see what the other side looked like. Taking pictures was enough. However, he needs to add a small function to the chat module to take and send photos. Just thinking about it. Ultear, who hadn't received a reply from Knight for a long time, sent a message again. Pain Witch? Pain Witch, friends can see you are online. Pain Witch, talk, brother? .jpg. She didn't know that all the private chats she sent were read by her mother. In his eyes. Nate knew that Urusha had bad intentions, but it was just an online chat, and he didn't mind playing with her. Sigma Man, you said you were taking a shower? Sigma Man, I don't believe it unless there are photos. Sigma Man, wait. I'll add a photo function to the chat module now. After sending the message, Knight immediately opened the programming tool of the magic internet. Photo magic has long been embedded in the underlying code of the deep web. All he needs to do is call this function. Then add a button to the chat module to allow users to use it. Considering that the photos taken by users need a place to store them, Nate temporarily set up a private gallery to store these photos. It sounds complicated, but it's actually very simple. It took Knight just over half an hour to get the new function. Then release the update as soon as possible. For a while, all users who were browsing the Magic Network disconnected at the same time. For the matter of the Magic Network losing connection, old users are fine, they have experienced it. Especially the friends of Fairy Tale, they all know that Knight must have updated something again. But it is the first time for new users to experience it, and the number is huge, reaching 4,000 or 5,000 people. These newcomers all suspected that their magic network rings were broken. After inputting magic power again and starting the magic network, the update interface popped up. Magic Internet Alpha 0.4 Update Announcement. 1. Added the photo function to the chat module. Now everyone can share their own photos with friends. 2. Completed the research and development of second generation ring, and the new ring can be used smoothly even by ordinary people. Please wait patiently for the launch of the specific purchase. 3. Although there is nothing else, if I don't write more, it seems that I, the developer, have done nothing, so I will write one more sentence. 4. Above. This kind of update announcement is the first time for newcomers to the Magic Network. But it does not prevent them from understanding the meaning at the first time. So, a large group of people flocked to the Magic Network and began to test the new function. At the same time, Ursha's home. Her home is not far from the council headquarters, an ordinary mansion. The bathroom on the second floor. Ursha is enjoying a bubble bath. A layer of milky white foam floats on the surface of the bathtub, covering up a pair of slender and well-proportioned long legs. The exquisite clavicle is above the water, and a hint of snow-white peaks is faintly revealed. The function of sending photos to friends has been updated. Ursha thought with a smile. Others must not know, right? Nate added the function temporarily just to see her bathing photos. Don't think she is very coquettish when chatting online, but these are all strategies, just a small trick to get close to Knight. In fact, she is still a very conservative and good girl. Out of curiosity, Ursha tried to use the camera function of the chat interface. After pressing the button, the photo screen appeared. There are several buttons at the bottom of the screen. One of them is called Reverse Shooting Perspective. After pressing it, Ursha appeared in the bathtub. At this time, a private chat came. Sigma Man, quickly take a photo. I don't believe you are taking a bath. Sigma Man, you are not just talking, are you? Sigma Man, say I was wrong, brother Knight now, and I will reluctantly forgive you. Call brother? Ultear frowned slightly. She checked Knight's information and found that he was 20 years old, 2 years older than her. But calling him brother is impossible, impossible in this life. It's just a toy, so arrogant. Pain Witch, do you really want to see your sister taking a bath? Pain Witch, I won't show you. Hum.jpg. Unlike the reply, Ursha is adjusting the shooting angle. She deliberately stretched out a big white leg from the water and took a photo of her long leg. Click. The photo is generated. Ultear admired her beautiful photo and hesitated whether to send it. What should I do if I feel a little shy? No matter what, take a few more photos. On the other side, in the apartment. Seeing that she hadn't sent any photos yet, Knight turned to Ulu and said, "It seems that I misunderstood your daughter. Ursha is just a strong talker who only dares to talk coquettishly. Ulu. I'm not sure if the person in front of me is my daughter. On the one hand, I hope my daughter is really alive, but on the other hand, I feel that if she is really my daughter, it's a bit shameless." Suddenly. Pain Witch, bathing1.jpg, bathing2.jpg, bathing3.jpg. Ultear sent a photo, and sent 3 in one go. Pain Witch, is my sister beautiful? Shy.jpg. Knight immediately clicked on the photo and enlarged it to cover the entire interface. I have to admit that Ursha's selfie skills are really good. She didn't show anything, but she felt unexpectedly good. Especially this leg, which is long and white. Knight even wants to touch it, but he doesn't know what it feels like. While silently collecting the pictures, saving them in a private folder and turned to Ulu and said, "Do you believe it now?" At this time, Ulu stared at the photo with a dull face, and tears fell uncontrollably. Even after many years, she could still recognize her daughter at a glance. She looked very similar to her when she was young. No, she is still very young now. If they stand together, they will definitely be mistaken for sisters. I really thought she was dead. I didn't expect she has grown up so much. I was deceived by the people in the institute. Ulu wiped her tears and said happily, but the last sentence was full of anger. Knight was a little surprised. He didn't expect the ghost to shed tears. Do you want to tell her? I'm sorry for her. Ulu's eyes were full of self-blame, and he didn't dare to recognize her at all. Knight typed immediately. Sigma Man, sister is so beautiful, post more, my brother loves to watch. Sigma Man, oh, by the way, your mother is watching too. Sunglasses.jpg person. 049 Living with Ghosts. Ultear looked at the last message Knight sent, her face full of confusion. What does my mother is also watching mean? Her mother had died long ago. Ultear fell into silence, the memory of the dead was attacking her. When she was very young, her mother sent her to a magic research institute. In the research institute, Ursha suffered a lot of hardships. After finally escaping from the research institute and finding the woman, she saw her with her apprentice, smiling and living a very happy life. Ultear hated her mother for abandoning her. After that, she destroyed the research institute and joined the Dark Guild Devil's Heart. Staring blankly at the private chat interface, Ultear said nothing, and typed after a while. Pain Witch, I don't understand what you mean. Soon there was a reply. Sigma Man, in the cave on Karna Island, I collected your mother's soul. Sigma Man, she told me that she was deceived by the institute. Knight used some spring and autumn style and gave a misleading description. Ultear's face changed slightly. Knight could actually collect Uru's soul? She's not dead. Ultear murmured softly, her velvety eyebrows slowly wrinkled into a ball. At that time in the cave, she was in no mood to pay attention to other things because Deliura was dead. Now that I think about it, once the forbidden magic of absolute ice is melted, if it is handled in time, it is indeed possible to collect the soul of the caster again. She can also perform ice-shaping magic. But Knight, how did he ensure that Uru's soul would not dissipate? And why did he say that Uru was his mother? Did Uru tell him? Ultear took a deep breath and was upset by Knight's words. Compared to the above doubts. Deceived by the Institute? What does this sentence mean? Ultear was very concerned and typed to ask for clarification, but quickly deleted it. In fact, she could guess what it meant, but she just didn't want to believe it. At this time, another message came in the private message. Sigma Man, want to talk to your mother for a few words? Pain Witch, sister, I'm going to sleep after taking a bath. After replying this sentence, Ultear turned off the internet and sat in the bathtub in a daze. For Ultear's message that she was going to sleep, Nate didn't believe a word. Your daughter seems to be a little bit unacceptable for a while. Knight turned to Ulu and said. Ulu didn't know what to say for a while. After confirming that Ultear was not dead and had grown up, she realized that she had been deceived. Recalling what happened that year, she felt very sorry for her daughter as a mother. She must hate me now. Uru sighed, I don't know how she got through these years, she must have suffered a lot. You might as well explain it to her in person. Nate closed the private chat interface. I don't know what happened to you, but I can still help you register an internet account. Can I? I'm a ghost, can I use it? Of course. Uru knelt nervously beside him. Thank you, Knight. You're welcome, just help me manage the internet in the future. Nate smiled. Your daughter generously sent him private photos, he was still willing to help with this little favor. Anyway, I'll teach you how to manage the magic network first. The next day, Nate woke up and opened his eyes, turned around and saw that Uru had run to his bed at some point. Now he was sleeping on the side against the wall. Obviously a ghost, he still had to sleep in a bed. Nate's expression was subtle, living with a ghost? It's a pity that he was a ghost. However, the mother and daughter look quite similar. While thinking, Uru's eyelashes trembled slightly and he opened his eyes suddenly. Seeing that Knight had woken up first, he smiled and greeted him. Good morning, Lord Knight. Good morning, don't sleep in my bed next time, I am a healthy adult man. Your behavior will bring me pain. Knight shook his head helplessly, but speaking of come on, the soul body also needs to sleep. After complaining, he got up and washed. To be precise, it is hibernation, which is different from sleeping. Uru couldn't help laughing. Do you want a hug? Although it is a ghost, there is no entity, but can a hug make you feel better? Shut up. Nate walked into the bathroom, washed up simply, and went out to the guild. Uru didn't need to wash her face or brush her teeth. When she went to bed, she only wore underwear, which made Knight a little irritated. She could see but couldn't touch. When she went out, Uru used her magic to transform a set of clothes she often wore in her lifetime. Black tight jeans, a small reddish-brown vest on the upper body, and a jacket on the outside. Of course, these are all false creations of magic, not real entities. When she was about to arrive at the guild, Uru returned to the deep web as soon as possible. Her ghost form, even if it became completely transparent, could be detected by Makarov. This ghost-like soul body reminded Knight of another person. Mavis Viviamirio, the first president of Fairy Tale. The two are in similar states. The difference is that Uru does not have such powerful magic and must rely on Knight to inject magic into her. And she couldn't leave him too far away. Deep web. Uru tapped the air with his finger, and countless zeros and ones quickly formed an interface. Yesterday, Knight had helped her register a magic network account and gave her secondary management rights over the entire network. Through simple learning, she already knew how to work for Knight. However, before work, Uru looked at her account interface. Nickname, Uru. She simply used her real name. Take a deep breath, Uru opens the search function, enters the 4 words Pain Witch, and chooses to add as a friend. At the same time, Urusha also woke up early. She wore a velvet pajamas, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and opened the curtains, letting the morning sun shine into the bedroom. The ring suddenly flickered. She frowned slightly, opened the internet, and saw a friend request on March 1st. "It's not Knight?" She whispered quietly, thinking that Knight had sent her a private message. She only had Knight in her friend list. When she saw the friend request, Urusha's face suddenly changed. You added you as a friend." Message: Urusha, I'm sorry, let me explain. You. Urusha murmured in shock, what that guy said yesterday was true? My mother is really not dead? At this point, what else does this woman want to say? Ultear struggled, and after a while, she gritted her teeth and pressed the consent button. Wait. Ultear suddenly realized a serious problem. If you is really still alive. Then did she see all the private chats between her and Knight yesterday? Ultear's face quickly turned red from her delicate neck. 050 nomination of the 10 Holy Wizards. Just when you and Ultear resolved the misunderstanding between mother and daughter, Knight came to the guild alone. Good morning, Knight. I heard that you had a sparring match with Laxus and beat him into a pig's head. Knight, I have to remind you that I was lazy in updating yesterday. Knight walked into the guild, and many people greeted him. Good morning, Mr. Makao, Mr. Wakaba. Of course, he would not admit to being lazy. This update took him half an hour. Come to the bar. Good morning, Myra. Knight greeted the poster girl, didn't you see Grey? Myra Jane was wiping the bar table, and when she heard it, she looked up and smiled gently. Good morning, Knight. Grey went to work yesterday, and Natsu was with him. Can these two really team up? Knight was surprised. He wanted to tell Grey about his senior brother Leon. Since he's not here, forget it, and we'll talk about it next time. What do you want to eat for breakfast? Still the same as last time. Mila Jane turned and walked into the kitchen, and soon came back with a delicious breakfast. Nate ate heartily and praised the cooking skills of the poster girl again. It was free and delicious. Is the president here? Knight suddenly remembered something important, so he asked. Myra Jane helped him clean up the dishes, and then pointed upwards. The president is on the second floor, with Zus. Knight immediately ran to the second floor. Although he has not yet obtained the S-level qualification, it is not the first time he has gone up. Myra smiled helplessly, and did not stop this willful behavior. Knight can beat Urza and Laxus, and his strength is unquestionable. Just don't take S-level commissions casually and break the rules of the guild. When he came to the second floor, Knight saw Makarov and Laxus in the tea room. Laxus had a bandage on his head, and noticed Knight coming, so he nodded and said, I was careless before, but I won't lose next time. The arrogant man left a sentence arrogantly and went downstairs. Knight smiled in his heart, this is a good beating, the friendship face-breaking punch is really their use. President. He walked up to Makarov and took out the second-generation magic network ring he had made before. This is a login device that ordinary people can also use. What do you think? Makarov took the ring and studied it for a moment, then praised with a smile. Laxus made it, right? You figured it out? Should we say they are worthy of being grandfather and grandson? Nate nodded. It's well made, and it uses some expensive magic materials. Makarov returned the ring. How much does it cost? About 50,000. Nate thought about it. If he only counted the material cost, not the labor cost, he actually spent 50,000 J, which was almost as much as a month's rent. His first-generation ring only sold for 10,000 J. Although it was a system reward, it was obvious that the ring given by the system was more sophisticated. The cost is a bit expensive. If you want to promote the second-generation ring to ordinary people, you have to find a way to reduce the cost. Makarov pondered and said, I can help you contact the council. They should be happy to cooperate. In the past few days, with the launch of the online commission function, all the major regular guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori have opened this function. The major guild leaders praised it. They also established a chat group Guild President Alliance on the Magic Network to ask each other how to use this function more conveniently. Not only that. After the council knew about this, they praised him for the first time. It was really unprecedented. He had always been scolded, but now he could be praised by the council. Makarov was even a little uncomfortable. Of course, the real hero was Knight. Speaker Crawford Shim praised him in a private chat. This is great magic. Mr. Makarov, if the quota of the Holy Ten was not full, I would even like to propose to the council to grant him the title of the Holy Ten Magicians. Or, why don't you just step down and leave the honor to the young people? He, of course, refers to Knight. Makarov told Knight about this. After listening, Knight was a little confused. Is it so exaggerated? It's just an online commission, so he will be awarded the Holy Ten? If he comes up with more functions in the future, can he be the Speaker of the Council? It's not an exaggeration. Your online commission is a revolutionary magic, enough to leave a deep mark in the history of the magic world. Makarov smiled and said, maybe hundreds of years later, my name will be forgotten, but you won't. You will become a part of history. Hearing this, Knight re-examined internet magic. For him, this is just a sparse and ordinary function. In the previous life, I had already gotten used to the conveniences of the internet, but now I don't have a direct and intuitive experience of it. But for the magic world of fairy tale, it is revolutionary. He underestimated the internet. Even so, can I be awarded the title of the Holy Ten? Knight was a little confused. My magic power is not outstanding, and now it is not as good as Urza. It's just a nomination. Makarov laughed and said, when the Holy Ten is short of people one day, it will officially enter the review stage of the council. After a pause, he said, the title of the Holy Ten is awarded to the 10 best wizards on the continent. Magic power is only one of the criteria for judgment. Your contribution to the magic world of internet magic can already surpass the restriction of magic power. In short, the internet is too awesome. Even if Knight's magic power is not as strong as that of other Holy Ten, relying on this magic itself is enough to cover everything. Take a step back and say that magic power can be cultivated sooner or later. Only Knight created the internet. Don't accept it. If you don't agree, you can also create a groundbreaking and revolutionary magic. After figuring out the cause and effect, Knight's expression was a little subtle. He had imagined before that with the development of the internet, his magic power would gradually increase, and he would have the opportunity to become one of the 10 holy wizards. Never expected that there was no need at all. The council even ignored the reality that his magic power was not strong for the time being and had the idea of nominating him. In short, you are now a wizard on the council list. If you want to promote the second-generation login device, I can take you to the headquarters to meet those reviewers. Makarov returned to the original topic and said, it depends on your own ideas. Go to the council headquarters? Knight thought seriously for a moment and shook his head. Promoting the second-generation ring is more of a commercial behavior. I think it's better to leave it to professionals. He thought of Lucy's father. In just a dozen years, a small company has been developed into the Heartfilia Chable, the leading Fiori kingdom. As a super businessman, it must be more professional and faster to reduce costs and sell the second-generation rings to every corner of the continent. Of course, cooperation with the council can also be carried out. It seems that you already have an idea. Makarov nodded and smiled, go ahead and do it. If there is any problem, I will help you. The guild is your home, and your companions are your family. I understand, thank you.